The plane touched down at exactly 9:10 p.m., its descent marked by the golden haze of Saffron City's nighttime glow. Having departed at 5:30 a.m., the journey had stretched nearly the entire day. Yet, as Sato descended the metal stairs to the tarmac, the exhaustion common among long-haul passengers was nowhere to be seen on his face. He looked up. The moon, clearer, fuller, and more radiant than in any foreign land, hung overhead like a silent sentinel. Home. There was a subtle gravity to it, one that couldn't be measured in distance alone. During the flight, Sato had alternated between sleeping and poring over 2 books, the Lily Cove Compendium and the Grimoire of Dark Spirits. Both offered dense, arcane knowledge, but now he was ready to apply what he had learned. Saffron City, the jewel of Kanto and a hub of both commerce and conflict, pulsed with life even at night. Neon signs lit up the skyline, and the city's heartbeat could be felt in the distant hum of traffic and chatter. Sato's instincts urged him to wander, to lose himself in the city's vibrant chaos. But he had a purpose. He and his Pokémon had already eaten aboard the aircraft, so when a chorus of enthusiastic promoters swarmed him with flyers for exotic restaurants, he offered polite refusals and pressed forward. As he exited the terminal, taxis lined the curb like predators waiting for prey. Several surged forward to compete for his attention. One veteran driver, fast and perceptive, managed to intercept him at the curb. "Where to, sir?" the driver asked, eyes catching on the finely tailored trainer uniform Sato wore, a clear sign of wealth and status. 21 Saffron Road, Sato replied. It was the only rocket contact point he remembered, a seemingly ordinary general store that masked the entrance to Saffron's infamous underground black market. He hadn't set foot there since a League raid months ago forced him to flee. Back then, he was barely more than a grunt. Now, he walked with purpose, with strength. The driver gave an enthusiastic nod. Got it. The cab took off, weaving through Saffron's illuminated boulevards toward its shadowy heart. 10 minutes later, Sato stepped out onto a familiar street. The glow of old lampposts cast a faint halo over the cracked sidewalk. He moved down an alley that snaked behind a cluster of aging buildings until he reached the unassuming general store. The surrounding shops remained open. A few shopkeepers eyed him with suspicion. Before, their cautious gazes might have unsettled him. Older, hardened men who had seen far too much. Now, they barely registered as threats. As their eyes narrowed, Sato calmly raised his right wrist, revealing a sleek black watch, a silent badge of his rocket affiliation. The mood shifted instantly. They recognized him. With nods of acknowledgement, the shopkeepers turned back to their businesses, letting him pass in peace. Inside the general store, a kindly older woman emerged from the back, bowing slightly. "How may I assist you, sir?" she asked with careful respect. She didn't recognize him. Once a scruffy-faced grunt, he now looked the part of a high-ranking rocket agent. "I'm heading into the black market," Sato said, not wasting time. "Of course. Please take these." She handed him a black cloak and a matching mask. No questions asked. No payment demanded. Still, Sato reached into his coat and pressed 5 crisp 1,000 yen poke dollar bills into her hand. "You've been standing guard here all day. Treat yourself to something decent." The woman's eyes widened in surprise, then warmed with gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Safe travels." With the mask and cloak on, Sato descended into the dark. The tunnel entrance hadn't changed. Crude stone stairs winding into the earth, dim lights flickering along the walls. Zubat and Galbat clung to the ceiling, rustling with every step he took. Eventually, he reached the wide corridor that led to the transit zone, its atmosphere thick with psychic energy. Dozens of trainers, most masked, stood in line for teleport clearance. Sato moved to the side and approached a rocket attendant. 30,000, he said. The grunt accepted the bribe wordlessly and handed him a black token marked number 2. Instant priority access. Soon, a level 41 Alakazam reached out with one glowing hand. The world blurred and twisted, then snapped back into focus. Sato stood in a spacious room lit by fluorescent panels. He was back in a rocket team, base hidden deep within the Saffron City black market. But something had changed. A large, color-coded map dominated one wall, showing territory control throughout the underground. Once, Rocket's red zones covered about 60%. Now, they spanned nearly the entire board. The yellow zones, once held by the Golden Gang, gone, completely erased. Only the green zones, representing Pokémon hunters and independent contractors, had gained any ground. Sato stepped closer, narrowing his eyes. So Rocket didn't just survive the League's crackdown. They used it. They let the Golden Gang fall to take the heat, then moved in and absorbed the territory. Efficient. Ruthless. Classic Rocket. Sato allowed himself a faint smile. Things have changed here. So have I. And now, it was time to see just how far both he and the organization had come. After committing the new territorial map to memory, Sato exited the teleportation hall and made his way toward the reception area. There, a Rocket Grunt handed him a freshly issued mask and cloak, standard garb for those moving freely under Team Rocket's banner in Saffron's underground black market. Team Rocket had completely solidified its control. Their insignia flew like a flag of silent conquest throughout the city's underbelly. What once required caution and disguise now allowed nearly unrestricted movement. Even low-ranking operatives like Sato enjoyed near-sovereign authority in these alleyways of vice and power. Their iron grip over the black market wasn't just a tactical victory, it was a declaration. Other criminal syndicates in Saffron had been wiped out or absorbed. Team Rocket now reigned supreme in the shadows, and with such a lucrative cash cow in its grasp, Sato knew the organization was poised to enter an era of explosive growth. If they consolidate further, Rocket might just unify the entire Kanto underworld, Sato thought grimly as he stepped out onto the main concourse of the market. Rocket operatives were stationed on nearly every corner, visible now in broad view, no longer slinking in secrecy. Their presence had grown exponentially since his last visit, a testament to their swelling influence. Sato had two objectives tonight. First, to track down effective TMs for his shiny Beautifly. Its potential was largely untapped due to the lack of strong move compatibility, an issue he intended to resolve in the city's vast underground. Second, he sought rare ingredients for specialized meals tailored to his Swampert and shiny Polyper. The Dufour Compendium had listed a few obscure ingredients that couldn't be sourced through typical means. Fortunately, he was well-funded. Earlier in the day, Watson and his crew had wired him his share of their spoils, half of an 80 million poke dollar loot from a successful raid on a notorious cycling gang, plus a generous 20 million bonus from the League for their A-rank mission. Sato's cut? Over 50 million. His balance now sat at approximately 57 million poke dollars, bolstered further by 2,000 League contribution points, another step toward the 10,000 needed for formal promotion. Though the operation hadn't brought fame, the financial windfall more than made up for it. Money talks, especially in Saffron. Sato hopped onto his off-road acro bike, zipping through the shadowy streets toward the free trade zone, an open bazaar of unregulated commerce where the most interesting trades often happened outside the sanctioned storefronts. The major rocket-backed vendors would be more than happy to fleece him, but TM prices were notoriously inflated. Even with his cash, he'd be lucky to get a few decent moves at retail. The free trade zone was his best bet. A chaotic market of opportunity, it was a haven for wandering trainers eager to offload rare finds or sell used items for quick cash. With luck, Sato could even stumble across bootleg TMs, illicit, high-risk tech that often came with faulty programming or inconsistent success rates. Still, for those willing to gamble, they offered unmatched value. That is, assuming you didn't get caught. League enforcement was relentless, and the production or purchase of counterfeit TMs carried steep penalties. When Sato arrived, he was greeted by a tide of noise and movement. The free trade zone pulsed with activity, bartering, shouting, flashing lights from makeshift stalls. It was a sea of trainers, merchants, smugglers, and opportunists. Rocket affiliation granted Sato special treatment. He bypassed the lines entirely, entering through a dedicated side passage guarded by grunts in full uniform. No one questioned him. Inside, security was tight. Rocket patrols roamed between booths, radiating silent authority. No one dared act out. Not since the last League crackdown had left half a dozen gangs decimated. Order, ironically, was enforced by those who profited most from chaos. Sato weaved through the stalls with sharp eyes. Rare items caught his attention instantly. A TM for Solar Beam, another for Shadow Ball, and a mysterious talisman emanating dark energy, likely a spell tag to enhance ghost-type moves. He passed on the talisman. He had no ghost types, and the price wasn't worth it. But Solar Beam and Shadow Ball, those had potential for Beautifly. Unfortunately, the vendors weren't easily swayed. The asking price for Solar Beam was a staggering 10 million poke dollars. Shadow Ball was listed at 6. Sato haggled. Only the Shadow Ball vendor budged, dropping the price to 5 million. Deal. Transaction complete. Sato continued onward, energized by the purchase. Minutes later, he stumbled upon something truly unusual. A small orb resting on a velvet cloth, humming with electric intensity. Even from meters away, he could feel the charge. The air around it tingled, and his hair began to stand on end. This isn't just an electric-type held item, he thought. This thing is alive with voltage. He stepped closer, intrigued. Whatever this orb was, it wasn't ordinary, and it definitely wasn't cheap.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Saffron City's underground black market truly lives up to its reputation. Items that are rare elsewhere are found here with surprising ease. I never expected to locate a light ball, Pikachu's exclusive item, so quickly. Let's ask the price first. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it, Sato muttered to himself with excitement as he quickly recognized the electrically charged orb. The light ball, also known as the electric ball/orb, is an exclusive Pokémon item for Pikachu. Unlike naturally occurring items, it is crafted by Pikachu themselves. While Pikachu frequently displays extraordinary feats in the anime, the reality is that Pikachu as a species are naturally weak in base stats and require a Thunderstone to evolve. These limitations make strong Pikachu rare in the wild, often leaving them at a disadvantage among other Pokémon species. Research by Pokémon experts reveals that elder Pikachu, to enhance their species' survivability, bathe in natural lightning before their death and use their lifetime stored electricity to create a treasure, the light ball. Typically found only within Pikachu communities, these treasures are usually reserved for exceptionally gifted Pikachu. A Pikachu holding a light ball becomes immensely powerful, with its physical and special attacks doubling in strength. This means a Pikachu with a light ball attains an attack stat of 110 and a special attack stat of 100. Paired with their naturally excellent speed stat, they gain the capability to challenge stronger Pokémon head-on. Note, according to the Pokémon Encyclopedia, Ash's Pikachu is indeed overpowered. Known as Partner Pikachu, its base stat total is 430, compared to a regular Pikachu's 320. With the light ball, Partner Pikachu's attack stat reaches 160, and special attack climbs to 150, giving it the edge to go head-to-head with legendary Pokémon. The light ball's properties are highly unique. Although its immense electricity makes it a valuable resource for electric-type Pokémon, the energy inside behaves almost sentiently, recognizing its rightful user. As a result, only Pikachu can fully harness its power. If used by other Pokémon, the light ball's energy will destabilize and explode, injuring the non-Pikachu user. The vendor selling this light ball was also a Team Rocket member, wearing a mask and cloak like Sato. However, from the silhouette under the cloak and the glimpse of pale legs, Sato discerned the vendor was likely a woman. In addition to the light ball, this female Team Rocket member was selling 2 other rare items, a sharp beak, which boosts flying-type moves, and charcoal, which enhances fire-type moves. A strong trainer, Sato evaluated. He sensed a faint aura of danger from her and, considering the rare Pokémon items on display, concluded she must be formidable. How much for this light ball? Enduring the electromagnetic force emanating from the light ball, Sato approached the stall and politely asked, 10 million poke dollars. Non-negotiable, the vendor replied in an indifferent tone, her gaze still fixed on the cliched romance novel in her hands without even glancing at Sato. Is the light ball worth 10 million poke dollars? Absolutely not. Only a fool would pay such a price. The light ball is an excellent item, but its utility is highly restricted to Pikachu. If not for this limitation, specialists in electric Pokémon would compete to purchase it even at prices exceeding hundreds of millions. In the anime's third episode, Ash outright states that the Pikachu species are extremely common. Beyond Ash and a select few trainers, almost no one used Pikachu in battle, they were primarily kept as pets. This indirectly highlights Pikachu's perceived value among trainers. Without a Thunderstone for evolution, Pikachu is viewed as a weak Pokémon, great as a pet but unsuitable for combat. Moreover, once Pikachu evolves into Raichu, the Light Ball becomes unusable. Every sensible trainer knows how limited the Light Ball's utility is. From the general trainer's perspective, the Light Ball is decent but comparable in value to an ordinary Thunderstone, perhaps even less. After all, a Thunderstone evolves Pikachu into Raichu, whose base stats, 486, surpass those of Pikachu, 320, by a significant 166 points. While the Light Ball adds 110 to Pikachu's stats, Raichu remains superior, offering more powerful moves. The vendor's outrageous price of 10 million Poke Dollars made Sato think she was crazy. However, he did not let his irritation show. The immense electric energy contained in the Light Ball suggested there might be a reason for the price. He discreetly activated the system's appraisal function. The next moment, upon seeing the Light Ball's details, Sato's heart raced, and a wave of astonishment surged through him. Light Ball details. Item: Mutated Thunder Orb. Effects: increases Pikachu's attack and special attack by 2.5 times. Grants Pikachu a continuous charging effect. Bestows the static ability to Pikachu. Restriction: can only be used by a Pikachu with a Gold 4 rating and the Lightning Rod ability. Note: this orb was left by a powerful level 83 Pikachu with a Gold 4 rating who, due to its Lightning Rod ability, absorbed electricity from battles with Zapdos, Raikou, Thundurus, and Zekrom. Through various serendipitous encounters, it refined this energy into the Light Ball. Don't assume everyone's a fool. If you truly want to sell it, I'll offer 3.5 million. You know that's its actual worth, Sato said, keeping his tone calm while suppressing his excitement, ensuring he didn't betray any unusual interest. The moment Sato finished speaking, the female Team Rocket member closed her book and stared sharply into his eyes, seemingly trying to see through him or pressure him into yielding. Unfortunately for her, Sato remained unfazed, meeting her gaze directly. The tension between them grew, both exuding the kind of intensity that only those who had faced life and death battles could possess. With this book included, it's 10 million Poke Dollars. Not a single cent less, she said coldly, pulling out a makeshift book bound with staples and photocopy paper. Deal. The Light Ball and the book for 10 million Poke Dollars, Sato replied, crouching to flip through the book briefly before nodding in agreement. Sato skimmed through the book and quickly realized it was about raising electric-type Pokémon. Of course, this crudely compiled book was an abridged version, containing only information on raising Pikachu and the Magnemite family. Even so, the book's value remained exceptionally high. Knowledge about Pokémon training was indeed worth the price. This book could save Sato many missteps while raising Piku, ensuring he wouldn't waste Piku's natural talent. It would allow Piku to grow quickly without compromising its potential. After transferring 10 million Poke Dollars to the female Team Rocket member in front of him, Sato successfully acquired the precious Thunder Orb and the abridged book from her. Once both items were safely stored in his spatial equipment, the heavy weight pressing on Sato's heart finally lifted. At this point, even if the female Rocket member regretted the transaction, there was no way Sato would relinquish his newfound treasures. The Light Ball, classified as the Mutated Thunder Orb, was an exceptional item. Coincidentally, it would be perfect for his Piku once it evolved into Pikachu. When that happened, Sato's Pikachu would likely become incredibly powerful, perhaps even strong enough to mentor Ash's Pikachu if they ever met. Setting aside the mind-blowing effects of massively boosting attack and special attack by 2.5 times, the ability to keep Pikachu in a continuous charge state alone was astonishing. This meant that every electric-type move Pikachu used would have double power, and its special defense would remain maximized. As for the third effect, granting Pikachu the static ability, it was highly practical. Pikachu, being a high-speed, high-offense but fragile Pokémon, was especially vulnerable to close-range attacks. The static ability could significantly mitigate this weakness. If luck was on their side and the opponent got paralyzed, the tide of battle could shift dramatically. In summary, spending 10 million Poke Dollars for such a powerful Thunder Orb, plus an electric Pokémon training book, was an incredible deal for Sato. Meanwhile, the female Team Rocket member, Mia, who had just completed the transaction with Sato, shared his sentiment. She was delighted at how much she had profited from this deal. Mia was a Team Rocket leader in Saffron City, a grass-type Pokémon specialist nicknamed Bloody Thorn. She had the strength to stand against elite trainers. She had acquired the Thunder Orb and the book as spoils of war during an operation to eliminate remnants of the Golden Gang. The battle with a Golden Gang core member specializing in electric Pokémon had been grueling, almost costing Mia her life. In the end, her grass-type Pokémon's natural advantage over electric types, along with their superior healing capabilities, secured her victory. Without those factors, the outcome might have been very different. Mia was well aware of the Thunder Orb's uniqueness but also its limited applicability, which significantly reduced its value. Since she had no interest in raising electric Pokémon, she decided to sell it. Initially, the Thunder Orb attracted attention, but most potential buyers were either too poor or too stingy, offering less than the price of an ordinary Thunderstone. Disheartened, Mia didn't proceed with any of those offers. After all, she shared the common belief that Pikachu was too weak a Pokémon to bother raising. If a trainer had the resources, they would have evolved it into Raichu long ago. Thus, the Thunder Orb had remained unsold for over half a month until she encountered Sato, the proverbial big fish. At first, she tried raising the price as usual to gauge his reaction. To her surprise, Sato offered the highest price she had ever received, exceeding the cost of a Thunderstone by 1.5 million Poke Dollars. This confirmed her suspicion that he was a clueless wealthy buyer. As expected, when she bundled the Thunder Orb with a copy of the rare training book, Sato agreed to her steep price without hesitation. Now, even if Sato regretted his purchase, Mia wouldn't give back the 10 million Poke Dollars. For a brief moment, as they looked at each other, their eyes betrayed not only joy but also a hint of pity, each secretly viewing the other as a fool. Yet, the sentiment was mutual and good-natured. All in all, the transaction was a win-win for both parties. Because of the substantial amount of money involved, combined with mutual respect for each other's abilities, and their shared affiliation with Team Rocket, the two found their relationship unexpectedly deepened, almost like meeting a kindred spirit. Mia, hoping to profit further, enthusiastically pitched more goods to Sato. Meanwhile, Sato, eager to obtain more comprehensive electric Pokémon training knowledge, humored her while covertly prying for information. In the end, Mia sold him Electroabe TM for 5 million Poke Dollars, and Sato confirmed from her that the copy of the book in his possession contained all the content of the original abridged version. Take care. If you ever need anything good, I'll contact you first, Mia said warmly after making her third big sale, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Fair enough. As long as it's good stuff, I'll offer a satisfying price. See you around, Sato replied, nodding. After exchanging contact information with Mia, Sato turned and left. His haul from this trip was substantial, and he hoped to score more treasures from Mia in the future. However, it seemed that acquiring the mutated Thunder Orb might have exhausted all the good fortune Sato had accumulated through good deeds. During the rest of his treasure hunt, Sato found little of interest. Even when he did, the items were either too expensive or not worth the price. After browsing through the free trade area, Sato left and rode his off-road bike toward the Pokémon item specialty zone. Currently, Sato had obtained Shadow Ball and Electroabe TMS, both usable by his beautifully, fulfilling the first objective of his visit to Saffron City's underground market. Next, he aimed to accomplish his second goal, gathering ingredients to make Pokémon food for his Swampert and Shiny Pelipper. The Pokémon item specialty zone gathered shops from major guilds worldwide. These guilds were often tied to various powerful organizations, and even though Team Rocket now controlled Saffron City's underground black market, they dared not target these stores. The shops established by these major guilds boasted a dazzling variety of items. One could confidently say that as long as the item existed in the Pokémon world and your wallet was deep enough, you could buy it here. Sato's visit to this place was for a specific purpose, to gather ingredients to prepare food for his Swampert and Shiny Pelipper. Pokémon food primarily consisted of edible crops cultivated by humans, combined with powdered berries. The main crops used in Pokémon food were wheat and rice, with wheat being the most commonly used. Its purpose was to alleviate Pokémon hunger. Berry powders, on the other hand, acted as supplementary ingredients. The Pokémon world had a vast array of berries, each attributed to specific Pokémon types. However, the specific attributes of these berries were closely guarded knowledge, typically known only to top-tier Pokémon breeders, researchers, and experienced berry farmers. Ordinary people could only acquire this knowledge through dedicated study. Pokémon food had become a massive money-making industry controlled by the Pokémon League and elite breeders. Any attempt to disrupt this industry would face severe consequences from these stakeholders behind the scenes. To create food tailored to a specific Pokémon type, one had to know the berry's attributes, as Pokémon could only consume food corresponding to their type. Feeding them incorrectly could lead to indigestion, illness, or even poisoning. For example, a fire-type Pokémon eating water-type food would likely fall ill due to the opposing nature of the ingredients. Sato, however, lacked extensive knowledge of the names or attributes of the myriad berries in the Pokémon world. He only remembered a few common ones and their effects. Thankfully, through books and inherited knowledge, he knew some Pokémon food recipes and deduced a few berry attributes. Sato was most familiar with water-type berries, including Oran berries, citrus berries, Neppa berries, and Pecha berries, which were commonly used in water-type Pokémon food. According to the Lily Cove compendium he acquired from Elsa, the ingredients for Swampert's food included high-quality wheat flour, beef powder, stardust, shoal salt, deep-sea scale powder, Pecha berry powder, Leppa berry powder, citrus berry powder, Pamter berry powder, Watmal berry powder, Durin berry powder, Belu berry powder. For Shiny Pelipper's food, the ingredients were premium wheat flour, codfish powder, shoal salt, deep-sea scale powder, flying-type beak powder, Nanab berry powder, Pecha berry powder, Blook berry powder, citrus berry powder, Neppa berry powder, raspberry powder. Swampert, being a dual water and ground-type Pokémon, had water as its primary type, so its food mainly required water-type ingredients, supplemented with ground-type components. Similarly, Shiny Pelipper, a water and flying-type Pokémon, needed a diet dominated by water-type ingredients, with flying-type elements as a complement. Among the required ingredients, wheat flour, regular meat powders, and berry powders were easy to find. However, rarer items like stardust, shoal salt, and deep-sea scales were more challenging. The deep-sea scale, in particular, was exceptionally rare. Rich in pure water-type energy, it was a top-tier ingredient found only in the deep seas of Hone and required expert divers to retrieve. As a result, its annual supply was limited, and its price reflected this scarcity. A single deep-sea scale cost around 1 million poke dollars on the black market and could go even higher when supply was low. Fortunately, the Lily Cove Compendium specified that only a small amount of deep-sea scale powder was required to make Swampert's food. A single scale could produce 50 servings of standard water-type Pokémon food. Otherwise, sustaining Swampert's voracious appetite would bankrupt Sato. After deducting his expenses in the free trade zone, Sato had over 37 million poke dollars left, which he estimated was enough to prepare ample food for his Pokémon, especially since Swampert's diet was the most costly. Swampert's immense strength required significant energy, and Sato was committed to providing it, even at great expense. Sato began with the easier ingredients, purchasing high-quality wheat flour, beef powder, and codfish powder. The flour and beef powder were relatively affordable, though the codfish powder was pricier. Spending 500,000 poke dollars, he bought 10 tons of wheat flour, 5 tons of beef powder, and 5 tons of codfish powder, storing them in a specialized spatial device. Next, Sato went to a renowned Hone berry store to purchase the required berries. Hone's tropical climate was ideal for berry growth, and Sato quickly collected what he needed. However, these berries were more expensive than regular ones. For instance, a single Oran berry cost about 100 poke dollars, while the berries he purchased cost 5 to 6 times that. Thankfully, his bulk purchase of 1,000 units of each berry earned him a 20% discount, bringing the total to 4 million poke dollars. The store even gifted him a specialized berry bag with ample compartments for easy organization. Finally, it was time to acquire the rare items, stardust, shoal salt, and flying-type beak powder. Sato managed to find these after visiting several stores, but he couldn't locate the most critical ingredient, deep-sea scales. Every shop he visited claimed they were out of stock, with any available scales already reserved. After so many setbacks, Sato finally realized how challenging it was to create specialized Pokémon food himself. Clearly, deep-sea scales, a top-tier water-type ingredient, were always in stock in every trade association store. The unfortunate part was that Sato wasn't considered a customer by these stores. Because of this, he had no chance of purchasing deep-sea scales from them. This highlighted the terrifying level of control the upper echelons of the Pokémon world had over such resources. Without the right connections, influence, or strength, Sato would likely have to venture into the deep sea to find the scales himself. After inquiring at the 82nd Trade Association store without success, Sato couldn't help but feel somewhat discouraged. However, he was well aware that deep-sea scales were the key ingredient in the specialized Pokémon food for both Swampert and his shiny Pelipper. Without this ingredient, the chemical synergy created by the mix of other ingredients would be greatly diminished, preventing them from reaching their full potential. Fortunately, just as he was about to leave the Pokémon specialty zone and try his luck in the free trading area, Sato's eyes were drawn to the emblem on the signboard of a large store ahead. He felt a jolt of excitement, as if he'd stumbled upon a light at the end of the tunnel. The emblem depicted 2 intertwined fish, a symbol of the illustrious Ryurii clan, a superfamily renowned in the Hone region for their mastery of water-type Pokémon. Looks like it all comes back to connections in the end. I owe you another favor, Wallace, Sato thought as he observed the grand and elegantly decorated store with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Ryurii clan, famous for their expertise with water types, boasted countless powerful trainers. Naturally, they would stockpile top-tier water-type ingredients like deep-sea scales and even dispatch specialists to collect them from the ocean floor. If any store in this underground Saffron City black market had deep-sea scales, this one was the most likely. Of course, given the clan's heavy reliance on water Pokémon, their daily consumption of water-type food would be astronomical. Their demand for deep-sea scales must also be immense. This store's true purpose likely wasn't to sell to outsiders but to serve as a base for the Ryurii clan to acquire critical resources from the underground black market. While they might have deep-sea scales, they probably wouldn't sell them to outsiders. However, while stores controlled by other factions wouldn't sell to him, Sato had some confidence that he could persuade the Ryurii clan's store to part with what he needed. To avoid exposing his secret identity as a Rocket member, Sato left the store and quickly headed to a nearby public restroom. When Sato emerged, he had changed into a polished elite trainer uniform. He also wore a white mask created by Ditto. Thus prepared, Sato entered the Ryurii clan's store. Instead of immediately stating his intention to purchase deep-sea scales, he pulled out a particular item and showed it to the middle-aged shopkeeper at the counter. The initially haughty shopkeeper's expression changed drastically upon seeing what Sato held. His demeanor shifted instantly, and he adopted a sycophantic attitude, resembling a servile lackey. "Sir, what do you require of me? I will do everything in my power to assist you," the shopkeeper said with utmost respect, quickly approaching Sato with a deep bow. As expected, this silver badge Wallace casually gave me is extraordinary. Solving the issue of deep-sea scales turned out to be effortless, Sato mused, watching the shopkeeper's transformation. The badge, featuring the Ryurei clan's doublefish emblem, marked the bearer as a clan member. While it probably wasn't Wallace's personal badge, its high rank was evident. It was enough to intimidate the shopkeeper, who was clearly a subordinate serving the Ryurei clan. Fetch me 10 deep sea scales. Here's 10 million poke dollars, use it to replenish the stock, Sato commanded with a faint tone of authority, subtly projecting the presence of a powerful trainer to assert his dominance. Though puzzled about why Sato would pay for the scales, the shopkeeper dared not question someone wielding a second-tier clan member badge. He immediately complied, hurrying to the store's warehouse. Minutes later, the shopkeeper returned with a finely crafted box and handed it to Sato with both hands, bowing deeply. Upon opening the box and confirming the presence of exactly 10 deep sea scales, Sato gave a slight nod, said nothing, and quickly left the store with the box in hand. Once Sato was gone, the shopkeeper and several young, attractive female staff members sighed in relief. Curious, one of the staff asked who Sato was, only to be met with a scolding from the shopkeeper. Sternly, he ordered everyone not to breathe a word about the encounter. Having obtained the deep sea scales, Sato was in high spirits. Yet, rather than leaving the underground market to immediately prepare the Pokémon food, he visited a store specializing in Pokémon food production. As a novice in the craft, Sato lacked the skills of professionally trained Pokémon breeders. Handcrafting the food was out of the question. To compensate, Sato decided to purchase advanced equipment tailored for beginner Pokémon breeders. This would enable even an amateur like him to produce Pokémon food. Ultimately, Sato spent 3 million poke dollars on a set of food-making equipment ideal for beginners. Once everything was prepared, Sato switched back to his rocket uniform and left the underground market via the rocket base's teleport station. At 11:21 p.m., in a desolate, shadowy alleyway in the western district of Saffron City, ripples of spatial distortion flickered on the ground. A second later, an Alakazam and a masked, cloaked figure in black materialized. The figure appeared unconscious at first, but after about a minute, he slowly regained awareness. As he stood up, the Alakazam behind him suddenly emitted a flash of blue light from its eyes, then melted like water into the rippling space behind it and disappeared. Teleportation, huh? What an impressive method of travel. If I ever get the chance, I need to capture a psychic-type Pokémon capable of it. It's just too efficient for escaping or chasing down enemies. Sato turned to watch the eerie disappearance of the Alakazam into the rippling space. His pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the powerful spatial abilities of the Pokémon. Once the Alakazam had completely vanished, Sato immediately released Golbat, a Pokémon perfectly suited for maneuvering in such darkness. Using Golbat's assistance, he quickly confirmed that no one was nearby. Relieved, Sato boldly began changing his clothes right there in the alley. Before long, Sato was dressed in an elite black trainer's outfit with gold trim, along with a matching hat. Guided by Golbat, he confidently left the secluded alley and made his way toward the bustling streets nearby. The place Alakazam had brought Sato to was extraordinarily remote, so much so that it was essentially a lawless zone. Not long after stepping out of the filthy, deserted alley, Sato encountered several groups of delinquents whose eccentric attire screamed rebellion. Each of these troublemakers carried 1 or 2 Pokeballs on their person, making it clear that they were trainers of some sort. They eyed Sato like a pack of wild dogs sizing up an intruder, their gazes filled with ill intent. However, Sato's elite trainer attire, paired with the menacing presence of his Golbat, exuded an unmistakable aura of danger. Even without actively showcasing his strength, his appearance alone was enough to intimidate most of the delinquents, making them think twice before approaching. The leaders of these groups, possessing some degree of judgment, forcefully restrained their subordinates' impulse to rob Sato. In the end, the gang leaders settled for having their lackeys tail him from a safe distance until he left their turf. It seems Team Rocket has thoroughly infiltrated these lawless parts of Saffron City. Many of these delinquents will likely become their pawns in the future. Under the dim light of the street lamps, Sato noticed numerous graffiti tags of the letter R scrawled on nearby walls. He also spotted several small, inconspicuous posters in hidden corners, containing coded recruitment messages for Team Rocket. Some of the posters had already been torn down by others. Additionally, Sato observed numerous rocket-related tattoos on the exposed skin of some of the delinquents. All these signs painted a clear picture. Team Rocket's influence had spread deeply into these areas, and many of the original residents from the lowest rungs of society were beginning to align themselves with the organization. These impoverished residents, unwilling to accept their bleak and miserable lives, sought power, wealth, and recognition. Like Sato himself, they nervously sold their souls to Team Rocket, embarking on a path of no return, a path where they discovered even harsher realities but could no longer turn back. Having experienced Team Rocket's initial trials and subsequent missions, Sato understood that the organization never invested in lost causes. Few passed the initial tests, while the rest became tools to be exploited for life, trapped in a cycle they could never escape. Still, Team Rocket's boldness in openly recruiting in a League-controlled city like Saffron couldn't be entirely separated from the League's selective neglect of these areas. Like any large organization, the Pokémon League started with noble intentions. Yet, over time, as some individuals' ideals shifted, signs of decay inevitably emerged. The Pokémon League had existed for over a millennium. Many once glorious noble families, after being suppressed by the League and forced to join it, gradually regained their strength under its shadow. These families, leveraging their inherent advantages, infiltrated various aspects of the League. Although each generation brought forth individuals embodying the League's founding spirit, the signs of corruption were undeniable. This very corruption served as fertile ground for dark organizations like Team Rocket. As the quintessential criminal syndicate, Team Rocket was like a vine wrapped around the League's great tree. At first, it sprouted in the limited soil beneath the tree, surviving on scant sunlight and rain. Then, it slowly climbed up the tree trunk. Its next stage was to vie for sunlight in the canopy, eventually overtaking the tree. Currently, Team Rocket was firmly in its second stage. Saffron City's underground black market had become the sustenance it needed to further entangle itself with the League. If the League didn't act swiftly, the vine would soon reach the canopy, competing with the tree for sunlight. Ugh, why am I even thinking about this? After all, I'm part of Team Rocket now, and this level of class struggle is far beyond me. Even if I know all this, what can I do? To make any real difference, I'd need to be at least at the level of the Elite Four or a champion. As he walked, Sato glanced at the impoverished people still struggling to make a living late into the night. His heart filled with mixed emotions. He had seen similar scenes in Pewter City because he used to be one of them. Even as these thoughts crossed his mind, Sato couldn't help but recall everything he had observed along the way. A bitter sense of empathy lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. If I ever manage to gain real power, maybe I should do something about it. This world shouldn't be so unfair. At some point, such a thought took root in Sato's mind like a seed, planting itself deep within his heart. Sato stepped out of the impoverished western district of Saffron City and into a bustling, vibrant area. The stark contrast in scenery stirred an inexplicable irritation within him. Gone was the eagerness he had felt earlier when leaving the black market, excited to experiment with making Pokémon food. Instead, a restless agitation simmered in his heart, compelling him to seek an outlet. And what better outlet than battle? Hailing a cab on the roadside, Sato instructed the driver to take him to the Battle Dome in Saffron City's central district. Saffron City, renowned as the City of Battles in Kanto, catered to the needs of the many trainers residing within it by offering numerous public and private battle facilities. Among these, the Battle Dome stood as the most iconic. Built and operated by the Pokémon League itself, its authority and prestige were unmatched in Saffron, even better than the battle arena he'd visited the last time he was in Saffron City. The Battle Dome promised trainers a fair environment and stringent rules. Every trainer who entered was logged into the League's vast database, and opponents of equivalent skill levels were algorithmically matched for battles. However, only trainers who had reached the elite level owning at least 3 Pokémon above level 30 were eligible to participate. After a 15-minute ride, Sato arrived at the entrance to the massive Battle Dome. Paying the fare, he stepped out and gazed at the majestic structure, its grandeur reminding him of the Battle Tower in Larus City. In terms of stature and prominence, Sato thought the two facilities were almost on par. Unlike the Battle Tower, which operated under a floor master system, the Battle Dome focused purely on combat. The Kanto League had built it to enhance trainers' battle skills and scout for potential talent. It also employed a point-based system. Trainers earned points by winning battles, with higher-level matches and win streaks yielding greater rewards. These points could be exchanged for various items from the Dome's extensive catalog, courtesy of its League backing. While the League had invested substantial resources in the Dome, it also reaped immense financial returns. The facility had become a golden goose for the League, drawing crowds daily, and seats were often sold out. The annual Kanto Elite Tournament held here was especially popular, with tickets fetching exorbitant prices as fans gathered in droves to witness the spectacle. As a competing trainer, Sato bypassed the long lines of spectators waiting at the main entrance and entered through the trainer's exclusive passageway. Welcome, esteemed trainer. How can I assist you today? Would you like to schedule a one-on-one match, random battle, or a team tag battle? A poised and elegant service attendant greeted him with a professional smile at the counter. I'd like to register anonymously for a one-on-one battle, Sato replied, placing his League ID on the counter. He then presented the Pokeballs of his Pokémon, Golbat, Bellossom, Shiny Pelipper, Swampert, Growlithe, and Shiny Beautifully. Don't worry, Nidoran, your moment will come very soon. The attendant nodded, her demeanor noticeably shifting as she inserted his ID into the system. Her eyes widened slightly as she read the data on the screen. She glanced at Sato with newfound respect before swiftly completing his registration with precision. Her smile became warmer and more genuine as she returned his ID and Pokeballs. All set, Mr. Sato. Your battle is scheduled for 12:30 a.m. in Arena C, Room 3. Since you've opted for anonymous participation, your alias here will be Trainer 2569. This is your identification badge. Best of luck in your debut battle at the Dome. Sato noticed the shift in her attitude and correctly deduced that the information displayed on the system had impressed her. While curious about what exactly was listed under his name, he didn't dwell on it. Unbeknownst to Sato, the League database recorded several of his heroic deeds, rescuing numerous lives as a medical trainer during the catastrophic accident at Saffron City's station, saving 21 passengers during the St. Louis shipwreck, freeing over 100 hostages from Team Magma at the Route 122 harbor, playing a pivotal role in dismantling a rogue biker gang in Movili City. Each of these feats highlighted Sato's courage and dedication, earning him admiration from those with a sense of justice. Smiling faintly at the attendant, Sato turned and followed the signs to Arena C. He gestured to the Ditto perched on his shoulder, which promptly transformed into a stylish white mask with black accents. Sato adjusted the mask on his face, stepping into his role as the enigmatic Trainer 2569. Thus began Sato's journey to carve an illustrious legacy in the Battle Dome. At 12:25 a.m., as he sat in the contestants' lounge waiting for his turn, Sato finally heard the announcement of his code name, 2569, over the Venu's broadcast system. Rising to his feet, he slowly made his way through the entry passage into the arena. As Sato walked further down the corridor, the sound of the audience's cheers grew louder, igniting a burning battle spirit within him. He relished the victorious thrill of being celebrated by the crowd, a sensation of honor that sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next challenger for our beloved Mr. Palet has arrived. Let's give a warm welcome to the newcomer, Trainer 2569, making his debut here at the Battle Dome. The commentator, mounted on a Pharaoh circling above the battle arena, directed his microphone at the masked figure emerging from the far end of the stadium's entryway. His enthusiastic voice boomed across the venue, electrifying the atmosphere. Clap, clap, clap. The nearly 1,000-strong audience erupted into a fervent round of applause, filling the expansive arena. The Battle Dome was equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, one of which particularly delighted its visitors, an individual device at each seat. This device allowed spectators to view summarized profiles of the competing trainers' Pokémon and place bets on matches. By analyzing these profiles, attendees could wager on their preferred contenders. The arena's system would then calculate and generate payout odds based on the total amounts bet by both sides. Although it was Sato's first appearance at the Battle Dome, viewers who had examined his profile on their devices understood that he was a formidable trainer. They didn't underestimate him simply because he was new. Let's briefly go over the rules. This is a 3-on-3 battle. Trainers are not allowed to recall their Pokémon once they are sent out, except under specific circumstances. The match ends when all of one side's Pokémon are unable to battle. Now, let's spin the roulette to decide the battle terrain and the first move. 5 minutes later, after the contestants took their positions on the platforms and the betting window closed, the commentator officially signaled the start of the battle preparations. In mere seconds, the roulettes above the arena displayed their results, a grass field as the terrain and Palet as the one to move first. Another brief wait ensued as the battlefield transformed into a lush grassland with small groves, a man-made stream, and sprawling patches of greenery. No matter who you are, you're just another stepping stone on my path to 10 consecutive victories. With you, I'll only need 4 more wins. Go, Victreebel, and secure my victory. Dressed in sleek black battle attire, Palet opened his previously closed eyes, his sharp gaze cutting straight towards Sato. He issued his declaration with unwavering confidence. The next moment, a Victreebel noticeably larger than its peers emerged amidst the tall grass. As it opened its wide mouth, a peculiar sweet aroma began wafting through the air. The aroma quickly spread across the battlefield, carried by the breeze. Many spectators who caught a whiff of the scent seemed entranced, rising from their seats and instinctively moving toward Victreebel. Fortunately, the arena's safety measures were impeccable. Staff members swiftly activated a large glass dome that enclosed the battlefield, containing the mesmerizing aroma. Grass-type Pokémon trained in aromatherapy were deployed to dispel the effects on affected spectators, and the situation was promptly brought under control. What a powerful sweet scent! This Victreebel has refined this move to the point of instinct. With this ability to influence its surroundings continuously, any opposing Pokémon with weaker willpower is destined to falter. Truly, high-level trainers have extraordinary Pokémon. Observing the pink haze lingering across the battlefield and recalling the spectators' earlier reactions, Sato quickly grasped the threat posed by Palet's Victreebel. This carnivorous plant was a fearsome predator in its natural habitat. As always, Sato's eyes glimmered faintly with a barely noticeable blue light as he accessed his system's scanning feature to analyze his opponent's Pokémon. Pokémon, Victreebel. Level, 32. Type, Grass/Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Gender, Male. Moves, Leaf Tornado, Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up, Vine Whip, Growth, Wrap, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Acid, Knock Off, Sweet Scent, Leaf Storm. Egg Move, Weather Ball. TMS, Solar Beam, Protect, Energy Ball, Slash, Hidden Power, Water. Held Item, None. IVs, Individual Values. HP 23 31sts. Attack 25 31sts. Defense 26 31sts. SPATK 24 31sts. SP Def 25 31sts. Speed 23 31sts. Overall 4 rating, 146, Purple Tier. Let's go, beautifully. Watch out for the aroma, and use air currents to disperse it. Sato's willpower remained unshaken, the sweet scent had no effect on him. After analyzing Victreebel's data, he made his decision. Tossing out a Pokeball, he called forth his shiny beautifully. Initially, Sato had considered sending out Growlithe, but recognizing the threat posed by the aroma, he quickly changed his mind. Growlithe's acute sense of smell, hundreds of times more sensitive than a human's, would make it highly vulnerable to the scent and unacceptable risk in battle. Thus, Sato chose Beautifully, a bug/flying Pokémon, to counter Victreebel. Having gained significant experience during the Bike Gang mission, Beautifully had reached level 28. At this stage, battling similarly strong or stronger opponents was essential for its growth. Though Victreeble's level exceeded Beautifly's by 4, the type advantage narrowed the gap, even favoring Beautifly slightly. Victreeble was an ideal challenge for honing its skills. As the shiny Beautifly appeared, its dazzling, glittering powder shimmered in the light, eliciting excited screams from many female spectators. Despite its own sharp senses, Beautifly was prepared. Upon entering the battlefield, it immediately detected the lingering sweet scent. Its sharp eyes gleamed with a greenish glow as it summoned flying-type energy, creating a swirling current around itself. The gust expanded outward in a counterclockwise direction, dispersing the sweet scent. No matter how much Victreeble exhaled, the aroma could not reach Beautifly. In an instant, Beautifly nullified Victreeble's signature advantage with ease. Such a troublesome opponent. Victreeble, use Sunny Day. Recognizing Beautifly's effortless manipulation of flying-type energy, Palet ordered his Victreeble to shift strategies, abandoning its passive stance. The Victreeble moved with incredible speed, clearly having started its preparations in secret right after emerging. Just as Palet finished speaking, a white orb of light shot out from its body, soaring high into the air. The orb rose higher and higher, eventually halting in midair several meters above the ground. It radiated an intense light and heat, resembling a miniature sun. This white orb was the Sunny Day move used by Victreeble, essentially creating a small, artificial sun through concentrated fire-type energy. In the games, this artificial sun typically lasts for 5 turns, which translates to roughly 5 minutes. During this time, the Sunny Day effect boosts fire-type move power by 50% and activates abilities like chlorophyll that depend on sunny weather. Although Victreeble's actions were swift, the speed of Sato's shiny Beautifly, equipped with a rare, mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone, was no less impressive. As Victreeble executed Sunny Day, shiny Beautifly had already closed the distance, its rapid aerial ace attack about to connect. However, with the artificial sun now in place, the sunny weather had taken effect on the battlefield, instantly activating Victreeble's chlorophyll ability. With a sudden whoosh, Beautifly's aerial ace narrowly missed its target. The attack struck only an afterimage of Victreeble, which had used its boosted speed to relocate 5 or 6 meters away onto a patch of grass. Well done. Use growth for now and avoid direct confrontation, Palet commanded with a satisfied smile after Victreeble's timely evasion, capitalizing on the explosive speed granted by its chlorophyll ability. What are you doing? Do you think a minor victory justifies arrogance? Don't underestimate your opponent. If you slack off even a little during battle again, I won't ever send you out to fight. As Palet spoke, Sato's expression under his mask turned icy, and his sharp reprimand was directed at the shiny Beautifly. Hearing Sato's stern words, both the audience and Palet were puzzled. It was entirely reasonable for Beautifly to lose out in speed against Victreeble, whose chlorophyll ability was active. Why such harsh criticism? The next moment, everyone, including Palet, understood Sato's scolding. The shiny Beautifly trembled slightly visibly after being rightfully reprimanded, and then its wings began beating at an unprecedented speed. In a flash, the audience saw a blur, and the next thing they knew, Victreeble, which had been using growth while moving, was sent flying backward at astonishing speed. When the audience regained their senses, Victreeble had been knocked several meters away from its original position, battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Beautifly now stood where Victreeble had been moments before. Even the dullest observers realized that Beautifly's speed was otherworldly. Despite the chlorophyll boost, Victreeble couldn't keep up with Beautifly, who had clearly been holding back during its earlier attack. Now, Beautifly's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Where it had once resembled a serene, graceful butterfly, it now radiated the commanding aura of a battle-hardened Valkyrie. Reflecting on its mistake, Beautifly recognized the truth in Sato's words. It had been careless, underestimating its opponent. As a bug monarch with a naturally high speed base stat of 97.5, and further augmented by the doubled speed effect of the mutated Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone, Beautifly still outpaced Victreeble, even with chlorophyll active under sunny weather. Its failed aerial ace was purely the result of its own carelessness. Determined to atone, Beautifly resolved to redeem itself by winning decisively and restoring its trainer's faith. As an intelligent Pokémon, far more so than the average bug type, Beautifly understood Sato's character well. This was the same trainer who had meticulously cared for it as a Silcoon. Sato might usually be approachable, but he was uncompromising in his decisions. If he said something, he meant it. Beautifly knew that if it repeated the same mistake, Sato would truly stop sending it out for battles. The thought of being dismissed pained Beautifly deeply. It didn't want to leave Sato. It wanted to remain by the side of the trainer who had treated it so kindly. Although its innate talent was remarkable, Beautifly could sense the latent strength of its teammates Swampert, Nidoran, Bellossom, the Pokémon still in its egg, and even Growlithe. Even without it, the team would carry on just fine. Palet, meanwhile, was visibly shaken by Beautifly's incredible speed. He had never encountered anything like this before. Based on his advanced studies in Pokémon training, he knew that Victreeble's chlorophyll ability raised its speed base stat to 140 under sunny weather, making it faster than most Pokémon. How could a Beautifly, with a base speed stat of only 75, move this quickly? Especially without access to Quiver dance? Impossible. This can't be real. Victreeble, use Weather Ball on it. Struggling to compose himself, Palet ordered the heavily injured Victreeble to counterattack. Well-trained, Victreebel quickly recovered, disappearing in a blur as it began charging energy in its mouth. As it sped around, Victreebel formed a white energy orb, which immediately transformed into a flaming ball as it launched the Weather Ball attack. Thanks to the sunny weather, Weather Ball was now a fire-type move with its base power boosted to 100, further amplified by the weather effect. If Beautifully were hit, it would undoubtedly lose its ability to battle. But to the astonishment of both Palet and Victreebel, the blazing Weather Ball passed straight through Beautifully, striking the grass instead and erupting in a fiery explosion. The flames spread rapidly across the battlefield until the Venu's fire suppression systems kicked in. At the same time, a dazzling blur appeared behind Victreebel. Boom! With a powerful aerial ace to Victreebel's back, Beautifully sent its opponent hurtling forward, directly into the smoldering grass. A minute later, Victreebel lay charred and motionless, clearly unable to continue. Victreebel is unable to battle. The winner is Beautifully. The referee's whistle confirmed the outcome, and the crowd erupted into cheers. Wow, that Beautifully is amazing. Incredible! Look at that speed. Unbelievable. This is legendary level speed. The applause was thunderous, a testament to Beautifly's breathtaking performance. The combination of sunny day, chlorophyll, growth, and weather ball created an incredibly powerful synergy. Once connected, its destructive force was undeniably terrifying. Palet's training of his Victreebel was impressive. Its mastery of sweet scent to control the battlefield, combined with the above synergy of moves and abilities, left most opponents with no option but defeat. Unfortunately for Palet, neither he nor his Victreebel could have anticipated the blinding speed of Sato's shiny Beautifully. Even under sunny day, where Victreebel's speed doubled, it still couldn't keep up with a Beautifully whose base speed stat was merely 65. Victreebel, with a base speed stat of 70, should have easily outrun it when chlorophyll activated. I protest? This is cheating. How could a Beautifully possibly be faster than Victreebel? Victreebel has a higher base speed stat, and with chlorophyll boosting it, there's no way that Beautifully could be faster. Palet bellowed in outrage. Earlier, he had been confident in making Sato his stepping stone to a 10th straight victory. But now, humiliated and unable to accept that Sato's shiny Beautifully outsped his Victreebel, Palet erupted in anger. Boo! The audience jeered at Palet's unsportsmanlike behavior, mocking his inability to take a loss gracefully. Palet's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Trainer 2569, your opponent has accused you of cheating. Do you consent to an investigation? Rest assured, we'll only review the battle footage in slow motion, no harm will come to your Pokémon, the referee asked Sato. As an official referee of the Battle Dome, he had seen countless battles, including ones involving Beautifully. Yet, Sato's shiny Beautifully displayed an extraordinary level of speed and power, unlike anything in his memory. I have no objections. Feel free to check. However, Sato said, turning coldly toward Palet, if it turns out I didn't cheat, you'd better prepare a good fucking explanation. Baselessly accusing a registered league trainer in front of everyone is a serious offense. An intimidating aura radiated from Sato as he spoke, making Palet tremble. False accusations of cheating, especially in a league-sanctioned venue like the Battle Dome, could ruin a trainer's reputation permanently. Sato's sharp reaction made it clear he wasn't going to let this slide. If I'm wrong, I'll give you a satisfactory apology, Palet stammered, sweat dripping as he faced Sato's imposing presence. He realized too late that he had picked a fight with someone far beyond his league. Since Trainer 2569 has no objections, we'll review the footage in slow motion, the referee said, wiping sweat from his forehead. He no longer doubted Sato or his Pokémon. Trainers like Sato, those with battlefield experience and hardened resolve, often carried one or two monstrously strong Pokémon, a testament to their survival in harsher environments. The large screen displayed a slow-motion replay of the battle. The audience watched as shiny Beautifly's explosive burst of speed stunned even the most seasoned trainers. Expert analysts confirmed that there had been no foul play. If anything, it seemed like Sato's training had allowed the shiny Beautifully to develop techniques that harnessed its speed in unprecedented ways. Boo! The jeering at Palet intensified after the verdict cleared Sato and Beautifully of any wrongdoing. Humiliated, Palet's face turned crimson, and he stumbled away in shame after his remaining Skarmory and Magmar were also defeated by Beautifully alone. Palet's once promising reputation in the Battle Dome was shattered, his arrogance earning him a swift downfall. In stark contrast, Sato's victory catapulted him into the spotlight. Shiny Beautifly's incredible performance and Palet's baseless accusations made Sato Trainer 2569 a household name among Battle Dome participants. The battles continued as challengers lined up to take on Sato. Over the course of 12 matches, Beautifully secured several wins using its overwhelming speed. However, as its tactics became known, opponents began adapting. One trainer countered Beautifly's speed with a Magneton that used Thunder Wave, effectively neutralizing it. Though Beautifully managed to defeat Magneton, it fell to the next Pokémon, a Pidgeot. Sato then unleashed his other Pokémon, showcasing their abilities. His shiny Pelipper dominated under Drizzle, Growlithe employed agile fire-based guerrilla tactics, and his Golbat used Haze for precision strikes. Meanwhile, Belossom's Teeter Dance and rapid-fire energy ball barrage left spectators in awe. However, it was Sato's Swampert that stole the show. Another single punch? Swampert has done it again? My goodness, Trainer 2569 Swampert is unstoppable, the announcer cried out as Swampert sent yet another opponent crashing into the arena wall with a single blow. Swampert, Swampert, Swampert. The crowd roared in unison, chanting Swampert's name as it ended 3 consecutive battles with overwhelming strength, cementing Sato's place as a rising star in the Battle Dome. Sato left the Battle Dome at 4:12 a.m. the next day. This was after achieving an impressive 13-win streak, only stopping because of sheer exhaustion. Overnight, he had become famous. The power of fans is formidable. As Sato stepped off the battlefield, many enthusiastic spectators rushed down from the stands, holding notebooks and colorful pens, asking for his autograph. Some even demanded he remove his mask for a photo. Naturally, Sato refused to take off his mask. After finding a plausible excuse to escape, he quickly changed into a different jacket in a secluded spot. He then had Ditto transform his mask into an ordinary face, blending in with the crowd and casually walking away from the Battle Dome. This Battle Dome experience earned Sato not only a legion of fans under the alias Trainer 2569 but also a significant sum of money through strategically betting on his own victories during the matches. Truthfully, after leaving the underground black market in Saffron City, Sato's wallet had taken a heavy hit. He spent over 32 million Poké acquiring ingredients for the food required by Swampert and his shiny Pelipper, leaving him with less than 5 million Poké. However, it was money well spent. If managed carefully, the purchased ingredients could sustain Swampert and shiny Pelipper for 6 months. That said, Sato was slightly nervous about Swampert's appetite. After its evolution, it became an even more voracious eater, and there was no guarantee its consumption wouldn't increase as it leveled up. In terms of proportion, only 20% of the purchased ingredients were for shiny Pelipper, while the remaining 80% were for Swampert. Initially, Sato worried that Swampert might bankrupt him with its eating habits. However, he no longer felt that way. While Swampert eats a lot, it also performs exceptionally well in battles. Thanks to Swampert and his other Pokémon's outstanding performances in the Battle Dome, Sato had already recouped his investment through winnings. Starting with a 3 million Poké bet on himself, Sato managed to turn it into 46 million Poké after 13 matches. Had his dominance not skewed the odds in the later matches, leading to severely unbalanced payouts, he could have earned even more. Gambling indeed yields quick returns, and the thrill of winning can be addictive. It's no wonder the Battle Dome attracts so many spectators daily. Much like soccer fans, these people are both enthusiasts and fervent gamblers. For trainers, raising Pokémon, earning wealth through battles, and reinvesting in their Pokémon form a virtuous cycle. Unfortunately, not many trainers can achieve this ideal cycle. Sato, however, had reached that point. After battling 13 high-level trainers in the Battle Dome, Sato gained a solid understanding of their skill levels. While he might not yet be the absolute best, he was undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary elite trainers. He was fully capable of earning resources to train his Pokémon through these gambling matches. Improving my strength and earning money at the same time. This place is just like the Battle Tower, an amazing opportunity. Of course, only if you're strong enough, Sato thought as he glanced back at the still bustling Battle Dome. He also noted the disappointed faces of some spectators and trainers leaving the venue, reflecting on how the Battle Dome capitalized on trainer battles to attract audiences and profited through ticket sales and betting fees. Victorious trainers and winning bettors got a share of the spoils, forming a complete chain of interests. In this chain, the league ensured safety and order, profiting from service fees. Trainers provided the entertainment, earning performance fees. Spectators willingly paid for the show and gambled for a thrill, often ending up on the losing side. Everyone got what they wanted in a well-rounded transaction. However, the defeated trainers and losing bettors bore the brunt of the costs, gaining nothing while losing their investments. The rule in the Battle Dome was clear: winners take all, and losers walk away empty-handed. Beyond monetary rewards, Sato also gained a substantial amount of battle points from his 13-match winning streak. According to Battle Dome rules, each elite-level match awards 100 points. After a 10-win streak, the points earned per match double. Sato's streak earned him 1,600 points. Combined with 1,000 points from Palit's compensation, he had 2,600 battle points in total. These points could be exchanged for various Pokémon-related items or converted into Poké-dollars. Currently, each battle point was worth 1,020 Poké-dollars. This meant a victorious trainer could earn at least 100,000 Poké-dollars per match. Of course, no trainer would waste their points converting them into money, especially at the official rate. Battle points were highly valuable and transferable, with prices far exceeding the official exchange rate. Wealthy trainers often purchased points at a premium to acquire rare Pokémon items. Sato had his eyes on one such item, a damp rock listed in the Battle Dome's exchange catalog. This stone could extend the duration of rain effects in battles. If his shiny Pelipper held it, the rain created by its drizzle ability would last significantly longer. The downside? The damp rock required 50,000 battle points to exchange, meaning it would take at least a month for Sato to earn enough at his current pace. Still, Sato wasn't discouraged. Having a clear goal was motivating. The damp rock was far more valuable and rare than items that boosted specific move types. Aside from the Battle Dome catalog, Sato hadn't seen it available elsewhere. For his future rain team, the damp rock was a crucial item, with more always being better. The Battle Dome catalog limited trainers to 2 damp rocks per person, a restriction that highlighted the league's vast resources. With these 2 damp rocks, Sato's future rain team would gain significant weather control. Even if Shiny Pelipper were knocked out, other Pokémon could use Rain Dance to sustain prolonged rain. After leaving the Battle Dome, Sato took a taxi to a nearby 5-star hotel. With nearly 50 million Poké Dollars newly secured in winnings, Sato decided to spend the next 3 days in Saffron City soaking up its bustling energy. After all, it might be a long time before he'd have the chance to visit again. The 5-star Saffron Grand Hotel, located in the heart of the city, was as majestic and luxurious as one might imagine. If he hadn't known it was a hotel, Sato might have mistaken it for a massive museum. The property spanned an area as large as a football field. In Saffron City's bright nightscape, the hotel stood out as the most dazzling star. Those who could afford to stay at such a grand establishment were undoubtedly wealthy or influential. Even at this late hour, many successful-looking individuals in formal attire strode in and out, often with elegantly dressed companions by their sides. Sato, dressed in his red and blue elite trainer uniform, looking like a 15 to 16-year-old boy, was an unusual sight among the crowd. Yet, his extraordinary presence made him stand out rather than seem out of place. Even amidst this opulence, no one dared to bother him. The hostesses stationed at the entrance, clearly adept at their jobs, greeted him warmly. One of them led him inside and helped him check in. Sato spent 100,000 Poké Dollars to secure a single room for 3 nights. Though pricey, the moment he stepped into his room, he realized it was worth every Poké Dollar. The room was spacious, at least 200 square meters, and tastefully decorated, exuding elegance and style. This was a room designed specifically for trainers. In addition to the standard living room, bedroom, and bathroom, there was a training area that occupied nearly half the room's space, equipped with all the essential training facilities. After a hearty late-night meal with his Pokémon, Sato fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until nearly 2 p.m. the next day that he finally woke up. Lying in bed, Sato contemplated his plans for the day, intense Pokémon training and preparing Pokémon food. After enjoying a lavish lunch, he began a long-overdue training session with his Pokémon. Since leaving Larao City in haste, it had been a while since his Pokémon had undergone their routine stamina and skill training. The first session was 3 hours of stamina training. As usual, all the Pokémon donned weighted vests to enhance the workout's effectiveness. The training facilities were indeed top-notch. There was even an indoor flight path for flying-type Pokémon. This path, a circular glass tunnel attached to the ceiling, was 3 meters in diameter, spacious enough for large flying Pokémon to maneuver. The tunnel's winding and complex design, full of sharp turns, stretched over 500 to 600 meters. Navigating it without hitting the sturdy, specialized glass walls required exceptional flying skills. Golbat, Shiny Pelipper, and Shiny Beautifly were currently flying through the tunnel. To ensure a fair training session, Sato had temporarily removed the Supreme Sky-Splitting Stone from Shiny Beautifly's body to prevent any advantage. Initially, the 3 Pokémon maintained a cooperative demeanor. However, after a few laps, things turned competitive, evolving into a fierce flying race. Interestingly, Shiny Pelipper, whose speed stat was the lowest, was leading. Its extensive experience in the wild, evading predators and rivals, had honed its flying techniques to perfection. In such a challenging environment, Shiny Pelipper's steady and efficient flight gave it a clear advantage over Golbat and Shiny Beautifly. Beautifly, on the other hand, struggled due to its relatively short time training and its inexperience. Its prideful nature prevented it from slowing down, resulting in frequent collisions with the glass walls. However, as a prodigy among bug types, Shiny Beautifly quickly adapted. After mimicking Golbat and Pelipper's techniques for about 10 laps, it began to refine its own flying style. Initially, Shiny Beautifly's flight was elegant but inefficient compared to Golbat and Shiny Pelipper. Over time, it discarded unnecessary flourishes, becoming more agile and effective. After dozens of laps, Shiny Beautifly was no longer lagging behind. It tailed Golbat closely, constantly attempting to overtake it. Golbat, proud and unwilling to concede, acted as a formidable barrier. As Sato's earliest companion, it refused to be overshadowed by newer teammates. Despite being surpassed in power by Swampert, it resolved to maintain its relevance within the team. Shiny Beautifully, like Swampert before, was an exceptional new addition, thriving under Sato's guidance. Its rapid progress made it clear it would surpass Golbat in the future. Golbat harbored some jealousy toward these rising stars, but instead of resenting Sato, it channeled that energy into harder training. It was determined to keep pace with its trainer and avoid being left behind. Sato recognized and appreciated Golbat's dedication, often giving it extra training sessions at night. Its reconnaissance skills also made it an invaluable member of the team, frequently participating in battles and missions. Recently, Golbat began sensing peculiar changes within its body. It had a strong feeling that once these changes were complete, its power would surge, giving it a chance to reclaim its position as the strongest member of the team. Until then, Golbat was determined not to become a burden. Even if it was no longer the strongest, it refused to be the weakest. Nidoran and Growlithe were engaged in their usual endurance training. Both Pokémon were vigorously running on treadmills, their youthful energy evident as they sweated together. As for Swampert, it was undergoing a comprehensive, full-body workout. Naturally, the perfect exercise for this was swimming. The training facility featured a dedicated pool for water-type Pokémon, measuring about 30 square meters, spacious enough for Swampert to swim freely back and forth despite its massive frame. Unlike the rest of the team, Swampert possessed immense strength. Sato had equipped it with the heaviest weighted vest available. Combined with the weights strapped to its arms and legs, the total load reached a staggering 5 tons, filled with the densest lead blocks. Thankfully, the floors of this 5-star hotel were robust enough to handle the weight. Yet, Swampert swam effortlessly in the pool as if unburdened, moving with incredible speed. It alternated between freestyle, breaststroke, and butterfly stroke, showcasing a variety of swimming techniques. Now turning to Blossom, she was practicing a newly learned dance move, Quiver dance. Her eyes were closed, and though her movements were slightly awkward, her focus was unwavering. During their time training in Larus City, Blossom had already mastered the simpler teeter dance. In yesterday's battle, Blossom used her teeter dance to near disastrous effect. Many audience members with weaker resolve found themselves dizzy and disoriented from her swaying dance moves, succumbing to confusion. Fortunately, quick-thinking staff released grass-type Pokémon skilled in aromatherapy to remedy the situation, preventing the crowd from descending into chaos or engaging in brawls. If spectators seated far from the battlefield were affected, one could imagine the terror experienced by Blossom's opponent. The rival trainer's Pokémon, intensely focused on Blossom, soon fell victim to confusion despite their solid willpower. Just as Victreebel had turned Sweet Scent into a reflexive ability, Blossom had fully ingrained Teeter Dance into her muscle memory, enabling her to almost use it passively during battles. In essence, Blossom had transformed Teeter Dance from an active skill into a passive one. However, Teeter Dance had one significant drawback: it affected everyone, friend or foe, who laid eyes on the dance. Unless accustomed to it or exceptionally strong-willed, most would quickly become dizzy and confused. Thus, Sato gave Blossom's Teeter Dance an apt nickname, Dance of Chaos. Thanks to the formidable control and disruption power of her Teeter Dance, paired with her mastery of grass-type moves, Blossom achieved a stunning 7-win streak. Her Teeter Dance and rapid-fire energy ball attacks overwhelmed opponents, leaving them defenseless. Had it not been for the significant stamina required to maintain Teeter Dance and the late hour preventing her from recovering energy through photosynthesis, her winning streak might have continued. Even so, both spectators and trainers in the Battle Dome took note of Blossom, ranking her as one of Sato's most formidable Pokémon, second only to Swampert. Yesterday's battles pushed Blossom past level 38 and into level 39. This milestone unlocked her ability to learn Quiver Dance, an exceptional bug-type status move. The power of Quiver Dance was undeniable. It boosted special attack, special defense, and speed simultaneously, offering tremendous strategic advantage. With Quiver Dance, Blossom's capabilities soared. Once she mastered the move, she would no longer be just the team's healer but also a formidable special attacker capable of sweeping teams. However, mastering Quiver Dance was far more challenging than Teeter Dance. This move required mimicking the elegant and mysterious flight patterns of butterfly-like Pokémon. For Pokémon like Beautifly, learning Quiver Dance was instinctive. For Blossom, a Pokémon far removed from the butterfly aesthetic, the difficulty was exponentially greater. Thankfully, Sato's team included an exceptional Beautifly. The two, often inseparable as the team's beauty icons and both female, frequently spent time together. Through her interactions with Beautifly, Blossom had developed a deep understanding of its flight patterns. Following Sato's guidance, Blossom closed her eyes and visualized Beautifly's movements, mentally immersing herself in the idea of being a butterfly. Initially, her attempts were unsuccessful. But with help from Golbat's basic hypnosis and Beautifly's encouragement, she began to imagine herself as a butterfly dancing among flowers. Slowly, her movements began to align with the imagery in her mind. Using this method, Blossom was gradually mastering Quiver Dance. Though her current movements were still awkward, a trace of butterfly-like elegance had begun to emerge. That said, Quiver Dance placed significant strain on her body. As a temporary enhancement boosting 3 stats at once, it consumed a tremendous amount of energy. After practicing Quiver Dance for about 10 minutes, Blossom was drenched in sweat and had to stop to recover by eating a few gem-quality poke blocks. Sato estimated that Blossom would need 1 to 2 months to fully master Quiver Dance. Transforming it into a passive skill like Teeter Dance would take much longer. The main challenge lay in Blossom's inherent nature. Not being a butterfly Pokémon made mastering Quiver Dance significantly harder. However, Sato was confident that all of Blossom's efforts would pay off. Once she fully mastered Quiver Dance, she would be one step closer to achieving the 4-dance unity strategy. The plan included Swords Dance, Petal Dance, Quiver Dance, and Teeter Dance. Blossom had already mastered Teeter Dance and was working on Quiver Dance. Learning Petal Dance posed no challenge for her, but Swords Dance was a different story. Swords Dance was a god-tier move for high-attack, high-speed Pokémon, but acquiring the TM for it was an immense challenge. Even the Battle Dome's exchange list didn't include it. Sato suspected that the Swords Dance TM was a tightly guarded non-tradable asset, accessible only to trusted high-ranking members of organizations like Team Rocket or the League. Despite the obstacles, Sato remained committed to his vision of Blossom as a dual-wielding dancing goddess. After completing their physical training, Sato and his Pokémon had dinner together. Following a rest period of over an hour, they prepared for their evening skill training. Since such training wasn't suitable to conduct in their room, Sato led his team to a large Pokémon training facility. This facility, built adjacent to the Battle Dome, was exclusively accessible to trainers participating in battles there. Sato rented a 300 square meter training area within the facility for 3 hours at the cost of 30,000 Poke dollars, giving his Pokémon a spacious and varied environment to practice their skills freely, with the exception of moves like Earthquake. Golbat was working on mastering Haze, a move it had inherited through bloodline traits at level 40. As an Ice-type move, Golbat currently lacked full mastery over it. Even so, it performed admirably with Haze during last night's battle. As the name suggests, Haze creates a black mist. Unlike ordinary fog, this mist dispels any temporary boosts in the opponent's stats, accuracy, or evasion. Additionally, it obstructs visibility for both Pokémon and trainers, creating a darkened battlefield for a short time. During this period, the black mist shrouds the area in near darkness. Unless a Pokémon can disperse it using wind-based moves or has an alternative method to perceive its surroundings, their vision is heavily impaired. However, for Golbat, this dark environment is ideal. As a species, Golbat can fly almost silently, making them excellent at stealth. Furthermore, Golbat relies on supersonic waves as its primary sense rather than sight, allowing it to navigate and locate opponents with precision, even in complete darkness. By combining its silent flight with its echolocation, Golbat becomes an exceptional assassin within the mist. It can silently approach and strike or confuse opponents with its supersonic attack. Sato considered Haze to be the cornerstone of Golbat's future battle strategy. With it, Golbat could effectively simulate a nighttime battlefield, even during daylight hours. It's well known that a Golbat's combat prowess is significantly stronger at night. In darkness, they are akin to terrifying vampires, silently approaching their prey and draining them of their strength. Moreover, Haze is a nightmare for Pokémon relying on stat-boosting strategies to sweep through opponents. Unless they possess abilities like Clear Body or Hyper Cutter, they are left utterly vulnerable. In the future, with Golbat at his side, Sato wouldn't need to worry about opponents creating a boss-level Pokémon using Baton Pass. A single Haze could wipe out any advantages painstakingly built by his adversaries. Currently, Golbat was training on a standard ice field measuring 30 x 20 meters. The area it could cover with a single Haze was roughly 10 square meters, only a small section of a standard battlefield. Thanks to the abundant ice-type energy on the field, Golbat, despite shivering from the cold, was making significant progress. With practice, the area of effect of its Haze gradually expanded. The shiny Pelipper was also training on the ice field, working on its ice beam. Opening its large beak, it unleashed an icy blue beam onto a pristine white wall, causing half the wall to frost over. However, the wall appeared to have built-in heating panels, quickly melting the frost into water that drained into the floor's outlets. Thanks to its water typing and the restorative effects of gemstone-grade poke blocks, Pelipper was making excellent progress. The increasing area of frost on the heated wall showed steady improvement in its mastery of Ice Beam. Swampert was focusing on Icy Wind, a move it had nearly mastered. However, its version of Icy Wind lacked sufficient chill and wind strength. This was understandable since Swampert wasn't an Ice-type Pokémon, nor did it possess wings like flying types. While categorized as an Ice-type move, Icy Wind is closely tied to flying-type energy, combining ice energy with an aerial component. Its advanced form, Blizzard, is essentially a stronger version of Icy Wind. If Swampert fully mastered Icy Wind, learning Blizzard would be a natural progression. To perfect its technique, Swampert needed to enhance its control over both ice and flying-type energies. Sato was impressed by the facility's advanced training equipment, which surpassed many of his own envisioned designs. The heated wall Pelipper used for ice beam practice and the glass tunnel Swampert was in for icy wind training were prime examples of innovative tools. Inside the glass tunnel, Swampert faced a large electric fan coupled with a powerful air conditioner releasing icy cold air. Frost-covered, the tunnel simulated the conditions of a snowy, freezing windstorm. In this environment, Swampert could feel the intense presence of ice and flying-type energies within the cold wind. It concentrated on merging these energies to unleash icy wind against the opposing current, significantly accelerating its progress. Despite its water typing and decent resistance to cold, Swampert couldn't endure the harsh conditions for long. Every 15 minutes or so, it would leave the tunnel, chilled to the bone, to rest in a nearby artificially heated onsen alongside Golbat. Nidoran was currently inside a room charged with high-voltage electricity. The room was approximately 100 square meters, and suspended on the walls to the north, south, east, and west were 4 magneton. These 4 magneton were connected by visible golden electrical currents, forming a current loop that encased Nidoran within it. At the same time, they used the move Electric Terrain, causing the concentration of electric-type energy in the room to skyrocket to a terrifying level. In this meticulously crafted electric terrain, Nidoran was practicing the move Thunderbolt. While Nidoran could already perform Thunderbolt, the power it generated was equivalent to a weak thunder shock. This was because Nidoran lacked control over electric-type energy, unable to concentrate enough to unleash a full-power Thunderbolt. Now, surrounded by the massive electric-type energy in this room, Nidoran could clearly sense the energy's presence. This was a stark contrast to before, when it took ages just to grasp even a faint amount of electric energy. Thin golden currents began flowing along Nidorann's single horn, and under its control, a thumb-thick stream of golden electricity shot from its horn, striking a lightning rod-like machine placed in front of it. The machine remained unaffected by the attack. Instead, a voltage meter on its surface began to register activity. After absorbing the electricity from Nidoran, the meter's numbers quickly climbed, finally stopping at 8,912 volts. Yes, this was currently the maximum voltage of Nidoran's Thunderbolt. It hadn't even reached 10,000 volts, which made it clear that Nidoran had a long way to go before achieving the true power of Thunderbolt. Of course, part of the reason for Nidoran's low power output was its unevolved state. Its base special attack stat was naturally low, and its hustle ability didn't enhance special moves like Thunderbolt. Thus, this performance was normal. Once Nidoran evolved into Nidoking, it would undergo a transformative rebirth. If Sato managed to procure a life orb for it, a Nidoking with the sheer force ability could unleash devastating power with moves that have secondary effects. At that point, the hierarchy within Sato's team might need to be re-evaluated. For now, it was essential to lay a solid foundation while Nidoran was still young, preparing it for its eventual evolution into Nidoking. Additionally, Sato had yet to find an exceptional moonstone for Nidoran's evolution. Having learned that high-quality evolutionary stones could enhance a Pokémon's potential, Sato was determined to use a top-tier moonstone to boost Nidoran's capabilities. The thought of obtaining a Nidoking with golden-tier potential and the sheer force ability made Sato's excitement palpable. Sato was aware of a lead on such a moonstone. If his guess was correct, the cave that Ash and his companions had entered in the anime, guided by a Clefairy from Mount Moon, housed a massive moonstone. Sato vividly remembered the scene, a giant moonstone that had been bathed in moonlight for countless years, guarded and worshipped by a tribe of Clefairy. He was confident that this enormous moonstone was extraordinary, at least of top-tier quality. If Nidorino could evolve using that moonstone, it would undoubtedly reap immense benefits. Thus, visiting Mount Moon was an integral part of Sato's return to Kanto. As for the life orb, a treasure of such rarity, Sato currently had no leads. He speculated that items of this caliber were likely hoarded rather than sold, as owners would fear letting their possession be known. He suspected that obtaining a life orb would require a significant stroke of luck or a rare opportunity. That said, he did know of someone who definitely possessed a life orb, Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. Giovanni was a ground-type Pokémon expert, with Nidoking and Nidoqueen as his signature Pokémon. Given Giovanni's expertise and status, it was likely that his Nidoking and Nidoqueen had the sheer force ability. And knowing Giovanni's penchant for maximizing his Pokémon's power, they were undoubtedly equipped with life orbs. It wasn't clear whether Giovanni had spare life orbs among his collection, but Sato believed this could be an opportunity. Giovanni was known for his generosity toward capable subordinates and had a knack for inspiring loyalty. These traits made him an exemplary leader of a dark organization, attracting many who would willingly serve him. For now, this was all wishful thinking for Sato. To even meet Giovanni, he needed to prove himself as a potential recruit worth investing in. Thus, in the upcoming rookie tournament jointly hosted by the Team Rocket bases in Pewter City, Cerulean City, and Viridian City, Sato planned to seize this golden opportunity to make a lasting impression. After all, the Viridian City Team Rocket base was involved, and Giovanni, being the Viridian gym leader, might take an interest in the event. If Sato could stand out in the tournament, there was a chance he could catch Giovanni's eye. Being recognized by Giovanni would mean guaranteed support and mentorship, with the possibility of a direct meeting. Sato understood that aligning himself with Giovanni would significantly increase his safety within Team Rocket and smoothen his path to advancement. However, he also knew the tournament wouldn't be easy. The promise of Giovanni's attention was sure to attract a host of other talented rookies. Everyone in Team Rocket understood that earning Giovanni's favor meant skipping years of hard work and rising quickly through the ranks. Sato anticipated that the tournament would be rife with hidden powerhouses, with their instructors all trying to make sure that it was their promising recruits that secured the championship. Breaking through this competition would be no small feat. Therefore, he needed to focus on improving his strength during this time to prepare for the fierce battles ahead. Sato did not immediately have his shiny beautifully practice the moves Shadow Ball and Electrowave after learning them through a TM. Instead, he first focused on helping her master the grass-type moves she inherited through her bloodline, with the assistance of Bellossom. Currently, Shiny beautifully knew the grass-type moves Absorb, Mega Drain, and Giga Drain. From their names alone, it was clear these moves were interconnected, a progression of absorption techniques, with Giga Drain being the ultimate evolution of this sequence. At this moment, Bellossom was using grassy terrain on a patch of lawn. Within a 10-meter radius, the grass-type energy became dense and vibrant. Everything within this area seemed refreshed, and the grass began to grow wildly. Hovering above the lush terrain, Shiny Beautifly's eyes glowed a vibrant green. A thin emerald thread of energy extended from her long proboscis, piercing directly into Bellossom's body without obstruction. The green thread gleamed brightly as it absorbed Bellossom's vitality, converting a portion of it into Shiny Beautifly's stamina, ensuring she remained in peak condition. Of course, since Bellossom was within her own grassy terrain and highly resistant to grass-type moves, the damage from Shiny Beautifly's absorb was negligible. The green thread extending from Shiny Beautifly's proboscis was formed by condensing grass-type energy. Thanks to Bellossom's grassy terrain and her expert guidance, Beautifly barely managed to condense this energy into a functional absorption thread. Typically, Pokémon using Absorb would combine it with Vine Whip. However, since not all Pokémon can use Vine Whip, most rely on condensed energy threads for their absorption techniques. Note, in the games, Absorb, Mega Drain, and Giga Drain don't require physical contact to drain energy, but I find that mechanic a bit overpowered and hard to explain. So, I've adjusted the mechanics for these moves. For Pokémon adept in Mega Drain, the energy threads could even evolve into energy whips. Bellossom, for example, could form 2-meter-long glowing whips with both hands while using Mega Drain. Shiny Beautifly's aptitude for learning bug and flying-type moves was exceptional. However, when it came to non-stab moves, her talent was above average at best, requiring time and effort to master them. As a bug/flying-type Pokémon, Shiny Beautifly is especially vulnerable to Fire Dash, Flying Dash, Ice Dash, and Rock-type moves, with Rock-type moves dealing quadruple damage. From a theoretical standpoint, Rock-type Pokémon would be her nemesis. A single hit from a Rock-type move could severely injure her. However, most Rock-type Pokémon posed little threat to her. Her natural ability to learn Grass-type moves, particularly absorption-based techniques, countered them effectively. In Sato's experience, these absorption moves were incredibly powerful for sustainability, especially Giga Drain, with its base power of 75. With Shiny Beautifly's special attack stat of 150, unless facing a Pokémon resistant to Grass-type moves, her Giga Drain could deal significant damage to most opponents. The most terrifying aspect of absorption moves is their dual effect damaging opponents while healing the user. This makes them ideal for prolonged battles, effectively allowing a fight-and-heal strategy. If Shiny Beautifly could fully master Giga Drain, her sustainability in battles would become formidable. With her special attack stat paired with the move's power, Rock-type Pokémon with lower special defense would essentially become HP reservoirs for her. In simple terms, as long as Shiny Beautifully maintained her focus and successfully attacked with Giga Drain, she could fight indefinitely. This would perfectly compensate for her current lack of stamina due to limited endurance training. Thus, to significantly enhance Shiny Beautifly's combat capabilities, Sato decided to prioritize these Grass-type moves. Of course, mastering just Giga Drain would suffice for now. Still, Rome wasn't built in a day. Shiny Beautifly's innate talent for Grass-type moves was just above average, so she had to start with the basics of Absorb. Fortunately, with Bellossom's expert guidance and the aid of grassy terrain, her progress was commendable. After hundreds of practice sessions, the energy thread she formed had become slightly thicker and longer. While his Pokémon trained diligently, Sato was sweating in a small room, crafting Pokémon food. Surrounded by several machines and a pile of failed attempts on the floor, Sato struggled to create high-quality food for Swampert. Even with mechanical assistance, producing satisfactory Pokémon food was no easy feat after more than 20 failed attempts. He was gradually familiarizing himself with the process outlined in the Lily Cove Compendium. The process of making Pokémon food was intricate. First, berries had to be dehydrated in a drying machine. However, without precise timing, the berries would likely be ruined, rendering them useless. Once successfully dehydrated, the berries and other hard ingredients had to be ground into powder. This powder was then mixed with meat powder, wheat flour, deep-sea scale powder, and other components in specific proportions before being blended. Mixing the ingredients was the most challenging step. Any deviation in proportions, blending speed, or duration would result in a failed batch. Thankfully, Sato had a recipe to follow, which provided approximate ratios. Without it, he might never succeed. Determining whether the mixture was correct was straightforward. The ingredients would undergo a unique chemical reaction during blending, resulting in a transparent, jelly-like substance. For Swampert's food, the recipe indicated that the final product should be a crystal blue, translucent substance with specks of earthy yellow granules, emitting a faint blue and yellow glow. After more than an hour had passed, Sato continued to experience failure after failure, with over 10 more unsuccessful attempts. However, he seemed to relish these setbacks, his expression growing increasingly exhilarated with each attempt. From noon until now, aside from a brief break for dinner, Sato had been holed up here working on Pokémon food preparation. Nearly 5 hours had elapsed, during which he had failed more than 50 times in total. The best attempt so far was his latest batch of Pokémon food for Swampert. What lay in his hands now was a bluish, gooey substance streaked with hints of earthy yellow, undeniably another failed product. Yet, Sato showed no trace of disappointment. Instead, he appeared unusually thrilled, as if holding treasure instead of a failed concoction. In truth, Sato meticulously documented each attempt at crafting Swampert's food. Using a timer and laptop, he recorded every step of the process, noting the time taken, temperature, mixing speed, and other factors to create detailed parameter tables for comparison. Moreover, he used surveillance cameras in the room to record the entire process of crafting the Pokémon food. After each failure, Sato diligently analyzed the data from the failed batch and reviewed the footage to identify which steps had been executed better. He would isolate these improved steps and their corresponding data to serve as a reference for his next attempt. Gradually, with each iteration, Sato amassed a wealth of data. By repeatedly filtering and comparing results, he derived optimal parameters for each step of the process. Consequently, after more than 50 failures, he finally saw a glimmer of success. Although the blue, gooey substance before him was still a failure, the fact that it had changed color signaled the occurrence of a significant chemical reaction during mixing. This outcome indicated that Sato's data on ingredient ratios, temperature control, mixing speed, and duration were now nearing the ideal conditions for success. With an excited expression, Sato recorded the latest data from this attempt. After efficiently cleaning the equipment, he wasted no time starting his next experiment. At this point, Sato resembled a mad scientist. Though physically exhausted, the prospect of a breakthrough filled him with exhilaration, allowing him to ignore his fatigue entirely. Over the next 2 hours, through numerous trials, the Pokémon food for Swampert became increasingly closer to the description in the Lily Cove compendium. Finally, on his 93rd attempt, Sato succeeded. In the large mixing bowl before him was a crystalline blue, jelly-like substance with scattered specks of earthy yellow. According to the book, it should have a texture similar to elastic jelly, and this batch matched the description perfectly. However, there was a subtle difference. The glowing aqua blue and earthy yellow hues emitted by this batch were far brighter than the faintly glowing description in the book. Even as an ordinary person, Sato could sense the concentrated water and ground-type energies emanating from the food. A tantalizing aroma also wafted through the air, soon catching the attention of Swampert, who had been training in the facility. Though elated, Sato knew the energy within the food was depleting quickly. Without hesitation, he poured the jelly-like substance into a specialized Pokémon food processor, a machine he had yet to use. This machine automatically processed the chemically reacted food into standard-sized portions. Sato's batch was sufficient to produce 20 portions. To accommodate Swampert's appetite, he had purchased oversized containers capable of holding 10 portions each. Soon, 2 large, fully sealed containers of Pokémon food were completed. The potent water and ground-type energies were securely locked inside. Hopefully, Swampert will be satisfied. Otherwise, all this effort today would be for nothing, Sato thought, feeling both proud and a bit apprehensive as he eyed the 2 large containers. His concerns were unnecessary. Swampert, having already smelled the enticing aroma, eagerly approached the door. Unable to contain his excitement, he accidentally broke the wooden door with a light knock. By now, Swampert's 3-hour training session had long ended, extended by over an hour. The facility's owner, aware of Sato's wealth, had refrained from interrupting him. Starving after an intense training session, Swampert wasted no time making his intentions clear. With Sato's nod of approval, Swampert carefully opened one of the containers, treating it almost reverently, before devouring its contents in just a few bites. The moment Swampert finished, he staggered a few steps before collapsing to the floor. Moments later, he fell into a deep sleep, drooling and wearing an expression of pure bliss. As he slept, Swampert's body intermittently glowed with aqua blue and earthy yellow hues. Minor frost injuries on his body healed rapidly, and his energy and stamina visibly replenished. This phenomenon lasted for over 3 minutes, during which Sato noticed a slight yet discernible increase in Swampert's aura. It was clear that Swampert had benefited from the custom-made Pokémon food. Though the improvement was slight, Sato was ecstatic. This confirms that investing so much effort into crafting custom Pokémon food is absolutely worth it. Even a small enhancement like this can compound over time. If Swampert eats this regularly, his strength will grow significantly. No wonder top organizations monopolize the best Pokémon ingredients. The secret lies here, Sato thought, his heart pounding with excitement. The changes in Swampert after consuming the food felt like a revelation, as if Sato had uncovered a new frontier in Pokémon care and training. The adrenaline rush from the battle dissipated, leaving Sato exhausted. After returning to the 5-star hotel with his Pokémon team, he enjoyed a hearty late-night meal. By 11 p.m., he was already sound asleep. The next day, Sato woke around 7 a.m. A solid 9 hours of restful sleep had restored him to peak condition. Looking at the sunlight streaming through the window, Sato had a sudden impulse. He wanted to experience the morning of Saffron City. He had seen the city at night but hadn't had much opportunity to observe it during the day. Before heading out, Sato prepared breakfast for his Pokémon. While Swampert now enjoyed a specialized diet tailored for it, the other Pokémon continued to eat premium store-bought food. Sato had underestimated the effects of top-tier Pokémon food. Not only did it slightly enhance Swampert's strength, but it also provided far more energy than regular Pokémon food. Currently, just 1 standard serving of Swampert-specific food was enough to satisfy it. Swampert seemed delighted with its custom meal, eating with unbridled joy as if it were savoring the most delicious dish in the world. Its face lit up with a goofy, satisfied grin. It looks like I'll need to gather more recipes for Pokémon food, Sato thought as he sighed internally. But if I make personalized meals for all of them, I might go bankrupt. For now, only my core Pokémon can enjoy this treatment. He noticed the other Pokémon casting envious glances at Swampert. Sato could only shake his head in helplessness. He understood that specialized Pokémon food was a luxury affordable only to wealthy families and powerful organizations. If any ordinary trainer could afford it, those dominant families and factions wouldn't have their edge and might as well quit and take up farming. The only reason Sato could make Swampert's custom food was due to a series of fortunate events, with the critical piece being the Lily Cove compendium. If he hadn't risked his life to save Elsa, he wouldn't have obtained this precious resource. Additionally, Sato's financial stability, far beyond that of a typical elite trainer, played a significant role. Without sufficient funds, he wouldn't have been able to purchase the expensive ingredients required. Another major factor was his connection with Wallace, whose influence had enabled Sato to acquire the deep-sea scale, the final and most essential ingredient for the premium Pokémon food. Sato calculated the costs, with 10 scales yielding up to 500 portions. Each meal for Swampert cost at least 50,000 Poke dollars. This calculation didn't even include Sato's labor. If that were factored in, the cost would double. After all, raw ingredients were just that, raw. Only through Sato's precise craftsmanship could they be transformed into effective Pokémon food for Swampert. In truth, Sato's ability to create such food was his most valuable asset. If he sold it, he could easily turn a profit. But doing so might attract unwanted attention, leading to his potential capture by a powerful faction who would force him to mass-produce the food in secrecy. Keeping a low profile is the wisest approach, Sato mused. The dominance of powerful families and organizations makes sense. When their chosen trainers receive these privileges from the start, it's no wonder they grow so strong over time. Sato reflected on the challenges ahead. Each of the Elite Four and champions he needed to surpass was backed by formidable factions and had been groomed for success since childhood. Learning the secrets of premium Pokémon food only deepened his respect for their strength. He now better understood why Price's Piloswine, Lance's Dragonite, and Giovanni's Beedrill could stand up to legendary Pokémon. The sheer amount of resources poured into their training was astronomical. Still, Sato wasn't one to wallow in self-pity. He had over 9 years to prepare and improve. With his current team of promising Pokémon, he believed in their potential. Together, like a family, they could achieve greatness. Instead of having breakfast at the hotel, Sato decided to explore the streets of Saffron City and enjoy its morning atmosphere. Dressed in red and white trainer attire, he carried an incubator with a Pokémon egg in one hand. On his shoulder perched his Golbat, now accustomed to daylight. Sato's appearance drew attention, especially with the egg occasionally wobbling and the imposing figure of Golbat. Golbat's presence ensured Sato an easy path through the bustling streets. Eventually, Sato stopped at a crowded breakfast shop where the aroma of food was irresistible. Finding an empty seat just vacated, he sat down. This shop's specialty was clearly hot dogs, as advertised by the massive sign outside. The enticing smell had passers-by stopping in their tracks. Sato ordered a large original hot dog set from a friendly waitress. While waiting, he took out a clean towel and carefully polished his Pokémon egg. Judging by its frequent movements, the Piku egg inside was developing well and would hatch soon. Once done, Sato retrieved a bottle of red liquid from his bag. After attaching a special straw-equipped cap, he handed it to Golbat. Though Golbat had already eaten earlier, the surrounding aromas had reignited its appetite. Seeing Sato offer its favorite drink, bottled nutrient-rich blood, it happily slurped it up. Satisfied with Golbat's content expression, Sato smiled. His purpose for keeping Golbat by his side was to deepen their bond. In recent times, Golbat's position in the team had subtly shifted from front line to second line. As Sato's starter Pokémon, Golbat held a special place in his heart. Despite this, its current strength was somewhat lacking. This was primarily because it hadn't yet evolved into Crobat. Sato believed that once Golbat evolved, its potential would be unlocked. Moreover, with Crobat's size and strength, it could serve as his flying mount for long-distance travel. Thus, Sato focused on strengthening his bond with Golbat, hoping it would evolve soon. After all, they had been through so much together, and their bond was already incredibly strong. 10 minutes passed, yet Sato's hot dog hadn't arrived. Glancing around, he saw the waitstaff apologizing to impatient customers. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass rang out, followed by shrieks from frightened patrons. Turning toward the commotion, Sato saw a Persian leap through a broken window with a large hot dog in its mouth. Behind it, a group of Meowth followed suit, each carrying stolen food. It was clear that the reason for the breakfast shop's delay in serving customers lay in the group of Pokémon wreaking havoc. The shop had been raided by a gang of Meowth led by a Persian, and the kitchen was likely in utter disarray by now. Emerging alongside the Persian and Meowth were several middle-aged men with Pokémon, all clad in tattered chef uniforms and wielding makeshift weapons like knives, rolling pins, and frying pans. Their expressions were full of fury as they chased the Meowth gang. Unfortunately, the Persian and Meowth, being swift and nimble Pokémon, easily evaded their pursuers. The portly chefs and their Pokémon couldn't even graze a hair of the culprits and could only trail behind, eating dust. Moreover, the Persian and its gang were adept at escaping. They darted around the breakfast shop's patrons, creating chaos and causing a commotion. The scene quickly devolved into complete disorder. Upon seeing so many wild Pokémon with fierce gazes smashing through the shop's windows to make their escape, the crowd erupted into panic. Most of the shop's customers fled in alarm. With a series of crashes and clatters, fragile dishes, three-legged tables, and chairs toppled to the ground. In mere moments, the interior and exterior of the shop were a mess. Oh, my heavens! My shop? You despicable thieves! Can someone, some kind-hearted trainer, please help me catch these thieves? A chubby, middle-aged man emerged from the shop at this point. As he looked at the devastation in his store, his face twisted with heartbreak. He began to wail and plead loudly to the nearby trainers. However, despite his tearful pleas, none of the trainers nearby, including Sato, stepped forward to help. This lack of action didn't mean that trainers were heartless. The problem was the breakfast shop owner himself, who was notoriously stingy. Although he repeatedly begged for assistance, he never once mentioned offering any sort of reward. It was clear he intended to exploit the trainer's goodwill to get free help. Given the shop's prime location in the city center and its booming business, offering a small reward to hire trainers would have been no big deal for the owner. Yet he was too miserly even to cover the costs of basic medical treatment for injured Pokémon. Saffron City was an international metropolis with a fast-paced lifestyle and high living costs, which put significant pressure on its residents. Trainers, especially those who came from far and wide, relied on earning money to support themselves and their Pokémon. As such, Saffron's trainers were pragmatic and far from naive newcomers like Ash, who could be easily moved by sentiment. Had the breakfast shop owner been willing to offer a small fee, the nearby trainers would have readily stepped in to help. After all, Pokémon battles inevitably result in injuries, and treating Pokémon in Saffron City wasn't cheap. A miserly breakfast shop owner unwilling to cover such expenses wasn't worth anyone's trouble. Besides, the Persian-led Meowth gang wasn't easy to deal with. They were infamous across Saffron City. Even Officer Jenny and several trainers had tried to apprehend them, all to no avail. That Persian was notably strong, and with its loyal Meowth followers willing to risk their lives for it, even elite trainers had difficulty taking them on without suffering losses. Coupled with their mobility and unpredictable crime locations, tracking them was a daunting task. Additionally, this gang was known to avoid causing serious harm. They rarely injured people and mostly just scared civilians. Their primary goal was simple: enough food to fill their bellies. As a result, the League didn't consider them a significant threat and treated them as a minor nuisance. Over time, the Persian-led Meowth gang roamed Saffron City unchecked, and their raid on the breakfast shop today was simply the owner's bad luck. In fact, Saffron City was home to several wild Pokémon gangs besides the Meowth group. For example, Rattata gangs specialized in stealing food, Murkrow gangs targeted women's belongings, and Grimmer gangs dominated the city's dumps. This bustling city wasn't just inhabited by humans, many wild Pokémon also called it home. Most of these wild Pokémon were descendants of those abandoned by humans, struggling to survive in the urban jungle and adapting to its environment to propagate their kind. Meowth gang, huh? It's not easy for wild Pokémon to survive in the city. Let them be, Sato thought as he observed the group, grateful they were wise enough to avoid bothering him. The plight of the wild Meowth reminded him of the talking Meowth in Team Rocket with its pitiful backstory. Any fleeting thought of stepping in vanished immediately. Calmly, Sato sipped his tea and watched the spectacle unfold as an amusing sideshow. Yet, out of curiosity, he used the system's scanning ability to assess the Pokémon causing the commotion. Huh? No way. Am I seeing this right? A gold tier rating. To his astonishment, one of the Meowth in the gang stood out. It had a cunning, anthropomorphic smirk and didn't partake in the chaos like its companions. Instead, it hid in an inconspicuous corner, happily munching on a stolen chicken drumstick and sipping milk. Its sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, occasionally launching some attacks at the portly chefs in pursuit. Well, what a clever little one, Sato mused, his lips curling into a smile. It'd be perfect for the Pokémon I use under my rocket identity. Sato knew that with his rising reputation in the League-sanctioned Battle Dome, his Pokémon data was likely already on file. The League would soon scrutinize him. Given his covert allegiance to Team Rocket, he would inevitably be assigned tasks that could harm the League's interests. Using standout Pokémon like Swampert, Shiny Beautifully, Bellossom, or Shiny Pelipper would expose his dual identity. So Sato had devised a plan: maintain two distinct teams of Pokémon, one for his League identity and another for his Rocket identity. For now, Swampert remained his ace under the League persona, alongside Shiny Beautifully, Growlithe, Shiny Pelipper, and Bellossom. Meanwhile, Nidoran was reserved as his Rocket ace, with Golbat tentatively filling in as well. This clever and cunning Meowth seemed like a perfect addition to his Rocket team. Perhaps it was sentimentality, but Sato couldn't deny that Meowth was an iconic choice for a Rocket trainer. After all, it had already earned its place as a charming and villainous symbol. Without a qualified trainer's assistance, the amateur trainers at the breakfast shop were no match for the Meowth gang. They were completely outplayed, left spinning in circles. If it weren't for the fact that the Meowth gang didn't intend to cause serious harm, the burly chefs and their Pokémon would have already been knocked flat. In reality, the Meowths causing trouble outside the breakfast shop weren't the gang's full contingent. Several Meowths had snuck into the kitchen under the cover of their companions' antics. These stealthy ones had already stolen a large amount of food and escaped through the back door, which they had trashed on their way out. Meow, meow. When a Meowth appeared on the breakfast shop's rooftop and let out a sharp cry, the gang leader immediately responded with an equally sharp call. With that, the leader easily broke away from the confrontation and began making its escape. In the next moment, the remaining troublemaking Meowths swiftly followed the leader's steps, retreating from the breakfast shop in an instant. Leaving already? Heh. Golbat, use mean look. Don't let that crafty little one escape, or it'll be hard to catch it again. Seeing the Meowth gang retreat, Sato knew this was his chance to capture the golden aptitude Meowth. He quickly commanded Golbat to use mean look, sealing off the Meowth's escape route. This golden aptitude Meowth was clearly a master of adapting to circumstances. Its cunning and intelligence once again impressed Sato, strengthening his resolve to capture this shrewd Pokémon with such an exceptional sense of the bigger picture. As soon as the Meowth on the rooftop appeared, the golden Meowth had immediately noticed it. Even before the rooftop Meowth and the leader signaled the retreat, the golden Meowth unhesitatingly abandoned its companions, choosing to flee in a different direction. However, this self-serving decision to ensure its own escape backfired, landing the golden Meowth in the clutches of a fearsome human. Just as it crossed the roadside fence and darted into a narrow, deserted alley, a large and intimidating Golbat descended from the sky, blocking its path. The Golbat's eyes gleamed with black light, locking onto the Meowth. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of danger flooded the golden Meowth's mind, causing its fur to bristle all over. It tried to dodge, but the black light was impossibly fast. Before it could react, the light struck, and a crimson eye mark appeared on its back. Meow, 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 are you hungry? I know a place with lots of delicious food. I can take you there, but on one condition, don't suck my blood. My blood tastes awful worse than sewer water. Despite knowing Golbat was dangerous, the Meowth's sly nature prompted it to negotiate rather than resorting to violence. In its experience, most Pokémon were dim-witted and easily tricked. It had survived its weaker days by fooling those bigger and dumber than itself. The Meowth was confident it could outwit this oversized Golbat too. Of course, its decision to negotiate was largely driven by the intense threat it sensed from Golbat. This same feeling had only ever come from foes it couldn't defeat, like the gang leader it had long sought to overthrow. But Golbat remained silent, as though it were mute, ignoring the Meowth's words. It also refrained from attacking, simply glaring at it with unyielding focus. The situation fell into a tense standoff. Realizing the stalemate, the Meowth discreetly raised its tail behind its body, hiding it from view. Sparks began to crackle faintly along the tip. Unfortunately for the Meowth, it lacked the knowledge of a seasoned trainer. Golbat's supersonic senses picked up its movements immediately. The moment the sparks appeared, Golbat attacked. With blinding speed, Golbat swung one of its wide wings, striking the Meowth before it could react. Thud. The Meowth was sent flying into a row of garbage cans, knocking them over and scattering trash across the alley. Though the Meowth wasn't incapacitated, it struggled to its feet, glaring at Golbat with resentment. Golbat, expecting a counterattack, assumed a combat stance. But to its surprise, the Meowth turned and bolted at full speed. Unfortunately for the Meowth, it didn't get far. An invisible force pulled it back, keeping it within 10 meters of Golbat no matter how hard it ran. Phew, your fast disappeared in the blink of an eye. Good thing I have Golbat, or you really would have slipped away. Just as the Meowth was preparing for a last stand against Golbat, Sato arrived, led by his Ditto transformed into Golbat. Breathing heavily, he called off the fight. Golbat obediently perched on Sato's outstretched arm, turning its cold gaze back to the wary Meowth. Through his observations at the breakfast shop and just now, Sato had already pegged this Meowth as a cunning schemer. Sato's presence didn't reassure the Meowth, it only heightened its sense of danger. From Golbat's behavior, the Meowth deduced that Sato was one of those despicable trainers it had heard so much about. Humans like him captured Pokémon and took them away forever. The Meowth's fear deepened at the thought of never returning, recalling tales of Pokémon taken by humans who never came back. Having grown up in the city, the Meowth had always seen humans as destroyers of its home, not to be trusted. It had even been beaten by humans in the past for stealing food when it was hungry. Meow. The Meowth decided not to wait for its doom. Knowing it couldn't escape, it resolved to fight back with all its might. The next second, a golden current of electricity suddenly shot from Meowth's tail, aiming straight at Sato. The golden current, like a sharp arrow, was intent on striking him down. However, before the electricity could get within a meter of Sato, it was stopped by a translucent green energy wall. Golbat had used Protect the moment Meowth launched its attack, shielding Sato from harm. Come out, Swampert. Don't go too hard, just knock him out, Sato instructed calmly. Seeing Meowth attack him so ferociously, Sato's eyebrows furrowed. He immediately sensed the hostility and deep-seated dislike Meowth felt toward him, or more broadly, toward humans. Still, Sato didn't let this deter him from capturing the extraordinary Pokémon. The data he had gathered on this Meowth through the system left him determined. He quickly retrieved Swampert's Pokeball and released it. Meowth's information. Pokémon, Meowth. Level, 25. Type, Normal. Ability, Technician. Gender, Male. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Bite, Fake Out, Fury Swipes, Screech, Feint Attack, Taunt. Egg moves, Foul Play, Odor Sleuth. Tutor moves, Copycat, Water Pulse, Shockwave, Thief, Snatch, Swift, Shadow Ball, Iron Tail. TM moves, None. Held item, None. IVs, 28 31sts. Attack, 31 31sts. Defense, 30 31sts. Special attack, 31 31sts. Special defense, 29 31sts. Speed, 31 31sts. Overall 4 rating, 180/186, Gold tier. In an instant, Swampert's massive, mountainous form appeared before Meowth, exuding a fearsome aura that made Meowth tremble involuntarily. Despite his shaking legs, Meowth didn't back down. Instead, a strange dark energy began to coalesce around him. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Swampert recklessly. For a brief moment, Swampert was surprised to feel an intensity from this small cat that rivaled its own, a sensation as though it were facing an equal opponent. The disdain in Swampert's eyes vanished, replaced by sharp focus. With a glint of seriousness in his gaze, Swampert moved swiftly. Before Meowth could close the distance, Swampert landed a light uppercut, using just a fraction of his strength, striking Meowth squarely in the stomach. The impact sent Meowth flying into the air. Moments later, Golbat swooped in and gently brought the unconscious Meowth back down to the ground. He's got spirit. Even knowing he couldn't win, he still tried to counter with foul play. If that had landed, Swampert would have felt it for sure, Sato thought with satisfaction as he looked at the fainted Meowth. Meowth had performed exceptionally, showing cunning, calmness in battle, and a fierce determination when pushed into a corner. This kind of personality was exactly what Sato admired in a Pokémon. Pokeball, go. Without hesitation, Sato pulled out a great ball and tossed it toward Meowth. The ball opened upon contact, enveloping Meowth in a beam of red light and drawing him inside. After 2 or 3 shakes, the button at the center of the great ball stopped glowing, signaling the capture was successful. Welcome to the team, Meowth. I don't know why you seem to harbor such resistance toward humans, but trust me, things will get better. I'll treat you well and help you grow even stronger. Sato picked up the great ball from the ground, speaking softly to himself as he turned it over in his hand. After capturing the gold-rated Meowth, Sato was just about to leave when his Golbat suddenly let out a sharp cry. Understanding the warning, he quickly led his Pokémon out of the alley. However, Sato was a step too slow. As he approached the alley's exit, a Persian agilely leaped over his head and blocked his way. Soon after, a large number of Meowth appeared, swiftly sealing off the entire alley. They surrounded Sato and his Pokémon, glaring at them menacingly. Stand aside, Persian. You and your underlings can't stop me. I don't want to hurt you, but if you stand in my way, I won't hesitate. Seeing the Persian and its group appear so quickly and boldly block his path, Sato was surprised. His expression hardened as he coldly addressed the Persian. At that moment, both Sato and his Swampert emitted an overwhelming aura, their energies merging perfectly to multiply the intimidation. The Persian and the Meowth, feeling the oppressive atmosphere, froze in their movements. Some Meowth even backed away hesitantly. Taking advantage of the hesitation, Sato released his Bellossom, shiny beautifully, and Growlithe. With the appearance of these powerful Pokémon, the battlefield's dynamic shifted instantly. The intruder's goal was clear, to reclaim the golden Meowth Sato had just captured. But Sato had no intention of giving it up. The Persian and its gang were formidable, but Sato was confident he could handle them with ease. The sheer pressure from Swampert's aura alone made many of the Meowth tremble. Their instincts told them that Sato's Pokémon were not to be trifled with. Unfortunately for them, the Persian thought differently. Despite the golden Meowth's sly behavior and ambition to usurp it, Persian still regarded it as a companion. As the leader, Persian felt it couldn't abandon a comrade, no matter how strong the enemy. Meowth. The Persian roared, giving the order to attack. Though reluctant, the loyal Meowth obeyed, claws bared as they charged at Sato and his team. Swampert, block the Persian. Golbat, use triple gust. Bellossom, scatter sleep powder. Beautifully and Growlithe, protect me. Sato sighed as he saw the Persian attack but resolved not to deal lethal blows, knowing they were merely protecting their own. He issued his commands immediately. Swampert immediately charged at the Persian, while Golbat's eyes gleamed as it conjured 3 counter-rotating white whirlwinds, forming a protective triangle around Sato. Bellossom skillfully scattered green sleep powder into the whirlwinds, dyeing them green and enhancing their effect. Beautifully and Growlithe flanked Sato, fending off any Meowth that managed to breach the triple gust. The Persian, at level 37, was a strong wild Pokémon. Against the average level 20 Meowth, it was unbeatable. But against Sato's level 41 Swampert, it stood no chance. Persian's claws, sharp and proud, barely scratched Swampert, while Swampert's punches felt like they could shatter Persian's entire body. Realizing it was severely outmatched, Persian repeatedly tried to bypass Swampert to attack Sato, but Swampert was unyielding, blocking every attempt. The alley's narrow confines further disadvantaged Persian, preventing it from leveraging its speed. Swampert's chilling aura repeatedly struck Persian, causing its movements to stiffen as cold seeped into its body. When Persian's speed slowed enough for Swampert to catch up, the outcome was clear. Finally, Swampert, holding back its strength, used a ice punch at a third of its power, smashing Persian into the alley wall. The move's secondary effect activated, encasing Persian in a layer of ice. Meanwhile, most of the Meowth were trapped outside the triple gust. Those caught in the green whirlwinds fell asleep upon inhaling the sleep powder. The few Meowth that bypassed the barrier were swiftly defeated by Bellossom, Beautifully, and Growlithe. In no time, the alley was littered with defeated Meowth, either asleep or incapacitated. When their leader, Persian, was knocked out, the remaining Meowth hesitated. Despite their fear, the Meowth didn't flee. Instead, they gathered protectively around Persian, shielding it with their bodies. So loyal, Sato remarked, touched by their dedication. Don't worry. As long as you don't attack, I won't harm you any further. Wake up your friends and take them home. And tell your leader not to worry, I'll take good care of Meowth. Sato placed several healing potions on the ground and explained how to use them before leaving the alley with his team. Still, he didn't go far. Standing at the alley's entrance, he kept watch and had Golbat monitor the Meowth's actions. Only after Golbat confirmed that Persian had recovered and left with its gang did Sato finally walk away. Sometimes Pokémon are more loyal than humans, Sato mused, looking at the great ball containing the golden Meowth. Though a sense of guilt tugged at him, he tightened his resolve. Life was never easy. Perhaps it was selfish, but Sato knew he needed the strength of this exceptional normal-type Pokémon. As the sunlight cast his long shadow down the empty alley, Sato tucked the ball away and left, his heavy heart reflected in his retreating figure. After leaving the alley, Sato's first destination was the Pokémon Center, where he asked Nurse Joy to provide Meowth with comprehensive care. Please, Nurse Joy, this little guy is a Pokémon I just caught here in Saffron City. It's likely a native, so please give it the best treatment possible. I want it to regain its full health, Sato said earnestly, handing over his trainer ID and the great ball containing Meowth to Nurse Joy. Don't worry. We won't cut any corners on care. We'll make sure this poor little one gets the best medical attention. When you see it next, it will be completely healthy, Nurse Joy replied, her tone serious and her gaze carrying a hint of admiration as she looked at Sato again. As a Meowth native to Saffron City, it was evident that the Pokémon had endured significant hardships to survive in such a human-dominated environment. Hidden injuries were almost inevitable for a wild Pokémon in such a setting. In truth, many exceptionally gifted wild Pokémon never get to shine because they fall like shooting stars, often due to injuries accumulated in battles over time. While some injuries heal naturally, others fester as chronic internal wounds, eventually leading to their downfall no matter how strong their physical constitution. Understanding this, Sato was determined not to let such a promising Pokémon suffer. He promptly sent Meowth for the best possible care. His decision proved wise. Normally, Sato would only wait about half an hour at the Pokémon Center for his team to be ready. This time, however, he spent nearly 3 hours in the waiting room before his name was called over the intercom just for Meowth. With every new addition to his team, Sato had a tradition of holding a welcome party. Meowth was no exception. After retrieving it, Sato returned to his suite in a 5-star hotel to host the celebration. With more resources at his disposal now, the level of these celebrations had increased significantly. Sato went out of his way to have the hotel prepare a lavish spread of dishes, most of which were fish-based, knowing Meowth's feline nature. The aroma of the sumptuous meal filled the entire room, making Swampert and his shiny Pelipper drool as they stared longingly at the table. Come out, Meowth. Meet your new teammates, Sato said once preparations were complete, releasing Meowth from its Pokeball. In a flash of light, Meowth appeared on the floor. It looked noticeably cleaner and healthier than before, though its half-squinting eyes and slightly upturned mouth still gave it a sly appearance. As a Meowth native to Saffron City, its vigilance was strong. The moment it appeared, it scanned its surroundings for a defensible position, retreating to a safe spot and eyeing Sato and the other Pokémon warily. However, when its gaze fell upon Swampert, Meowth instinctively took a few steps back, still vividly recalling the sensation of being sent flying by the big Pokémon's punch. A phantom pain seemed to echo in its stomach. Relax, Meowth. As long as you don't provoke him, Swampert won't hurt you. I've caught you with a Pokeball, so we're teammates now. Look, we've even prepared a welcome party for you, Sato said with a reassuring smile, pointing at the table laden with food. Swampert. Swampert chimed in supportively, nodding at Meowth before turning its attention back to the golden, crispy roasted chicken leg on the table, its longing clear. For wild Pokémon accustomed to Saffron City's challenges, actions often spoke louder than words. The lavish feast was a much more effective gesture of goodwill. Meowth, having struggled with hunger since birth, knew the value of food. Before joining a Meowth gang, it had survived by tricking and stealing from others to get sustenance, so it understood how precious a meal like this was. From the moment it appeared, Meowth had already noticed the spread on the table, something it had only seen in high-end restaurants before through glass windows. Now, hearing Sato and Swampert's words, Meowth was stunned. It knew enough about human money to grasp the cost of such a meal. Its gaze towards Sato shifted subtly. Though still wary, it now carried a hint of recognition. Sato was clearly a long-term source of luxury meals. Its sly eyes sparkled mischievously, likely calculating its next moves. Looks like this human trainer is rich and doesn't plan to make me a workhorse. Those kind, pretty ladies said he's a good guy, and I didn't believe them. But it seems they were right. I can't believe someone this naive actually exists. Following him is way better than roaming with that gang. Hehehe, a life of comfort awaits, Meowth thought, its gaze towards Sato now resembling one of pity mixed with amusement. A moment later, Meowth emerged from its hiding spot, feigning delight as it greeted the other Pokémon enthusiastically. Then, it acted incredibly affectionate, rubbing its head against Sato's to show loyalty. Throughout the welcome party, Meowth behaved like a newcomer trying to impress. It diligently poured tea and served food for Golbat and the others, particularly fawning over Swampert and Golbat with exaggerated flattery that even made Sato cringe slightly. Note, pour tea, in Chinese figure of speech means to serve others, as a gesture of respect. It does not always means pouring tea literally. This little guy sure knows how to play his cards. I was worried he'd resist more, Sato thought, his lips twitching in bemusement at the rapid change in Meowth's demeanor. While Sato could tell Meowth's behavior was an act, he chose not to expose it. The absence of hostility was already a victory. Sato firmly believed that the warmth of his team would eventually make Meowth feel a genuine sense of belonging. Around 4 p.m., in the heart of Saffron City, the Saffron City Game Corner was bustling with activity. The Golden Arcade, a gambling venue filled with various gaming machines, was particularly popular for its slot machines, known for their thrilling and addictive gameplay. Laughter of surprise and shouts of frustration filled the air, creating a lively and chaotic atmosphere. Originally owned by a local group called the Golden Gang, the arcade's ownership had quietly shifted to Team Rocket after a power reshuffle. Officially, the arcade was now under the jurisdiction of the Saffron Gym, making it nominally the property of the Kanto League. In reality, due to Sabrina's influence, Team Rocket claimed the lion's share of the profits. There was little the League could do about it. Sabrina, the Saffron Gym leader, was so powerful that her abilities alone were equal to half the elite trainers stationed in Saffron City by the League. Her presence as the city's guardian put the League at ease. During the recent large-scale cleanup operation in Saffron City, Sabrina had demonstrated her strength, cementing her position and securing these benefits. No one dared oppose the capricious and beautiful psychic. However, the League found Sabrina's infamous unpredictability to be a headache. She was known for her nonchalant attitude, only stepping in for extraordinary incidents in Saffron City. Even routine gym challenges were often neglected, and she would sometimes temporarily turn challengers she disliked into dolls. As a result, Saffron Gym only saw fewer than 20 challengers annually. Hoping she would diligently manage a sprawling metropolis like Saffron City was wishful thinking. Surprisingly, the League's higher UPS in Saffron City were quite pleased with Sabrina's indifference. With her hands off the city's management, the League's local officials gained more power and influence. The arcade, located in the city center, was a highly lucrative business with minimal investment, so the League closely monitored it, assigning staff to keep watch regularly. Team Rocket didn't have to exert much effort. As the clock approached 6 p.m., it was time for a shift change. Staff in the arcade's uniform greeted their replacements in the changing room before heading out to begin their shifts. "Hey, Wang. Any big winners today?" In the changing room, a chubby middle-aged man named Fujita greeted a young, skinny colleague with a playful smirk. "Don't even ask, Uncle Fujita," Wang replied bitterly. Some guy had incredible luck, hitting the jackpot 3 times in a row. He walked out with 4,500 bronze game coins, equivalent to 450,000 poke dollars. Just a few button presses, and he made more than my salary. Unbelievable. Fujita chuckled at Wang's indignation and reassured him with a few kind words before heading to the front desk. Unlike newer hires like Wang, Fujita had been working at the arcade for years. Previously part of the technical team, Fujita was well versed in the arcade's operations. After the change in ownership, he had been reassigned to a front desk position. Fujita had considered leaving, but his long tenure and the decent pay convinced him to stay, along with a handful of other old-timers. What Wang described as lucky winners were often planted professionals designed to maintain the arcade's bustling atmosphere and fuel customers' greed. Fujita had been sent on such assignments numerous times in the past. Having worked at the arcade for so long, Fujita approached his job with diligence unmatched by rookies like Wang. Today, as Fujita manned the front desk, he noticed something unusual, a significantly higher number of people exchanging tokens for gold coins several times the usual amount. This anomaly set off alarm bells in Fujita's mind. His years of experience told him that a skilled player was discreetly profiting from the arcade. While the slot machines were rigged, it wasn't impossible for a true expert to exploit them. Fujita recalled a chilling example, Sabrina herself. At just 7 years old, she could consistently hit the jackpot and even cause widespread malfunctions in the machines. The arcade manager at the time had been so terrified that he handed over all the Pokémon plush toys she wanted and sent her lavish gifts during the holidays. Another exchanging for gold coins? That's the 21st gold coin today, Fujita thought, struggling to suppress his shock as he watched a young man trade in 3 more coins. This meant the player had taken at least 21 million poke dollars from the arcade. Fujita couldn't do anything other than smiling politely as the person left the arcade with his haul. Determined to protect his job, Fujita picked up the phone and reported his findings to the arcade manager. The manager, though uncertain of the claim's accuracy, was alarmed by the staggering amount. He immediately alerted the security team. The atmosphere in the arcade subtly shifted. After some time, at one of the machines, a seemingly unlucky young trainer sighed in disappointment as the screen displayed mismatched symbols. He cast a jealous glance at a nearby player celebrating their jackpot win. "Ugh, caught already. Saffron City really is something else," he muttered under his breath. However, no one noticed the glint in his eyes as he briefly scanned the vigilant security staff nearby. Feigning frustration, the trainer inserted 3 more bronze coins into the slot machine, reluctantly pulling the lever. Moments later, the machine lit up with a row of Meowth symbols dotted in a corner of the slot machines. The appearance of a Meowth symbol brought a windfall for the reserved young man. Suddenly, his hands were brimming with 15 copper game tokens. Whether by coincidence or sheer reversal of fortune, the young man who had been steadily losing earlier was now on a lucky streak. Although he kept insisting that no major rewards like the 777 jackpot had appeared, every 10 spins seemed to yield 3 or 4 small wins, and occasionally, 2 rows of matching symbols. Naturally, the nearby security staff, alerted to unusual activity, took note of the reserved young man. After observing him covertly for a long while, their only conclusion was that this guy had genuinely hit a lucky streak. According to some technical staff in the arcade, the young man had triggered a slot machine algorithm designed to increase win rates after absorbing a significant number of game tokens. For the next hour, no matter how haphazardly he played, his winnings piled up rapidly. Soon enough, he held 129 silver game tokens. However, half an hour later, his luck seemed to dry up. Within minutes, his silver tokens dwindled to 105. Hey, buddy, I think your luck's run out. Why not quit while you're ahead? Take those 105 silver tokens and redeem something valuable at the counter, advised a plump man nearby, feigning concern. His rosy-cheeked grin betrayed his concealed delight. Earlier, this very man had sold the reserved young man 3 copper tokens for 300 poke dollars and watched enviously as his fortune soared. The sight of the young man's dwindling tokens now brought him a perverse sense of satisfaction. His advice was merely a reverse psychology ploy to keep the young man playing. Yeah, you should stop. Your streak's over, pal. Those 105 silver tokens are worth 1,050,000 poke dollars? How about this? I'll give you 900,000 poke dollars for them right now. That's better than redeeming prizes, chimed in other players and staff, all with similarly helpful suggestions. Unmoved by their kindness, the young man gritted his teeth and kept feeding tokens into the slot machine, unwilling to believe his luck had run out. His persistence delighted those around him, especially the security staff. They knew the machine had reached its payout threshold and had adjusted to lower win rates. If the young man continued, losses were inevitable. Sure enough, within minutes, his tokens had dropped to 86, and in less than 15 minutes, a third of his winnings were gone. When his silver tokens were down to 80, the young man finally admitted defeat. With a dejected sigh, he pocketed the remaining tokens and reluctantly left his seat. Seeing him give up, the plump man and the others bombarded him with more friendly advice, but the young man ignored them and resolutely headed for the prize exchange counter. The security staff, though slightly disappointed to see him leave, were pleased he'd lost over 20 more silver tokens before quitting. At the counter, the young man ignored the suggestions of a cheerful attendant and instead focused on a thick catalog filled with prize images, searching for suitable items. This arcade, now under the league's management, boasted a vast selection of prizes, including rare Pokémon and items, far surpassing the options at the Vermilion City arcade Sato had visited previously. However, with the city's higher prices, the required tokens had also reasonably increased. The top 3 prizes were extraordinarily valuable, especially the first Dratini egg, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon of Kanto. But the cost was astronomical, 50,000 gold tokens. At 1 million poke dollars per gold token, the egg was worth a staggering 50 billion poke dollars. Unsurprisingly, the top 20 prizes were all rare and costly, requiring at least 3,000 gold tokens each. With only 80 silver tokens, the young man could only dream of these treasures. He quickly schemed past them and focused on prizes within his reach. Eventually, he exchanged 30 silver tokens for 3 hidden power TM discs, 10 tokens for 2 protect TM discs, and 30 tokens for 3 valuable big nuggets, easy to sell for cash. The remaining 10 tokens he kept, seemingly as a future gambling fund. After completing his exchange, the young man left the arcade without issue, despite being trailed by security. Once outside, he bent down to tie his shoe. As his head lowered, his facial features blurred, and when he straightened, his face had transformed into an utterly average, unremarkable one. The reserved young man's true identity, naturally, was Sato, who had used his Ditto's disguise abilities to infiltrate the arcade. With Ditto's face mask securely in place, he blended seamlessly into the crowd, evading the security personnel following him. After losing his pursuers, Sato sighed in relief, ducked into a shop, and used the restroom to change. When he re-emerged, he was dressed as an elite Pokémon trainer, his Ditto mask removed. Looks like my acting needs improvement, he thought, emotionless, as he bought snacks from a street vendor to reward his Ditto, now in the form of an Ambipom. Earning money like this is such a hassle. Well, I won't be returning to that arcade. Still, with today's winnings and my savings, I should be able to bid on some good items. Reflecting on a tip from a recent acquaintance, Mia, Sato had spent the afternoon in the Golden Arcade, earning a significant haul. Now, with his plans complete, he prepared for the next step. At 8:35 p.m., in the second most bustling eastern district of Saffron City, inside a high-class Pokémon battle venue, an arena packed with spectators was hosting an intense battle. On the battlefield, 2 trainers were commanding their Pokémon in a fierce showdown. One trainer used a well-developed, muscular Nidorino, while the other commanded a slightly longer-than-average Onix. From the current situation, Nidorino was suppressing Onix by employing a hit-and-run strategy. Thin, icy blue beams shot out from the purple horn atop Nidorino's head, leaving small, snow-white scars on Onix's massive body. Though the scars were small, the pain was anything but. Each time Onix was hit by Nidorino's ice beam, it let out a pained howl before recklessly attempting to slam its enormous body into Nidorino. Despite Onix's much larger size and its sturdy ability allowing it to endure, its agility paled in comparison to Nidorino's. The battlefield was spacious, and the rocky terrain provided plenty of surfaces for Nidorino to use as leverage. Onix's attacks failed to land, as Nidorino agilely dodged each one. Darn it! Onix, use Rock Tomb to block its surroundings, then finish it with takedown. Onix's trainer, frustrated at Nidorino slipping through like a greased eel, changed tactics to limit Nidorino's mobility. Roar! Onix roared in response, its body glowing with a brownish hue. Moments later, several boulder-sized rocks materialized above Nidorino, crashing down. If you truly can't dodge, use Psychic to assist yourself. Warm-ups over, finish it with Water Pulse. Clad in a standard trainer uniform and wearing a ditto-patterned mask, Sato furrowed his brow as he issued his second command since the battle began. Nidorino's large ears perked up at Sato's voice. It also carefully listened to the sound of falling rocks cutting through the air. Using these auditory cues, Nidorino danced through the rain of rocks created by Onyx's rock tomb, nimbly evading them all. Clap, clap, clap. The arena's high-definition screens showcased Nidorino's dazzling movements, drawing cheers and applause from the audience. As the spectators roared, Onyx's massive body lunged directly at Nidorino from the pile of rocks. Its body radiated white light, signaling its use of takedown. This time, however, Nidorino didn't dodge. Golden streaks of energy flowed over its body as it entered a focused state. Simultaneously, a water-blue energy sphere formed in its open mouth. In less than a second, a half-meter-wide water pulse shot from Nidorino's mouth, slamming into Onyx's head. With a heart-wrenching howl, Onyx collapsed before it could get within 5 meters of Nidorino. The water pulse hit Onyx's head with devastating effectiveness, landing a critical hit. The 8-fold damage instantly drained all of Onyx's stamina. Onyx is unable to battle. Nidorino wins. As the referee declared the result, the battle ended. Onyx's trainer quickly recalled it and sent out a Firo as the next challenger. 3 minutes later, Firo crashed to the ground, charred black from Nidorino's thunderbolt. 7 minutes after that, with a critical poison jab attack, Nidorino defeated the trainer's last Pokémon, a Ponyta. After nearly 30 minutes of intense battling, under Sato's guidance, Nidorino achieved its first ever 3-on-1 victory. This concluded the 3-on-3 Pokémon battle. Looks like you've gotten the hang of your new body. Well done on securing a 3-win streak. In the trainer's lounge, Sato crouched to pat Nidorino's head, now reaching his waist, and smiled. Previously, Nidorin resembled a robust domestic dog. Now, as Nidorino, it was like a sturdy calf. Evolution had significantly increased Nidorino's size and enhanced its abilities, particularly its psychic power. The larger brain capacity allowed for greater mental strength, a substantial leap compared to its Nidorin days. Nidorino was clearly thrilled with its streak of victories. For the first time, it experienced the exhilarating joy of winning battles back-to-back, understanding the excitement shared by its teammates like Swampert. The audience's cheers only fueled its fighting spirit. Meow. At this moment, Meowth approached with a steaming burger in its mouth, offering it to Nidorino in a flattering gesture to celebrate its prowess. Touched by the gesture, the simple-hearted Nidorino accepted the burger and thanked Meowth before eating it. Sato, however, regarded Meowth with a cold stare, making the cunning Pokémon visibly uneasy. The truth was, Nidorino's evolution had much to do with Meowth. Having been part of a Meowth gang, it had long developed a habit of stealing. Unable to resist, Meowth had swiped Nidorin's Everstone necklace. At level 32, Nidorin had already accumulated enough energy for evolution, and the Everstone was the only thing suppressing it. The moment it was removed, Nidorin was immediately engulfed in an evolutionary glow. By the time Sato arrived to stop it, it was too late. According to Sato's plan, Nidorin's evolution would have been delayed by another week. By then, nearly 2 months old, Nidorin would have fully matured further, gaining even greater benefits from evolution. Now, with Meowth disrupting the plan, Sato was naturally a bit upset. Remember, stealing is wrong. If you must, only steal from enemies. Nidorino's being gracious this time, but I won't be so forgiving next time. Prepare yourself, you will be starting in the next battle. As Sato received confirmation of a transfer of 5 million Poke Dollars as base earnings and an additional 5.5 million in winnings, his foul mood lightened somewhat. Still, he shot a glare at Meowth and gave it a stern reprimand, coupled with a swift hand flick as punishment. Deep down, Sato blamed himself as well, acknowledging that he should have accounted for Meowth's ingrained thieving habits. However, what was done was done. Sato could only issue a warning to Meowth, hoping to prevent future missteps. At noon today, while attending the welcome party for Meowth, Sato received a message from Mia. The content of the message was simple, yet the implications were enormous, immediately piquing Sato's interest. The message read, "A black market auction featuring the Golden Gang's legacy will be held the night after tomorrow. Do you want to participate? I have an auction invitation, 5 million Poke Dollars, no bargaining." Sato was quite familiar with the Golden Gang by now. It was a once dominant local dark force in Saffron City, comparable in its prime to the current Rocket Team, and had once been the undisputed #1 dark organization in the Kanto region. However, in recent years, the Kanto League had intensified its crackdown on criminal organizations. Coupled with the rapid rise of the Rocket Team, which attacked them from both legal and illegal fronts, the Golden Gang declined at an alarming rate. Not long ago, the League even dispatched several Elite Four members to lead a final assault. In reality, that operation wasn't just a League initiative. Many forces, both lawful and unlawful, took action behind the scenes. For instance, the Rocket Team and several influential families in and around Saffron City joined in. When a wall is about to collapse, everyone gives it a push, and countless groups seized the opportunity to strike while the Golden Gang was vulnerable. Even in its decline, the Golden Gang was still a formidable entity. Having been entrenched in Saffron City for so long, its hidden resources likely surpassed even those of the Rocket Team. Thus, the operation to exterminate them became a feast for all involved. Any trainer who thought they had the capability participated in the raid. In the end, the Golden Gang was annihilated. The League took the lion's share, but many others profited handsomely. Following the fall of the Golden Gang, Saffron City's underground black market was forced to shut down due to the continued presence of League forces. It wasn't until recently, when the last stationed Elite Four member, Bruno, was reassigned, that the underground black market reopened. Now under the control of the Rocket Team, Kanto's new dominant dark force, the black market quickly regained its former prosperity. In fact, under the Rocket Team's firm and highly organized management, the underground black market seemed to be thriving even more than before. Currently, the Rocket Team had essentially taken full control of Saffron City's underground black market. With the market stabilizing, they decided to capitalize on their spoils from the Golden Gang raid. To maximize their profits, the Rocket Team chose to leverage their reputation and host an auction in the underground black market. This decision was immediately met with widespread support from various factions. Many individuals and groups had looted their share from the Golden Gang but lacked a legitimate avenue to sell their spoils for substantial gains. After all, these assets were all acquired illegally, tainted and unsellable through legal channels. Selling them through illicit means was too risky, as they could easily be double-crossed or robbed. Thus, many forces and individuals were stuck holding on to these illicit goods, unable to convert them into clean money. Now, with the Rocket Team who controlled the underground black market stepping forward, these people finally had a secure venue to offload their loot at high prices. Though many refused to admit it, the Rocket Team was now undeniably powerful. Countless factions in Kanto's dark underworld had set their sights on the lucrative underground black market in Saffron City. However, any hand that dared reach for this prize was mercilessly severed by the Rocket Team. Without relying on any elaborate schemes, the Rocket Team simply used raw strength to crush all rival dark forces vying for the Saffron black market. Their overwhelming power forced every Kanto faction except for the League itself to submit. With their dominance established and control over the black market secured, the Rocket Team now had the confidence to host an auction showcasing their plunder from the Golden Gang. Additionally, they sought to use this event to solidify their position as the supreme power in Kanto's dark underworld. This underground black market auction in Saffron City could be seen as the Rocket Team's way of inviting various underworld factions to a grand feast and opportunity to dine, entertain, and make money together. Alternatively, it could also be seen as the Rocket Team forcing these factions to take a stand, determining who would acknowledge their authority and who would dare defy them. Sato had no insight into the deeper political implications of this auction. All he knew was that it would undoubtedly be a high-level event containing valuable items he needed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sato agreed to Mia's offer and purchased an invitation for 5 million poke dollars. However, when he finally received the invitation, he realized that Mia had only given him the lowest-tier entry pass for the auction. In other words, with this invitation, he could only attend the lowest-level auction of the Rocket Team's event in the underground black market. Despite this, Sato felt no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he was somewhat grateful to Mia. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Even if Mia could have obtained a high-tier invitation for him, he lacked the resources and influence to compete with major factions and powerful individuals for the treasures inside. Recently, through a reputable broker recommended by Mia, Sato managed to sell 81 gold game tokens, earning 73 million poke dollars after commission. Combined with the 15 million poke dollars he had won from betting on Pokémon battles at a high-end battling venue, his total funds now exceeded 130 million poke dollars. At this moment, Sato was incredibly wealthy. However, compared to large organizations with thousands of members, his wealth was insignificant. Even if he attended a high-level auction, he would likely just be a spectator with no real purchasing power. Understanding his place, Sato recognized that the Rocket Team had carefully structured the auction, ensuring that both major factions and lone operatives had fair opportunities to conduct transactions. In this scenario, disregarding his Rocket Team affiliation, Sato was merely a powerful lone trainer. The lower-tier auction suited him perfectly, as it would still feature items valuable to trainers of his caliber. His next priority was to continue accumulating funds, ensuring he had ample resources to acquire the best possible items at the auction. If luck was on his side, this event could significantly enhance both his strength and his assets. After resting for about 10 minutes, an announcement came through the speakers in his private lounge, calling his name. Snapping out of his thoughts, Sato called out to Meowth, who had been pretending to nap at his feet. Straightening his appearance, he left the lounge with Meowth and stepped into the contestant tunnel. Another battle was about to begin. Amidst a chorus of cheers, Sato stepped into the battle arena, Meowth trotting along beside him. This marked his third visit to this particular venue, and so far, he had only utilized 2 Pokémon, Nidorino and Meowth. Currently, Sato was operating under the fabricated identity of Yamamoto Yu, a plain-looking, square-faced young man with an unassuming demeanor. In truth, Yamamoto Yu had once been a real person. Sato now carried the deceased man's League ID, which had been stolen and later sold on the black market. Aside from Yamamoto Yu's ID, Sato possessed over a dozen other League IDs belonging to deceased civilian trainers. These IDs were obtained from the black market at a modest price of 100,000 poke dollars each, with sellers guaranteeing their validity for up to a year. Yes, each year, many ambitious civilian trainers embarked on their journeys, never to return. Their belongings, however, rarely remained forgotten in some desolate corner. Instead, such items, including their League IDs, often re-entered circulation through underground markets. League IDs, in particular, were valuable commodities on the black market. With one in hand, a new owner could adopt the original identity with minimal effort. The only downside was that League IDs required renewal every 3 years at police stations in cities, where the original holder needed to appear in person. This regulation aimed to prevent imposters from exploiting deceased trainers' identities. The IDs Sato acquired belonged to individuals close to his age, height, and build. With the help of Ditto, a master of disguise, Sato could convincingly assume the identities of these trainers for a limited time. If given the choice, Sato would have avoided impersonating the deceased for battling in the battle dome. Unfortunately, his reputation in the dome was too prominent. The betting odds for his battles were consistently skewed, undermining his goal of profiting from wagers. What annoyed him even more was that anyone using Pokémon like Swampert, Bellossom, or Beautifully in battles was instantly suspected of being trainer. 2569. This suspicion caused betting odds to spiral out of balance, making it nearly impossible for him to profit from battles in other venues as well. Thus, to safeguard his identity and continue earning substantial sums, Sato resorted to using a new identity and different Pokémon in his battles. However, after achieving 2 consecutive victories under the guise of Yamamoto Yu, the betting odds for his victories had significantly decreased from the initial 1.5 or 1.2 to just 0.72. The league's rules allowed trainers to bet only on their own victories. On the flip side, Sato's performance, particularly his Nidorino's 1-on-3 victory in the second match, was gradually earning him a fan following. Many spectators were now fervently cheering him on and confidently placing bets on his success. This time, Sato faced a striking female trainer dressed in a red and white kimono. Her name was Ayako. Her outfit resembled that of a traditional Japanese shrine maiden, and her first Pokémon was a Haunter, a rare choice among trainers. A shrine maiden? Huh? This opponent might not be simple, Sato muttered under his breath, his expression becoming serious as he observed the Haunter she had sent out. While Sato often used Ghost-type Pokémon like Gengar as core members of his team in games, he discovered upon arriving in the real Pokémon world that very few trainers raised Ghost types. So far, none of the trainers Sato had encountered specialized in Ghost types. Most seemed to deliberately avoid them. It wasn't because Ghost-type Pokémon were weak, on the contrary, they were as powerful as Psychic and Dragon types. However, in the Pokémon world, Ghost types were literal spirits of the deceased. They symbolized misfortune and death, making them unsuitable companions for the living. Sato had learned from the Grimoire of Dark Spirits that Ghost types primarily fed on life energy, its deathly counterpart, and negative emotions. This made them natural enemies of living beings. Though the Pokémon anime depicted Ghost types consuming human-made Pokémon food, Sato understood that such Pokémon were essentially useless. They would never achieve true strength. After all, Ghost types weren't corporeal beings, their method of absorbing sustenance was entirely different. Feeding them like regular Pokémon and expecting them to grow strong was impossible. To nurture a Ghost type properly, trainers needed to engage in morally questionable acts, often taking lives to provide the necessary sustenance. As Ghost types grew stronger, their dietary demands increased dramatically. Over time, even a well-meaning trainer would find their life force unknowingly drained by their Pokémon, shortening their lifespan. It was common knowledge that Ghost-type specialists lived short lives. Despite their remarkable achievements, their legacies often left behind significant troubles. Ghost-types' lifespans remained a mystery. Many outlived their trainers by a considerable margin, and without a trainer's guidance, their inherently malevolent nature could lead them to cause chaos. Wild Ghost-types were, in fact, the most dangerous Pokémon in the wild. Unbound by human morals, they viewed humans as just another delicacy, and the most delicious one at that. The League had heavily publicized these dangers, discouraging trainers from raising Ghost types. Even Sato, who hailed from a rural village, was aware of their perils. In Sato's opinion, only one type of person was truly suited to train Ghost types. In ancient times, such individuals were known as spiritualists, powerful beings who could command spirits. Sato had once known little about the profession of spiritualists/spirit masters, but after receiving the Grimoire of Dark Spirits from the village chief of White River Village, a descendant of the MT Pyre Guardians, he began to gain a more comprehensive understanding of this enigmatic profession. In fact, the MT Pyre Guardians were a prominent family of spirit masters. Spirit masters are humans born with the innate ability to suppress and combat ghostly entities, much like how some humans are born with psychic abilities. They possess a mysterious power known as spiritual energy, which allows them to resist the deathly aura emitted by Ghost-type Pokémon, preventing them from falling ill. Additionally, they can use this spiritual energy to exorcise or seal away Ghost-type Pokémon. Yes, in ancient times, before humans invented tools like Pokeballs to control Pokémon, spirit masters, along with martial artists who honed their physical strength and psychics who trained their mental powers, were one of the three great combat professions tasked with protecting humanity. Among these three ancient professions, martial artists were the most common, with a relatively low barrier to entry. Anyone who mastered certain body refining techniques could become a martial artist. Of course, while the entry threshold for this profession was low, its ceiling still heavily depended on individual talent. Only those with extraordinary physical gifts could hope to reach a level where they could single-handedly challenge powerful Pokémon. Psychics, on the other hand, were the most talent-dependent of the three professions. Only those born with exceptionally strong mental powers could naturally awaken as psychics. Psychics were the rarest of the three professions, but their combat prowess was undoubtedly the highest. However, exceptions did exist. Some individuals could awaken psychic abilities through sheer effort or serendipitous encounters later in life, though their achievements were usually limited. As for spirit masters, the key to their profession lay in their bloodline. Only those with a certain concentration of spiritual bloodline could possess and cultivate spiritual energy. Because of this, spirit masters rarely married outside their kind. They typically married within their own families or with other spirit master families, seldom allowing their bloodline to spread beyond their circles. In fact, due to the unique nature of their profession and the importance of bloodline inheritance, spirit master families rarely appeared in public. Even in modern times, they maintained a tradition of seclusion. In the Kanto region, the most famous spirit master family was undoubtedly the Yurei clan. This family, which also adhered to the tradition of seclusion, gained its renown largely due to Agatha, one of the current Kanto Elite Four. Yes, Agatha's full name was Agatha Yurei, and she was the elder sister of the current head of the Yurei clan. Agatha's ability to command such powerful ghost-type Pokémon and live to such an old age is closely tied to her identity as a spirit master. Through the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Sato learned that spirit masters possessed many unique abilities, such as seeing and communicating with spirits, freely controlling ghost-type Pokémon in battle, temporarily enhancing the power of their ghost-type Pokémon, and even casting some curses on others, much like ghost-type Pokémon themselves. Of course, for spirit masters to command ghost-type Pokémon in battle, spiritual energy alone wasn't enough. They also required special tools to enhance their powers. For example, the female trainer standing before Sato wore a kimono adorned with embroidery patterns strikingly similar to those described in the Grimoire of Dark Spirits. According to the book, these embroidery patterns were protective seals that, when combined with a spirit master's spiritual energy, granted the clothing the ability to block the deathly aura emitted by all the ghost-type Pokémon. However, the kimono alone wasn't enough to convince Sato that this woman was a rare spirit master. What confirmed her identity was a jade pendant hanging from her waist. The pendant was about the size of a woman's palm and was entirely emerald green. Due to the distance, Sato couldn't make out the pattern on the pendant, but he did notice a faint green glow emanating from it moments earlier. If Sato wasn't mistaken, this emerald green pendant was likely the life jade mentioned in the Grimoire of Dark Spirits. Life jade was an item crafted by spirit master families for their members, serving as a symbol of their identity, essentially an ID card in the spirit master world. However, this ID card was far more powerful than the standard League ID card Sato carried. Although Sato found it hard to believe, the Grimoire of Dark Spirits stated that the life jade contained a fragment of the spirit master's soul. As a result, the orb could only be used by the spirit master themselves. If the spirit master died or willed it, the life jade would shatter, and the soul fragment within would attach itself to the enemy, acting like a tracking device that provided clues for the spirit master and their family to follow. Additionally, the life jade had the powerful ability to automatically collect life energy from its surroundings. In fact, every living being constantly loses life energy, though the process is so slow that it only becomes noticeable over time, essentially the process of aging. The life jade's function was to absorb this naturally lost life energy and store it. While the amount of life energy a single person loses daily is minimal, the combined life energy lost by many people each day amounts to a significant quantity. This was how spirit masters sustained their ghost-type Pokémon without resorting to cruel methods like stealing life energy from living creatures. Thanks to Life Jade, spirit masters could feed their ghost-type Pokémon at no cost and without moral repercussions. As Sato gazed at the exquisite emerald green pendant hanging from the woman's waist, a spark of desire ignited in his eyes. With the Grimoire of Dark Spirits in his possession, he had long harbored thoughts of raising a ghost-type Pokémon. However, the issue of feeding a ghost-type Pokémon, which required a constant supply of life energy, had always been a concern. Raising such a Pokémon was not only troublesome but also terrifying. Knowing that ghost-type Pokémon typically fed on life energy, Sato had once considered using Bellossom's energy ball as a food source for a ghost-type Pokémon. However, this idea was ultimately unfeasible. According to the research of spirit masters over countless generations, life energy could be divided into two types: plant-based life energy and flesh-based life energy. Plants, being living beings, also constantly lose life energy, which falls under the plant-based category. Flesh-based life energy, naturally, comes from living creatures. While the energy ball move involves collecting life energy from nature to attack, it is ultimately a grass-type move. Therefore, the life energy collected by the Pokémon using this move is drawn from plants. Ghost-type Pokémon, however, typically feed on flesh-based life energy. While they could consume plant-based life energy, doing so over the long term would weaken them. After all, eating only vegetables would leave anyone feeling weak, let alone inherently malevolent ghost-type Pokémon. This would make it nearly impossible for them to grow stronger. Moreover, what ghost-type Pokémon would willingly follow a trainer who only fed them plant-based life energy? They might eventually snap and drain their trainer dry. The Life Jade, however, could perfectly blend these two types of life energy, creating a balanced diet of both plant-based and flesh-based life energy for ghost-type Pokémon. If only I had a Life Jade like that. It would save me so much trouble in raising a ghost-type Pokémon. If I get the chance, I should try to make contact with her. There might be something to gain. Sato's mind raced, but he quickly snapped out of his thoughts and turned his attention to the Pokémon standing before the female Spirit Master, a Haunter. This Haunter, undoubtedly raised by a Spirit Master, was unlike any ordinary Haunter. The moment it appeared, a chilling black mist emanated from its body, dropping the temperature within a 10-meter radius by several degrees. Within this mist, the Haunter's body was completely concealed, with only its glowing red eyes visible, signaling its presence. Although Sato had won 2 consecutive matches in this advanced battle facility, his second victory even being a flawless sweep with just a Nidorino, which earned him a fair number of fans, he had no advantage at all in the face of the stunning opponent who had just arrived to compete. Ayako was incredibly beautiful, fitting perfectly into the Kanto region's aesthetic ideal of a great beauty. She had lustrous black hair, flawless and radiant fair skin, a tall and alluring figure, and an almost perfect oval-shaped face. Coupled with an air of purity and elegance, her slightest smile was enough to captivate the entire male audience, including the blushing male commentator. As the male commentator introduced Ayako with enthusiasm, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The male spectators, in particular, were especially excited, setting the atmosphere ablaze. She's so strong? Who exactly is this Spirit Master trainer named Ayako? This Haunter's skill set is absolutely terrifying. Could she be from some prestigious spirit trainer family? Sato, however, remained unfazed by the roaring cheers for Ayako. Instead, he was utterly shocked by the Pokémon she had sent out. Even though Haunter appeared shrouded in a dark mist the moment it emerged, Sato's system-powered detection ability still allowed him to access its information. And what he saw left him stunned. His opponent was no ordinary trainer, and he might just suffer a crushing defeat. Haunter's stats. Pokémon, Haunter. Level, 28. Type, Ghost/Poison. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Shadow Punch, Hypnosis, Lick, Spite, Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch, Payback. Egg moves, Astonish, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch. Tutor moves, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater. TM moves, Will-O-Wisp, Taunt, Protect, Energy Ball, Poison Jab, Giga Drain, Sludge Bomb, Skill Swap, Thunderbolt, Psychic, Dark Pulse, Pain Split. Held item, Spell Tag. IVs, Individual values. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 28, 31. Defense, 30, 31. Special Attack, 31, 31. Special Defense, 29, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Total overall rating, Gold. Total IVs, 178, exceeding the 175 threshold. From the stats alone, it was clear that this Haunter was incredibly powerful. Both its inherent talent and the resources invested in its development were outstanding. What made it even more terrifying was that it had been trained by a Spirit Master trainer. Compared to Haunter raised by ordinary trainers, this one was undoubtedly far stronger. Seeing such an extravagant Pokémon profile, Sato immediately understood that Ayako was no ordinary trainer. Even if she wasn't an heir to a wealthy family, she was certainly close to it. A Haunter with gold rating, paired with an extensive set of rare TM moves, this was the kind of privilege only elite, wealthy trainers could afford. Other than Ayako, the only person Sato had encountered with such a luxurious Pokémon lineup was Alice Sasaki, the young heiress of the Sasaki family. If he followed his original plan and sent out Meowth, who was only level 25 and had participated in just 2 battles, Sato knew that even with a type advantage, it wouldn't be a favorable matchup. He even considered sending out his Swampert instead. However, just as Sato was about to switch Pokémon, the Meowth standing beside him grew impatient. The loud cheers for his opponent were making him uncomfortable. Meowth had already heard Sato mention that he would be sent out first, so the moment the referee announced, "Trainers, send out your Pokémon," Meowth didn't wait for Sato's command. He leaped onto the battlefield on his own and took a battle stance, locking eyes with the Haunter lurking in the dark mist. Sigh. Fine, let him learn the hard way. Maybe this will teach him a lesson. Seeing Meowth jump onto the battlefield without his permission, Sato's face twitched slightly before resigning himself to the situation. Meowth had only been captured today, and while he had won 2 matches under Sato's command, it was clear he hadn't fully absorbed Sato's previous instructions. That said, while Sato didn't have high hopes for Meowth in this fight, the feline was still quite strong. Perhaps due to his exceptional IVs, his technician ability, or a combination of both, Meowth possessed outstanding talent when it came to learning moves. Especially for lower-powered yet simple moves, Meowth could be considered a prodigy. For example, Sato had recently just exchanged for a hidden power TM at the Golden Arcade. That afternoon, he had Meowth learn it, and within half an hour, Meowth was already proficient at using hidden power, fire type. Additionally, through careful observation, Sato discovered that Meowth had mastered all the moves he had learned to an incredibly high degree. When standing still, he could even execute 2 different moves simultaneously, provided their base power was 60 or lower. However, Meowth had some notable weaknesses. Due to severe malnutrition in his early years and long-term internal injuries, his physical development was quite poor. His stamina was on the lower side, meaning he couldn't sustain high-intensity battles for long. With the referee's signal, the battle on the rocky battlefield commenced. Ayako's Golden Tier Haunter was clearly no ordinary Pokémon. Even without Ayako issuing a command, it immediately engaged in battle on its own. Two shadowy claws, engulfed in flames, shot out from the dark mist and lunged toward Meowth, who had swiftly taken cover behind a large rock. Boom! One of Haunter's flaming claws shattered the rock Meowth was hiding behind with a fire punch, while the other claw followed up with another fiery strike, aimed at Meowth as he attempted to dodge. Meowth was agile, and in a rocky terrain full of footholds, his flexibility was further enhanced. With a series of rapid leaps, he managed to evade Haunter's attacks. However, Haunter's shadowy claws were relentless, pursuing Meowth like steel traps. What's more, it could freely switch between Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch. Wherever Meowth fled, destruction followed. In just a short moment, Haunter's claws had already devastated a significant portion of the battlefield. Don't get distracted by those shadowy claws. Aim and shockwave at the Haunter inside the mist. Noticing that Haunter could remotely control its shadowy claws while using various physical moves, Sato immediately called out instructions to the evasive Meowth. Meowth's eyes gleamed with understanding. In a quick backflip, he leaped onto a boulder, narrowly dodging another claw strike. During the flip, Meowth caught a glimpse of the dark mist and, with a flick of his tail, golden sparks of electricity crackled to life. As soon as he landed, a thick golden jolt of electricity shot from his tail, streaking toward the Haunter concealed within the mist. Ordinarily, Shockwave only had a base power of 60, but with Meowth's technician ability boosting it, the attack reached a power level of 90 comparable to a Thunderbolt with 95 base power. However, just as the golden bolt was about to strike the dark mist, a shadowy claw crackling with electricity suddenly emerged from the ground, sacrificing itself to block the attack. At the same time, another shadowy claw, radiating an icy blue chill, shot out from the rock beneath Meowth and clamped tightly onto his front left paw. In the next instant, Meowth felt his limb freeze solid. A layer of frost quickly spread from his paw, rapidly creeping across his entire body. Seeing that Haunter could immediately execute such a defensive counterattack under those circumstances, Sato's heart sank slightly. From the information he had gathered, he already knew that this Haunter was formidable, but now, after actually battling it, he realized he had still underestimated its strength. From the start of the battle until now, Ayako, who stood on the other side of the battlefield, had not spoken a single word. She hadn't even opened her eyes, completely allowing Haunter to fight freely without any instructions, as if she wasn't the least bit concerned about it losing to Meowth. Stay calm. Use Iron Tail to break its ghostly hands, then attack with Shadow Ball. Seeing that Meowth was momentarily flustered and unsure how to escape, Sato immediately issued his command. Upon hearing his trainer's words, Meowth's sharp eyes regained their calm. He stopped his futile struggling. With a single thought, his long, agile tail was instantly coated in a metallic sheen. In a flash, he swung it with incredible speed, striking the ghostly hand that had firmly grabbed his left forelimb. Sure enough, under Meowth's iron tail, Haunter's ghostly hand coated in ice punch shattered like an ice sculpture, dispersing into a wisp of black mist before vanishing into the air. Seeing the frigid ghostly hand shatter under his tail, and feeling his left forelimb regain its normal sensation, Meowth's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. But he hadn't forgotten Sato's orders. He quickly opened his mouth, and a dark energy orb rapidly formed within. However, just as Meowth broke free, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened from within the ominous, cold black mist that had spread across nearly half the battlefield. In the next instant, 6 foul-smelling, purple-black sludge bombs shot out from the darkness, attacking Meowth from various angles. At the same time, 2 more ghostly hands emerged from the black mist, reaching toward him. Seeing the incoming sludge bombs and ghostly hands, Meowth knew he no longer had time to launch his shadow ball. He quickly turned and dashed away. With his agile movements, he managed to evade Haunter's sludge attacks. One more thing caught his attention. Haunter's ghostly hands seemed to have a limited range. Once they extended about 10 meters from its body, they lost control, flailing wildly like headless flies. A great opportunity? Fire a barrage of shadow balls at him. Having discovered the flaw in Haunter's ghostly hand technique, Sato immediately gave his order to the panting Meowth. Meowth, already holding back his frustration from constantly dodging, had also noticed the ghostly hand's weakness. The moment Sato gave the command, he unleashed multiple soccer ball-sized shadow balls from his mouth. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Meowth fired 7 consecutive shadow balls, all aimed at the area where those scarlet eyes had appeared in the darkness. However, to Sato and Meowth's dismay, the 7 shadow balls vanished into Haunter's black mist without a trace, as if they had sunk into a bottomless abyss. Still, the dark mist covering the battlefield did shrink slightly. What the hell is this black mist coming from Haunter? It actually negated Meowth's shadow balls. Closely observing the battlefield, Sato noticed the change in the black mist. His heart pounded as a thought surfaced in his mind. This golden-ranked Haunter, raised by a spirit master trainer, had already displayed abilities far beyond what Sato knew of the species. Most shocking was how Haunter seemed to absorb Meowth's shadow ball attacks using its black mist. At this moment, Sato realized he was likely facing an exceptional elite trainer nurtured by a powerful family. If he didn't bring out his full strength, he stood no chance against this mysterious and beautiful spirit trainer. But Sato wasn't the only one astonished. The audience watching the match was equally shocked, their gazes shifting toward the elegant, seemingly fragile young woman standing on the battlefield. From the very beginning, Ayako had kept her eyes closed and remained silent. Yet despite that, her haunter had completely dominated Sato's Meowth. In reality, the black mist surrounding Haunter was a special gaseous form of ghost-type energy. This mist was the result of a newly developed ghost-type move known as spectral terrain, a technique created by Ayako's spirit trainer family. The principle behind spectral terrain was similar to moves like electric terrain, grassy terrain, or misty terrain, where a specific type of energy temporarily alters the battlefield. However, unlike those moves, which primarily boost attack power, spectral terrain acted more like an energy-based shield. Unlike standard energy barriers, this black mist protected its user by nullifying incoming ranged energy attacks. The trade-off was that it gradually depleted as it absorbed attacks. Ayako's family had conducted extensive research and confirmed that different elemental energies could cancel each other out at specific ratios. For instance, a unit of water-type energy could neutralize 2 units of fire-type energy. Spectral terrain utilized this principle, creating a zone where ghost-type energy absorbed incoming attacks. One drawback of spectral terrain was that it required time to form. As seen with Haunter earlier, it needed to gradually release its ghost-type energy into a gaseous state, expanding the mist's coverage over time. Because of this, spectral terrain had a unique scaling property. The longer the battle dragged on, the larger and stronger the energy shield would become. At present, this technique was still imperfect and had strict mastery requirements. So far, only Ayako's exceptionally gifted Haunter and a handful of powerful ghost Pokémon from her clan had learned it. Even so, the introduction of spectral terrain was a game-changer, significantly compensating for the traditionally fragile defenses of ghost Pokémon. Moreover, with the cover of darkness, ghost types could now execute ambush tactics even in broad daylight. There was no time for Sato to think further. Haunter's attack was already underway. The once still black mist suddenly surged toward Meowth's position, while the previously uncontrolled ghostly hands now targeted him with precision. This time, one hand gleamed with Ice Punch, while the other burned with Fire Punch. Haunter was clearly aiming to strike Meowth with a dual-element assault. Even without testing, Sato could tell that this black mist was an enormous threat. He needed to end the battle quickly. If he allowed Haunter to expand its mist any further, the situation would only become more dire. Stop running, face it head-on, use Water Pulse and Shockwave to destroy those ghost hands, then fire another round of Shadow Balls, blow Haunter out of that mist. With a solid plan in mind, Sato immediately shouted his next command to Meowth. When Meowth saw that firing 7 consecutive Shadow Ball attacks couldn't even scratch Haunter, he immediately realized that defeating his opponent was impossible. His first instinct was to flee. What frustrated Meowth, however, was that despite this clear disadvantage, Sato still insisted that he continue fighting. Even though he was unwilling, he followed Sato's orders and launched another attack. After all, if Sato refused to recall him, then giving up would only mean getting beaten up even worse by this ruthless opponent. Rather than suffer alone, he'd rather drag someone else down with him. As soon as Sato gave the command, a panting Meowth opened his mouth and raised his tail. In the next instant, a soccer ball-sized orb of water blue energy quickly formed in front of his mouth, while golden electricity surged across his tail. Thanks to his exceptional control over different moves, Meowth unleashed Water Pulse and Shockwave simultaneously. With his technician ability boosting both attacks, their power surged to 90 each. Under Meowth's precise assault, Haunter's 2 ghostly hands were instantly obliterated. Without hesitation, Meowth continued following Sato's orders. Before Haunter, shrouded in thick black mist, could close in, he launched several Shadow Ball attacks the size of soccer balls. But just like before, the 5 Shadow Ball attacks disappeared without a trace, merely shrinking the swirling black mist slightly. They failed to harm Haunter, who remained hidden within. Seeing this, Sato felt a sense of helplessness. His opponent's Haunter had an extremely bizarre ability. Since this was his first time encountering such a skill, he had wasted the crucial opening where he should have launched an all-out attack. If he had another chance, he would never allow Haunter's mist to accumulate to the point where it now covered nearly half of the battlefield. As the battle continued, Meowth fought desperately, but in the end, he succumbed to defeat. Trapped at the edge of the battlefield with nowhere to retreat, Meowth was completely engulfed by the dark mist, making it impossible for Sato to issue any more precise commands. By the time Meowth reappeared from within the mist, he had already collapsed unconscious, unable to battle any longer. However, through Meowth's efforts, Sato had largely figured out the properties of Haunter's eerie mist. He identified 3 key effects. First, it allowed Haunter to remain hidden. Second, it obstructed the vision of ordinary trainers. And third, it provided Haunter with a protective barrier. At the same time, Sato discovered 2 major weaknesses in this strange ability. First, the mist was denser than air, meaning it could only reach a maximum height of 2 meters. Second, the mist could only cover half of the battlefield at most, with a total area of about 300 square meters. This kind of ability is only good for bullying my newly acquired Meowth, Sato muttered. Recalling Meowth into his Pokeball, Sato's gaze turned cold as he locked eyes with Haunter's menacing crimson glow from within the mist. Having now grasped the opponent's abilities, he had already devised a way to counter them. Come out, Growlithe. Meowth's efforts won't be in vain. Use your flames to purify this evil energy. With a sharp scoff, Sato swiftly retrieved another Pokeball from his belt and released his next Pokémon. In the next instant, a robust Growlithe appeared on the battlefield. The moment he landed, bright orange flames erupted around his body, instantly raising the temperature of the previously chilly battlefield. Seeing the pure and intense fire enveloping Growlithe, a satisfied expression flashed in Sato's eyes. Ever since he had unexpectedly obtained a flame orb from Courtney, he had entrusted this invaluable fire-type treasure to Growlithe. Although the flame orb didn't enhance Growlithe's potential, its vast reserve of pure fire-type energy had granted him substantial benefits. The most significant improvement was the dramatic increase in Growlithe's fire temperature. Previously, his flames had also been orange-red, but compared to now, they were inferior in both purity and heat by several levels. Before, Growlithe's flames reached around 500 to 600 degrees Celsius at most. But after rigorous training and tests with specialized instruments, his flames now exceeded 1000 degrees Celsius at their peak. Now, a single burst of his fire could reduce raw meat to charcoal in seconds. Even metal would quickly melt into liquid under his heat. Growlithe's flames had become a truly lethal force. The battle resumed at the referee's signal. However, this time, just a minute or two into the fight, Sato's opponent, Ayako, finally opened her previously closed eyes. Her expression grew serious as she observed Growlithe, cloaked in flames. Her sudden change in demeanor was simple. What had once seemed like a surefire victory had taken a drastic turn. Haunter's black mist had covered half the battlefield, and since Growlithe had appeared on Sato's side, he should have been engulfed instantly and turned into easy prey. But instead, Haunter's ghostly hands disintegrated into ashes before they could even get within a meter of Growlithe. And under the relentless assault of 3 fire spin attacks from Growlithe's mouth, the eerie mist was melting away like spring snow. In mere moments, the ghostly battlefield Haunter had painstakingly created had been burned away by more than half. Meanwhile, the 3 fire spin attacks had formed a triangular encirclement around Haunter. Seeing this, Ayako took a long, hard look at Sato, the seemingly unremarkable trainer across from her. She had initially thought of him as a harmless house cat, but now, he had revealed himself to be a tiger. Burn him to a crisp, use flamethrower. With Haunter's mist almost completely incinerated, Sato was extremely pleased. Not giving his opponent any chance to recover, he immediately commanded Growlithe to attack. The moment Sato spoke, a scorching pillar of orange-red fire erupted from Growlithe's mouth, rolling forward with intense heat toward Haunter, still lurking within the remaining mist. Shadow Ball. Just as the searing flames were about to strike, a cold, crisp voice escaped from Ayako, whose gaze had turned icy. In the next moment, Haunter's crimson eyes flared, and a glowing symbol appeared on its forehead. Then, a basketball-sized shadow ball, radiating waves of dark energy, instantly materialized in Haunter's hands. To everyone's astonishment, including Sato's, Haunter's shadow ball plowed through the flamethrower and slammed into Growlithe's head, sending him flying into the air. By the time Growlithe crashed to the ground, he had already fainted, completely incapacitated. How is this possible? His level. Staring at Haunter, now emanating a terrifying surge of energy, Sato swallowed hard, his expression filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Its level is actually this high? A seal. Looking at the Haunter before him, now radiating terrifying waves of energy, Sato swallowed hard, his face filled with disbelief. Using his system's detection function, Sato checked Haunter's details again. Most of its information remained unchanged, but one particular change was enough to make him feel immense pressure. No, it was enough to make his heart pound with fear. Haunter's current information. Pokémon, Haunter. Level, 40. Seal released, 48%. Type, Ghost/Poison. Ability, Levitate. Gender, Male. Held item, Spell Tag. Previously, Haunter's level had clearly been 28, but now it had suddenly surged to 40, with an additional note stating, Seal released, 48%. However, Sato had a strong psychological tolerance, and he quickly regained his composure. His mind raced, and soon he arrived at a reasonable conclusion based on his understanding of Spirit Masters and Ghost-type Pokémon. If he wasn't mistaken, this Haunter's true level was terrifyingly high, and it was likely that Ayako was not its first trainer. Ghost-type Pokémon have incredibly long lifespans. To them, humans are merely fleeting moments in their existence. This Haunter's true strength was undoubtedly formidable, but right now, it was likely bound by powerful seals imposed by a strong Spirit Master, shackling its full potential and even preventing it from evolving past Haunter's form. As for why Ayako's family had placed such a seal on Haunter, Sato deduced 3 possible reasons. 1. To restrain this powerful Ghost-type Pokémon that had likely served multiple Spirit Masters, preventing it from going rogue and causing chaos. 2. To keep such a high-level, Gold-tier Pokémon within the Spirit Master family's service. Releasing it would be a massive waste. 3. To prevent Haunter from exacting revenge on the family. If Sato's guess was correct, then this Haunter had been under the Ayako family's control for many years. A Ghost-type Pokémon of such immense strength being forced to serve beyond its first trainer, there was no way it wouldn't hold resentment. If this powerful Ghost-type Pokémon were to break free of its seal, the Ayako family would undoubtedly face a catastrophe. The Spirit Masters wanted Haunter to continue serving their family while ensuring it wouldn't rebel. Using a seal was undoubtedly the perfect solution. After all, Spirit Masters specialized in sealing Ghost-type Pokémon. Limiting a Ghost-type's power through seals was a simple task for them. It wasn't surprising that Growlithe had been instantly defeated by Haunter's Shadow Ball. Ayako had just released a portion of Haunter's seal, causing a dramatic surge in its strength. Moreover, Shadow Ball had struck Growlithe directly on the head, landing a critical hit. That was the real reason Growlithe had gone down in an instant. I thought this female spirit master trainer had used some overpowered spell to boost Haunter's strength, but it turns out she's just exploiting stored power. This poor gold tier Haunter has been treated like a puppet for so many years. Now that he understood the situation, Sato's initial shock gradually faded. When he looked at the Haunter radiating overwhelming energy, he actually felt a trace of sympathy. However, that sympathy vanished as quickly as it appeared. He vividly remembered the greed in Haunter's eyes when it looked at him, along with the undeniable aura of malice it exuded. Clearly, this Haunter was no harmless creature. Spirit Masters had emotions, too, and after spending years with their Pokémon, some level of attachment was inevitable. If Haunter had been treated this way for so long, there had to be a deeper reason. Sato didn't know why this elegant-looking female Spirit Master trainer, who wielded such a powerful Pokémon and came from an ancient family, was participating in a small-scale battle venue like this. But one thing was certain: he had no chance of winning. He wasn't facing a delicate-looking girl. He was up against the heritage and deep foundations of an old Spirit Master family. Judging by Haunter's current level and the percentage of its seal that had been lifted, its true level was likely over 80, meaning it was at the Elite 4 tier. Unless Sato had an Elite 4 tier Pokémon of his own, there was no way he could defeat this cheating trainer. This battle was nothing more than a novice rank player fighting a final boss opponent. There was no chance of victory. Having realized this, Sato could only look at the beautiful Spirit Master trainer with resignation. He couldn't understand her motive. What was the point of someone who could command an Elite 4 level Pokémon participating in low-tier battles? For Ayako, however, there was plenty of reason. The truth was, Ayako had spent her entire life following the traditions of her clan, living in seclusion. She had long yearned to see the outside world, but her family always refused her, claiming she was too young, too inexperienced, and the future heir of their clan. The only reason she had come to Saffron City this time was that some of her family's wandering members had reported that an auction was being held here, featuring a long-lost artifact of their clan. After much pleading, she finally convinced her father, the clan leader, to let the elders bring her along to experience the outside world. But to her frustration, her father was incredibly stingy. Before she left, he had only given her a few million Poke dollars. In Saffron City, where there were so many interesting sights, delicious foods, and fun things to do, she spent it all within a few days. After running out of money, she called her father to ask for more, only to be firmly rejected. To make matters worse, the elders who accompanied her had all mysteriously disappeared after arriving in Saffron City. Fortunately, although Ayako was inexperienced in social affairs, she was highly intelligent. With 5 ghost-type Pokémon assigned to protect her, she ensured that anyone who tried to target her ended up paying the price instead. Unfortunately, those who dared to approach her were nothing more than paupers, and she couldn't make much from defeating them. In the end, she had to find another way to make money. Upon learning that battle venues offered generous rewards for victories, she immediately saw an opportunity. After a few matches, she realized that making money here was laughably easy. None of the trainers she faced were strong enough to challenge her, making every battle one-sided. Over time, she began to enjoy the feeling of crushing weaklings. Winning money, overwhelming opponents, and hearing the cheers of the audience, it was the perfect combination. Ayako was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. Tonight, she had deliberately chosen a new venue for her entertainment. And her first target in this new battlefield was none other than Sato. Sato encountering Ayako at this high-level battle venue could be considered bad luck, but he still performed well. At least, that's how Ayako saw it. After all, he was the first trainer to make her take things a little more seriously. In the end, there was nothing he could do. His final Pokémon, Nidorino, was still defeated by Ayako's Haunter, allowing it to score yet another 3-win streak. Sigh. Running into her was just my bad luck. It's not that I'm too weak, the opponent is just too strong. She's basically cheating. As Ayako recalled Haunter into its Pokeball and bowed to acknowledge the audience's cheers, Sato, who had also retrieved Nidorino, took one last deep look at her before letting out a sigh and turning to leave. As he walked away, Ayako glanced back at him, a hint of admiration flashing in her bright eyes. After countless battles against weaker opponents, she had accumulated plenty of experience in steamrolling her competition, so she could accurately judge an opponent's strength. Although her battle against Sato was still overwhelmingly one-sided, the match lasted much longer than usual, and she even had to use a bit of her spiritual power to release Haunter's seals before securing the win. This indirectly proved that her opponent was quite capable, one of the best among trainers at his level. In her eyes, Sato had lost with honor. Before she left home, her father had told her to broaden her horizons, meet more trainers of her age with decent strength, preferably those without any notable background. Though Ayako often found her father to be stingy, she still respected him deeply. After all, he was the youngest Grand Spirit Master in their family's history. Because of this, she took his words to heart. In her opinion, Sato fit her father's criteria quite well. He seemed honest, a good person at first glance. After the battle, Sato returned to his resting area and released Bellossom to heal his 3 fainted Pokémon. While waiting for his next match, he was already contemplating how to approach the beautiful Spirit Master from before. A trainer who carried around a Haunter at the Elite 4 level with its power sealed, could she be just an ordinary person? Her identity was likely that of a key member from a spirit master family, meaning she must be carrying all sorts of valuable items. Of course, even if he had the guts of a Berdic, he wouldn't dare to target Ayako. He just wanted to befriend her and, ideally, exchange for some useful items through fair trade. For example, life jade. Just thinking about it made his heart itch. But while he desired it, he knew it was too much to hope for. Through the grimoire of dark spirits, Sato had learned that life jades could only be used by spirit masters. To anyone else, they were nothing but disaster magnets. What he actually wanted was a different item capable of collecting life energy. In reality, the energy stored within a life jade was limited. At most, it could only sustain the daily needs of 2 ghost-type Pokémon. Raising 6 or more ghost types on a single life jade. Impossible. Therefore, if a spirit master wanted to maintain a team of ghost types without committing unspeakable acts, they needed more energy collecting devices. Sato was convinced that, as an important figure in a spirit master family, Ayako must own more than just Haunter. She likely had at least 3 ghost types, each of them exceptionally powerful. Moreover, Haunter's true strength was at the Elite 4 level. Even with its power sealed, its appetite wasn't restricted. A single life jade wouldn't be enough to satisfy it. Based on this deduction, Sato believed Ayako must possess other life energy collectors. If that were the case, then he had a chance to obtain one from her. If he could get his hands on such a device, he would finally have the most crucial tool for raising a ghost-type Pokémon. He wasn't hoping for anything high-end, just a basic energy collector would be enough. After all, he only planned to raise a single ghost-type Pokémon. Any more, and even he would feel uncomfortable. He wasn't a spirit master, nor did he possess any special abilities. Ghost types had a knack for absorbing life energy. There was no defending against it. He still wanted to live a long life, after all. But now came the real problem. How was he supposed to befriend Ayako? She wasn't like Wallace. Right now, other than having met her once, he knew nothing about her. He had no way to cater to her interests like he had with Wallace. Forget it. Overthinking won't help. My priority right now is making money so I can participate in the auction. Thanks to her, my next battle's betting odds will be through the roof. Sato couldn't come up with a good plan, so he decided to stop thinking about it. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes to rest, waiting for his next match. 30 minutes after Sato's battle ended, the intercom in his room once again announced the start of the next round. With his now recovered Nidorino, Growlithe, and Meowth, he stepped onto the battlefield once more. As expected, his betting odds had skyrocketed, nearly reaching 1.5. This time, his opponent was finally at a normal level. Sato only needed Meowth and Nidorino to secure victory, earning a significant amount of money in the process. Time passed bit by bit. To gather enough funds before tomorrow night's auction, Sato focused entirely on 2 of the fastest ways to make money: earning game coins and betting on matches. By 8 p.m. the next evening, he had already shaken up the major game arcades of Saffron City. The legend of a slot machine expert raking in countless game coins spread among the city's gambling circles. At the same time, word of a powerful trainer having an exceptional Meowth and Nidorino spread across the various battle venues. The situation reached a point where, when Sato tried using different Pokémon, he encountered the same issue as when he battled with Swampert. His opponents had already adapted to his strategies. By utilizing both money-making methods, especially gambling on battles, Sato's steadily growing fortune played a critical role. Thanks to his high win rate, he ultimately amassed a staggering 360 million Poké dollars. The real game begins now. Let's hope this money will be well spent and push my strength to the next level. Inside a 5-star hotel, after feasting with his Pokémon, Sato changed into an elite trainer's gray-black outfit. Carefully securing his Pokeballs onto his belt, he pushed open the door and stepped out. The auction was scheduled for 11 p.m., but Sato set off more than 3 hours in advance for a simple reason: he wanted to explore the free trade area of Saffron City's underground black market. Tonight was arguably the grandest event in the history of Saffron City's underground black market. To participate in Team Rocket's auction, powerful trainers from all over Kanto, and even those from other regions, had gathered here. Before the auction began, these trainers took the opportunity to sell items they didn't need in the free trade area. This not only helped them clear out unnecessary possessions but also increased their available funds for bidding. As Sato had predicted, the free trade area was already bustling with activity. Of course, Team Rocket's large-scale operation tonight hadn't gone unnoticed by the Kanto League. Strangely, however, aside from an increased presence of law enforcement officers on the streets, the League's forces in Saffron City hadn't taken any major action, as if they were unaware of the auction happening right under their noses. Sato had a good idea why the League was turning a blind eye. Some of the League's high-ranking officials and prominent families were likely involved in this event. During the campaign against the Golden Gang, the Kanto League had reaped the greatest benefits. However, the League itself was not a united front. Its internal factions were even more complicated than Team Rocket's, each with its own agenda. In the face of immense profits, even the League can only look the other way. Still, I'd better be cautious. The League may not go after the big fish tonight, but they can certainly catch some small ones. I have no intention of becoming prey, Sato thought as he watched the numerous League officers patrolling the streets from his taxi. Having spent quite some time in Saffron City, this was the first time Sato had encountered a traffic jam. Along the way, he also noticed many luxury cars and all sorts of unsavory individuals. Some of these outsiders were probably used to being dominant in their own territories, yet they failed to restrain themselves even now, swaggering openly on the streets. As a result, they were promptly apprehended by the League officers, who had been waiting for just such an opportunity. After a half-hour journey, Sato arrived at one of Team Rocket's known entrances to Saffron City's underground black market. Unlike usual, he had to queue to enter. Another half-hour passed before he finally made it inside Team Rocket's headquarters in the underground market. The place was packed with people, and it took him 10 more minutes to squeeze his way out. As expected, the underground black market was bustling, teeming with a massive crowd. Fortunately, the streets were wide, and Team Rocket had deployed a large number of local enforcers to maintain order. Despite the presence of countless criminals, the underground black market remained relatively stable. Any signs of disorder had been swiftly crushed by Team Rocket. As Sato emerged from Team Rocket's headquarters, he witnessed a bald, hot-tempered trainer getting into an argument with another trainer over a mere accidental bump. In less than a minute, both trainers were dragged away by several ruthless-looking Team Rocket members. The bald trainer, in particular, made the mistake of continuing to mouth off and being aggressive, and the Rocket members killed him on the spot in full view of the crowd. Many more trainers like him, chickens meant to be made examples of, appeared tonight. Even those with some influence weren't spared. Team Rocket executed them before the monkeys, newcomers to the underground black market, using brutal tactics to establish dominance and obedience. Through this ruthless display, Team Rocket quickly brought the initially chaotic underground black market under control, restoring a semblance of order. Sato, now riding his acro bike, arrived at the free trade area, the most crowded section of the underground black market. The number of people here had increased 3- to 4-fold compared to usual, and the variety of goods being sold had expanded significantly. With Golbat by his side, Sato navigated through the crowd, carefully inspecting each stall's offerings. He activated his system's scanning ability to ensure he didn't overlook any valuable items. Team Rocket's auction had truly drawn in a massive number of elite trainers, many of whom carried valuable goods. Within minutes, Sato had already spotted several hidden treasures. One such item was a peculiar rock called a float stone. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary rock, but when lifted, it felt significantly lighter than expected. Its effect was remarkable. It could have a Pokémon's weight. Having a Pokémon's weight had immense implications. Imagine a 300-pound heavyweight suddenly shedding 150 pounds. Though they might still appear bulky, their movement speed would improve drastically due to their previous strength. While the float stone wouldn't make a noticeable difference for lighter Pokémon, it was an invaluable asset for behemoths like Steelix, a Grunt, or Golem, greatly enhancing their mobility. Despite its extraordinary effect, this miraculous stone was currently sitting in a pile of ordinary rocks at a gambling stone stall, priced at a mere 20,000 Poke dollars. Stone gambling was quite popular in the Pokémon world. These stones often contained rare minerals and hidden treasures. Most commonly, people found valuable gems inside, but occasionally, one could unearth precious evolution stones. If luck was on their side, they might even uncover a megastone or a keystone. This practice was similar to gambling, but with an added layer of expertise. Some so-called stone gambling experts claimed they could determine whether a rock contained treasure just by examining its surface patterns. Because of this, many people who considered themselves knowledgeable eagerly participated, hoping to strike it rich. However, reality proved that only a select few lucky ones managed to achieve instant wealth. Most ended up losing everything. The gambling stall had rocks marked with various price tags, ranging from as low as 10,000 Poke dollars to several million, and customers were free to choose and have them cracked open on-site. The trainers who frequented Saffron City's underground black market were rarely decent folk. Many had all sorts of vices, and gambling was a common one. Faced with the temptation of high-risk, high-reward betting, numerous trainers couldn't resist. They convinced themselves that their years of experience in stone gambling would lead them to fortune. And, to be fair, there had already been a few successful cases. Some trainers had purchased rocks for just a few tens of thousands of Poke dollars and discovered evolution stones worth millions. The most astonishing success story of the night involved a trainer who spent 1.5 million Poke dollars on a millstone-sized rock, only to crack it open and reveal a Dawn stone worth at least 50 million. That lucky winner had been losing throughout the stone-cutting process, and most spectators thought he was doomed to take a massive loss. But when the Dawn stone was finally revealed, his fortune changed in an instant. Seeing this, countless bystanders couldn't sit still anymore. Their eyes turned red with greed, and they rushed to the gambling stalls, each hoping to be the next person to strike it rich. Sato had no interest in stone gambling, as he had learned from the Encyclopedia of Stones he obtained from Mr. Kaede in Larose City that most gamble stones were artificially created. While there was some professional skill involved in stone gambling, identifying the true nature of a stone at a glance required extensive experience in their manufacture. In fact, Kaede himself was a master at creating gamble stones. By producing these stones for others, he amassed the funds necessary to hire powerful trainers to help him collect rare stones from around the world. Kaede's The Encyclopedia of Stones explicitly documented the process of making gamble stones, along with methods for distinguishing whether a stone contained valuable material. Sato had read through the guide multiple times, but its vast and complex content filled with technical jargon left him unable to fully grasp all its concepts. He neither had the interest nor the time to study it in depth. Additionally, he discovered that his system's detection function was ineffective against most artificially manufactured gamble stones. It could only analyze stones that were genuinely mined from natural deposits. At this large stone gambling stall, Sato found only about 20 genuine gamble stones. Considering the stall displayed several hundred stones, the ratio was pitifully low. Among those genuine stones, the best one aside from the float stone contained a high-quality thunderstone. The rest were rare gemstones, none of which were particularly valuable. Sato nonchalantly walked into the stall. His first move was to pick up the clearly labeled float stone, priced at a mere 20,000 poke dollars. Then, he took the thunderstone containing stone marked at 50,000 poke dollars. To maintain appearances, he also bought 2 artificially made gamble stones, each priced at 500,000 poke dollars. He acted no differently from the other customers, examining his chosen stones with a professional air before making his purchase, ensuring that neither the stall owner nor his employees took notice. After transferring 1.07 million poke dollars to the stall owner, Sato immediately requested that the 2 most expensive artificial gamble stones be cut open on the spot while discreetly storing the float stone away. The float stone was about the size of an adult man's fist. Because of its small volume, the odds of it containing valuable material were low. Furthermore, its notably lighter weight made people assume it was hollow, leading to its undervaluation. To the untrained eye, it looked just like any ordinary roadside stone. Only someone with extensive knowledge of Pokémon-held items and the opportunity to examine it firsthand would recognize its true nature. Thanks to his system's detection function, Sato had unearthed this hidden gem. Now, it had finally fallen into the hands of someone who recognized its worth. Item information. Pokémon item, float stone. Effect, halves the holder's weight. Description, a stone imbued with mysterious power, a gift from the world itself. As expected, artificial gamble stones were mostly worthless. When the 2 he purchased were cut open, they turned out to be empty, wasting 1 million poke dollars. Fortunately, the stone containing the high-quality thunderstone was real. As soon as it was revealed, the onlookers who had been waiting to mock Sato were left stunned, their faces turning green with envy. Brother, you hit the jackpot. You spent only 50,000 poke dollars and got a high-quality thunderstone. Do you know how rare those are? They're much harder to form than fire stones or water stones. This thing is worth 10 million poke dollars at the bare minimum. You turned 50,000 into well over 10 million. Unbelievable. Following the stall owner's instructions, the stone cutter exaggerated his reaction, shouting loudly while dramatically raising the thunderstone high for everyone to see. Hearing his words and seeing the gleaming high-quality thunderstone, even more envious people gathered. Those suffering from green-eyed syndrome surged forward, flooding into the stall in hopes of their own lucky find. Not bad, this stall owner knows how to do business. Sato noticed how the owner was using him as free advertising but didn't mind. He retrieved the thunderstone from the cutter and turned to leave, ignoring the latter's request to cut open his float stone. To the stall owner and cutter, it seemed obvious that Sato had hit it big and was eager to cash in his thunderstone. However, just as Sato stepped out of the large stall, he was stopped by a burly man, who towered over him by 2 heads. The man's overwhelming presence radiated a menacing aura. I don't like being blocked. Either move, or die. Dressed in black and wearing a mask, Sato raised an eyebrow beneath his mask and spoke in a cold, emotionless tone. As soon as he finished, his entire demeanor changed, one that those nearby found eerily familiar. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, brother. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to give you money. This is Team Rocket's turf. I wouldn't dare try anything. The burly man instantly wiped the contempt from his face, switching to a friendly, ingratiating smile. He had recognized the unmistakable aura of a fellow Rocket. Meanwhile, 3 masked figures dressed similarly to Sato but with bright red masks had discreetly appeared nearby, surrounding the scene. These were Team Rocket's enforcers stationed in Saffron City's underground black market. The burly man wasn't lying. This was indeed Team Rocket's domain. If he dared lay a hand on Sato, it would be suicidal. You want this, huh? I'm a fair person. This is a high-quality thunderstone. The market price here is 15 million poke dollars. I'll sell it to you for that. Sato nodded, withdrawing the freshly obtained thunderstone. Since his price was fair and reasonable and the presence of Team Rocket enforcers made it clear there was no room for negotiation, the burly man agreed without hesitation. He swiftly transferred 15 million poke dollars to Sato's account before hurriedly taking the stone and leaving. Thanks for the help, brothers. Here's a little token of appreciation. Although the 3 enforcers had simply stood by without intervening, Sato understood the value of keeping good relations. He transferred 500,000 poke dollars to each of them. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. His generosity delighted the enforcers, who immediately warmed up to him. Sato seized the opportunity to casually probe them for information. Thanks to this, he soon discovered an unexpected surprise. Why was Team Rocket's enforcement squad working so diligently tonight? Could it be that they were all highly dedicated members carrying out their duties with a sense of mission? That answer was, of course, highly unlikely. The reason they were so aggressively capturing those disturbing the order tonight was twofold. First, they had received orders from higher UPS, and the mission came with generous rewards. Second, and most importantly, they were given permission to keep all the profits they could squeeze from the unfortunate souls they caught. It was this second reason that strongly motivated the Team Rocket enforcers, keeping them highly vigilant of their surroundings. They were practically hoping for trouble to break out. Take, for example, the burly man who had stopped Sato just moments ago. If he had dared to even lay a hand on Sato, the 3 nearby Team Rocket enforcers would have immediately taken him down and happily divided up everything he owned. In reality, for the Team Rocket enforcement squad, the underground black market in Saffron City tonight was a grand feast. They had already amassed a huge haul of spoils from the trainers visiting the market. However, since these spoils were not yet converted into tangible profit, namely Poke dollars, most Team Rocket enforcers chose to work individually, ensuring that whatever they obtained remained their personal loot. This meant that every enforcer currently had a collection of valuable items taken from their unfortunate victims, but due to being on duty, they hadn't had the chance to sell them yet. After learning about this, Sato casually remarked, "If you've got good treasures, let your little brother take a look. No need to let riches slip away to outsiders, right? I'm here to buy some valuables tonight, and my pockets are quite full. I'm looking to lighten them a bit." His words, combined with a generous bribe of 500,000 Poke dollars per person, actually convinced the 3 enforcers to reveal a few treasures that made Sato's eyes gleam with desire. The first item was a scale, about the size of an adult's palm. It was a crystalline blue, with a flowing shimmer of light constantly coursing across its surface. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding humidity noticeably increased, giving it an air of deep mystery. Using his system's appraisal function, Sato discovered that this was actually a reverse scale from a Kingdra of Elite 4 level strength. It contained an incredible amount of water-type and dragon-type energy, and after being nurtured by the Kingdra for countless years, it had evolved into a miraculous artifact. The details of the scale were as follows. Pokémon item, Kingdra's reverse scale. Effects: 1. Grants the Pokémon an additional organ for storing water-type energy. 2. Enhances the Pokémon's ability to create rainy weather and manipulate water flow. Restriction: only Pokémon with strong willpower can use it. A real dragon's reverse scale, touch it and face death. Description: this is the reverse dragon scale of an Elite 4 level Kingdra, containing the accumulated power of its lifetime. It serves as the core source of its ability to summon storms and massive tidal waves. From its description alone, this Kingdra's reverse scale was undoubtedly a high-value Pokémon item. The mere mention of Elite 4 level instantly elevated its status. Moreover, from its effects, this reverse scale was an invaluable treasure for any trainer specializing in water-type Pokémon. What did granting an additional organ for storing water-type energy mean? Essentially, this meant that the reverse scale would integrate with a Pokémon's body, forming a symbiotic relationship with it. What did enhancing rain creation and water manipulation mean? It meant that a Pokémon using the scale could summon rain over a larger area and for a longer duration, while also improving its ability to control water. Many Pokémon can learn rain dance, but in most cases, the rain they summon is little more than a drizzle. On clear, cloudless days, even attempting to use rain dance could result in failure. This happens because summoning rain relies on a Pokémon's ability to sense and manipulate water-type energy. If the surrounding area lacks sufficient water-type energy, or if the Pokémon cannot gather and control it over a wide range, then rain dance will produce only a weak drizzle or fail entirely. That said, failures are mostly seen in non-water-type Pokémon. Water types rarely fail when using rain dance, as they naturally have a stronger affinity for water-type energy and can call it forth from afar. The most extreme example of this was Kyogre, the legendary water-type Pokémon. Its ability to sense water-type energy was likely the strongest in the Pokémon world, possibly spanning the entire globe. Additionally, many water-type Pokémon have a natural organ that stores water-type energy, allowing them to release stored power when necessary to generate rain even when environmental conditions are unfavorable. Typically, Pokémon have at least one natural energy-storing organ, which could take the form of fur, scales, horns, claws, or similar features. On a daily basis, Pokémon absorb their respective elemental energy from nature and store it within these organs. During battles, they can freely use this stored energy to power their moves without relying on external sources, significantly improving efficiency and reducing effort. Essentially, this energy reservoir functioned like an internal ammunition supply, allowing Pokémon to execute attacks without constantly needing to draw energy from their surroundings. However, developing such an organ was not easy. Only naturally gifted or exceptionally powerful Pokémon tended to possess these features. Moreover, these organs usually stored only the Pokémon's primary elemental energy. For instance, this Kingdra's reverse scale was the primary organ where it stored its water and dragon-type energy. Thanks to this scale, Kingdra could summon torrential rain and massive tidal waves at will, whereas other Pokémon had to struggle just to produce drizzle. Sato's own Pokémon also possessed a similar organ. His Growlithe had developed such a unique feature as well. With the help of the Flame Orb, Growlithe's fur had become a natural reservoir for fire-type energy. This was why Growlithe's coat was so vibrant and why its body temperature was significantly higher than that of an ordinary Growlithe. Note: Pikachu's red cheek patches serve as its electric pouches. These pouches are where it stores its electric-type energy. Upon seeing the details of the reverse scale, Sato's heart surged with excitement. He knew that this was a game-changing tool for his desired rain team. Why? Because the conditions for using this Kingdra's reverse scale were incredibly lenient. Unlike rare items such as mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone, mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Stone, or Nightmare Crystal, which could only be used by Pokémon of specific types, this reverse scale had no such restriction. Any Pokémon regardless of type could use it, provided they could endure the initial pain of its parasitic fusion. Once integrated, the Pokémon would gain the power of an Elite 4-level Kingdra, inheriting some of its storm summoning abilities. Because of this, Sato saw the possibility of training a non-water type Pokémon as a weather controller. If successful, this could drastically improve the flexibility of his rain-based team. He could include non-water types to cover weaknesses without worrying about losing control of the rain conditions. During the negotiation for the Kingdra's reverse scale, Sato played it smart. Though he was inwardly excited, he maintained a calm and indifferent exterior. While his gaze occasionally lingered on the reverse scale with admiration, he made sure to appear disinterested. Rather than naming a price upfront, Sato let the Rocket Enforcement Squad member who presented the reverse scale make the first offer, shifting the pressure of setting a price onto the seller and seizing the initiative in the deal. Although the Rocket Enforcement Squad member did not possess Sato's system appraisal ability, it was clear to any experienced eye that the Kingdra's reverse scale was extraordinary. He was aware that what he held was valuable. However, due to the information asymmetry, the short-statured Rocket Enforcement Squad member was bound to be at a disadvantage. Unable to gauge Sato's thoughts from his impassive expression, he hesitated before finally offering a price of 30 million Poké. While this unknown scale does seem quite special, I have no idea what it actually does. You know how it is if I buy something with no clear use, it's just going to sit around collecting dust. Why would I spend 30 million Poké on a mere decoration? I'd be better off buying something I can actually use. It's not that I don't want to buy it, brother, but you need to tell me what it does first. If it's useful, then of course I'll consider purchasing it. Hearing that the seller had only asked for 30 million Poké, Sato was secretly delighted. However, he forced himself to put on an expression of disdain, as if he were looking at an idiot, before responding with a troubled look. If Sato hadn't already used his system's appraisal function to understand the true value of the Kingdra's reverse scale, his words just now would have been entirely sincere. Without knowing its purpose, keeping such an item would indeed be a gamble. Even if he somehow figured out what it was later, he wouldn't necessarily know if it would be of any use to him. The risks were too great. Besides, this was a major trading event. Spending a fortune on an item with an unknown function would be foolish. Only an idiot with money to burn would do something like that. It made more sense to keep searching the free trade area for useful Pokémon items rather than splurging on something so uncertain. Although Sato currently had over 300 million Poké, money was something he needed to spend wisely. After all, the real highlight of the event, the auction, had yet to begin. If he wasted his funds now, how would he compete in the upcoming bids? Hearing Sato's response, the short Rocket Enforcement Squad member blushed slightly under his mask. He knew full well that Sato's words made sense. He simply didn't want to accept it. Deep down, he was convinced that the scale was extremely valuable, so he had tried to probe Sato's reaction, but asking for 30 million Poké for an item with an unknown function was indeed a bit too greedy. Since Brother Miyamoto feels that way, I'll cut the price in half. 15 million Poké, final offer. I can't go any lower. After hesitating for a moment, the short Rocket Enforcement Squad member decided to compromise. In fact, he made a drastic concession, offering a 50% discount right away. That's really unfortunate, brother. Something this valuable isn't something I want to take from you. You should keep it, who knows? Maybe one day it'll make your Pokémon stronger or bring you unexpected fortune. Under the anxious gaze of the Rocket Enforcement Squad member, Sato shook his head and declined the deal. He even subtly hinted that he was ready to move on to another seller. At this, the Rocket Enforcement Squad member finally panicked. He knew he had been trying to rip Sato off, and now he had pushed things too far, earning Sato's dislike. In desperation, he made a final offer that Sato found highly agreeable, 5 million Poké. And so, Sato acquired the Kingdra's reverse scale of immeasurable value for just 5 million Poké. Beyond this incredible deal, Sato was also pleasantly surprised by the next transaction. The third Rocket Enforcement Squad member he negotiated with was a tall man who presented him with a book on Poison-type Pokémon training. Of course, this book was an abridged version, covering training methods only for Coughing, Arbok, Grimmar, Nidoran, and Nidorina. Even so, Sato gladly bought the book for 10 million Poké, because it contained a recipe for a special food exclusively for the Nidoran evolution line. Having personally created a specialized food for his Swampert, Sato was well aware of the benefits of top-tier Pokémon food. Finding a recipe for Nidoran's evolution line was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Currently, his Nidoran had evolved into Nidorino, and Sato estimated that it wouldn't be long before it reached its final evolution, Nidoking. If he could successfully create a specialized food for Nidoking using the recipe from the book, it would greatly enhance Nidoking's strength, an invaluable boost for his team. After completing the deal, Sato learned from the tall Rocket Enforcement Squad member that the book had been taken from an unfortunate poison-type specialist. Along with the book, the man had also acquired several strange poisonous items from the same victim. If possible, I'd like to buy all those poisonous items from you as a bundle. What do you think? Sato didn't even bother asking what the strange poisonous items were. He simply made an offer to buy them outright. His guess was that they were various ingredients used to prepare food for poison-type Pokémon. He had expected the seller to take advantage of this opportunity to charge him extra, but for some reason, the man readily agreed to the deal. Once the exchange began, Sato understood why the man had been so eager to part with the items. They were all pungent, foul-smelling toxins, including poisonous snakes, scorpions, and spiders. Just looking at the hairy, venomous spiders made Sato's scalp tingle. The thought of these ingredients potentially being used in Nidoking's specialized food left him feeling a bit queasy. In addition to the Kingra's reverse scale and the poison-type training book, Sato also purchased 3 valuable TM discs from the Rocket Enforcement Squad members. Aerial Ace for Golbat, Aqua Tail for Swampert, Shadow Claw for Meowth. These 3 TMs cost him a total of 12 million Poke Dollars, with Shadow Claw for Meowth being the priciest, making up half of the total amount. By the end of the transactions, Sato had spent over 20 million Poke Dollars. Yet both he and the 3 Rocket Enforcement Squad members left satisfied with their trades. Before parting ways, they even exchanged contact information, marking the conclusion of a highly successful deal. After parting ways with the 3 Team Rocket Enforcer members, Sato continued wandering around the free trade zone. It was still a little past 8 o'clock, and there was plenty of time before the auction started. Even before the auction began, Sato had already acquired 3 valuable items: a float stone, a Kingra reverse scale, and a recipe for Pokemon food specifically for the Nidoran family. His mood was excellent. However, the longer Sato strolled through the free trade zone, the more he realized a significant issue: he still had opportunities to make even more money. The trainers who had come to the underground black market in Saffron City tonight seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Items that they normally wouldn't dare to sell, such as artifacts stolen from ancient ruins, were now openly displayed in a specific section of the free trade zone. The Pokemon League has strict laws against the sale of these ancient artifacts. It was a severe crime, and once discovered, the League spared no effort in tracking down and prosecuting the offenders. Those caught face at least 50 to 60 years in prison at best. More often than not, the sentence is death. Why did the Pokemon League take such a hard stance on ancient artifacts? Because many ancient ruins contained highly dangerous objects. Some of these so-called artifacts were, in reality, tools used by ancient civilizations to seal away terrifying creatures. If the seals within these artifacts were ever broken, the consequences could potentially be unimaginable. The beings sealed away by ancient civilizations were immensely powerful. Some possessed abilities capable of destroying entire landscapes, and even foam legendary Pokemon might not be able to stop them. There had already been a tragic precedent. A massive ancient Pokemon was once accidentally released from a black orb obtained from an ancient ruin. It took an enormous effort and expenses for the League to finally contain the situation. Still, in the aftermath, several cities and uninhabited islands were permanently erased from the world map. The Pokemon League learned from this catastrophe and adopted an uncompromising stance on the looting and trafficking of ancient relics. These matters were now considered serious threats to the League's order. However, the stricter the League's enforcement, the more lucrative the business became. Ancient artifacts are highly valuable collectibles that never depreciate in worth, making them highly sought after by the wealthy. Of course, with such high profit margins, the trade naturally attracted plenty of opportunists. As a result, the market became flooded with counterfeits. Generally, finding a genuine ancient artifact required sharp eyes and a keen sense of judgment. Tonight, because trainers in the Saffron City underground black market were letting loose, many had openly put their ancient artifacts on display, items they had obtained through various adventures and encounters during their travels. It was a grand feast of rare Pokemon-related items. Missing out meant waiting an unpredictable amount of time for the next opportunity, so the trainers in the underground black market were in full-on spending mode. But no matter how much they wanted to buy, trainers always found themselves short on cash. There were simply too many desirable items, and with Team Rocket enforcers standing guard, they couldn't resort to theft. Their only option was to sell some of their own possessions to fund their purchases. This particular section of the free trade zone, dedicated to ancient artifacts, had existed before. However, due to the extreme rarity of such items and the reluctance of most trainers to part with them, the area was typically small. Tonight, however, this section had expanded more than tenfold. Rare ancient artifacts that were rarely seen were now appearing here. Trainers loved traveling and seeking adventure. Many had come across ancient artifacts through sheer luck, but due to the League's strict regulations and their own lack of understanding regarding these items' values, they had kept them hidden away. If it weren't for the abundance of desirable items in tonight's free trade zone, leaving many trainers strapped for cash, they likely would have continued hoarding their findings. After circling around this section of the market, Sato realized that, while many of the displayed ancient artifacts were indeed genuine, very few held any real value. Using his system's appraisal function, Sato identified 3 particularly valuable artifacts: a spoon, an ancient statue, and a book made from real leather. Right now, Sato was standing beside the stall displaying the spoon. The entire spoon was a deep bronze color, resembling a well-worn brass utensil that had withstood the test of time. It was covered in intricate, unknown engravings that seemed to flow naturally across its surface, giving it an almost otherworldly aesthetic. If Sato hadn't used his system's appraisal function, he would have assumed that this seemingly ordinary brass spoon was nothing more than an antique, with the unknown markings being mere decorative carvings. Mysterious spoon, item details. Item, arcane spoon, psychic weapon, sealed artifact. Effect, unknown. Description, this is a special spoon formed through the manifestation of psychic energy. It contains a sealed entity within it. To release the entity, one must find someone capable of deciphering the inscriptions on the arcane spoon. The information provided by the system made it clear just how extraordinary this so-called arcane spoon was. It had likely existed for an extremely long time, and most astonishingly, it wasn't even made from conventional materials. It was a psychic weapon materialized through sheer psychic energy by a powerful being. However, Sato immediately raised his guard. This spoon was essentially an ancient artifact designed to seal away a terrifying creature. There was no doubt about its immense value, but at the same time, it was a ticking time bomb, one that could explode at any moment. Given the circumstances, Sato hesitated about whether he should buy it and hand it over to the Pokémon League for proper handling. If this time bomb were to detonate, the consequences would be catastrophic. He couldn't even begin to imagine how modern humans would deal with whatever monstrous entity was sealed inside. Sato had seen enough Pokémon-related media to know that such things were no joke. He remembered an episode in the anime where they unearthed an ancient ruin, only to unintentionally release a giant Alakazam, a giant Gengar, and a giant Jigglypuff from different ancient relics. If it weren't for the accidental release of the giant Jigglypuff, whose sing put both the Alakazam and Gengar to sleep, the consequences would have been disastrous. Through his conversation with the stall owner, Sato learned that she was a female trainer, and this spoon had been obtained from the depths of the ruins of Alf in Johto. The ruins of Alf, huh? If I remember correctly, that place is absolutely crawling with unknown. Extremely dangerous. Countless trainers go missing there every year. You were lucky to make it out alive. Sato, wearing black gloves, carefully picked up the arcane spoon from the stall, observing it closely. After a moment, he looked at the female trainer named Gunilla and said, "Name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll take it. I'm not very knowledgeable about ancient artifacts, nor do I know how much this thing is worth. But you seem to know your way around these things. Why don't you appraise it for me? That way, I can set a fair price." Hearing Sato say this, Gunilla, who had been closely observing his every move, rolled her eyes before flashing him a charming smile. "You must be joking. I'm no professional antiquities appraiser. I've just seen similar inscriptions and patterns on some ancient artifacts unearthed from ruins before, which is why I believe this spoon might be genuine. As for the price, it would be better if you, the seller, said it." Underneath his mask, Sato's lips curled into a subtle smile. Without revealing any emotion, he kicked the ball of pricing back to Gunilla. A seller asking a buyer to name their own price was just a trick to rip them off. The moment Sato mentioned a number, the other party would surely multiply it 5 or 6 times, perhaps even tenfold. He had just managed to buy several valuable items at a low price and had no intention of falling for such an obvious trap. Gunilla's smile instantly faded upon hearing this. She replaced it with a blank expression, staring at Sato with deep suspicion. She knew very well whether this strange spoon was an ancient artifact. She wasn't lying earlier, it truly was something she had retrieved from the ruins of Alf. 2 years ago, she and a group of companions had accidentally ventured deep into the ruins. In the end, she was the only one fortunate enough to come out alive. To be precise, she had survived because she found this spoon. Following its guidance, she managed to evade the encirclement of countless unknown totems and escape from the depths of the ruins of Alf. Because of this, Gunilla firmly believed that this spoon was an extraordinary relic and must be incredibly valuable. After escaping the ruins, she initially thought she had stumbled upon a great fortune. However, reality soon shattered that illusion. Ever since she left the ruins, the spoon had ceased to exhibit any supernatural effects. Even when she found herself in life-threatening situations, it never guided her the way it had inside the ruins. As time passed, her initial excitement over the spoon gradually faded. It wasn't until tonight, during Team Rocket's special auction event, that she considered selling it. Strapped for cash, she figured she could exchange it for something more useful. Unfortunately, despite sitting on her stall for almost an entire day, the spoon had barely drawn any attention. The harsh reality made Gunilla start doubting its true value. After all, not all ancient artifacts were valuable. At the moment, Sato was the only potential buyer who had shown interest in it. Gunilla felt conflicted. She didn't want to sell it too cheaply, but she also feared that setting the price too high would scare him away. Once again, information proved to be crucial. Gunilla wasn't from an extremely poor background, but she wasn't particularly well off either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have joined a ruin exploration party in the first place. Because of her limited perspective, she had no real grasp of how much the spoon might be worth. 10 million Poke dollars. What do you think? If that's too much, I can go down to 8 million. After much hesitation, Gunilla tentatively threw out a number. 5 million Poke dollars. That's my final offer. To be honest, I have an interest in ancient scripts. There are a few inscriptions on this spoon that I've never seen before, and that's the only reason I'm considering buying it. I don't have any other use for it. Even with the price already slashed significantly, Sato still shook his head. He placed the spoon back on the stall, stood up, and addressed Gunilla. A minute later, Sato was holding a bronze spoon covered in unknown inscriptions. After playing with it in his hands for a moment, he carefully stored it away. However, he failed to notice that, just before he stowed it away, one of the inscriptions on the spoon briefly blurred and then transformed into a different symbol altogether. Having secured the mysterious spoon, Sato moved on to the next stall that displayed a valuable ancient artifact, a statue, or more precisely, a headless stone sculpture. This incomplete stone statue was about the size of a canned soda bottle. Judging by its shape and form, it was a model of Arceus, the creator. Using his system's identification function, Sato discovered that this statue had an extraordinary background. It was once blessed by Arceus itself. Stone statue details. Item: incomplete Arceus statue. Effect: unknown. Description: this statue was personally sculpted by one of humanity's greatest artisans under the commission of Deimos, dedicated to Arceus. According to legend, it once possessed incredible powers due to Arceus's blessing. However, in its current damaged state, it is nothing more than a broken relic. If the missing head could be recovered, perhaps a fraction of its power might be restored. Sato was familiar with Deimos. He was the ancient figure who had once saved Arceus. This meant that the statue had endured countless years and held immense historical significance. Selling it for a high price wouldn't be an issue at all. Although time had eroded some parts of the statue and its most critical piece, the head, had been deliberately destroyed, its craftsmanship was still exceptional. The statue emitted an inexplicable aura of majesty, making those who gazed upon it instinctively feel the urge to kneel in reverence. This alone was a testament to the sculptor's remarkable skill, managing to carve even a fraction of Arceus's divine presence into a mere statue. And this was an incomplete one. Sato could only imagine how overwhelming the presence must have been when the statue was whole. Unlike Gunala's overlooked spoon, this statue was clearly extraordinary at first glance. People constantly approached the stall to inquire about its price. Strangely, no matter how high an offer was made, the stall's owner, a short and thin man, remained indifferent, as if he had no intention of selling at all. After asking around, Sato learned the reason the vendor wasn't interested in selling. His real goal was to find the missing head of the Arceus statue. Examining the statue closely, Sato could tell that the head had indeed been deliberately removed. The break was unnaturally smooth, clear evidence that someone had intentionally cut it off. Who would be bold enough to do this? Sato thought, staring at the incomplete sculpture. Even in its damaged state, the aura it exudes is enough to command respect. If the statue were whole, it might have truly possessed the power to make ordinary people and Pokémon kneel before it in reverence. Whoever dared to deface this must have had nerves of steel, or a death wish to oppose Arceus itself. Sigh, what a pity, it's not for sale. Sato glanced at the incomplete Arceus stone carving a few more times, feeling a deep sense of regret. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stepped forward, crouched down in front of the stall, and picked up a dagger lying among the displayed items. The stall, run by a short and skinny vendor, had a variety of ancient artifacts. Besides the Arceus stone carving, which was undoubtedly the most valuable, there were several other ancient relics of lesser worth. One such relic was the dagger that Sato had just picked up. This was a sheathed dagger. Though worn by the passage of time, its exterior no longer as radiant as before. When he drew it from its golden sheath adorned with several embedded gemstones, the blade, covered in intricate patterns, showed not a single trace of rust, still gleaming coldly. Using his system's identification function, Sato confirmed that this dagger once belonged to Deimos. Naturally, this historical significance alone made it an artifact of considerable value, one that could fetch a high price. If Sato's guess was correct, the vendor before him was most likely a grave robber, one who had been fortunate enough to loot Deimos' tomb. Among the items on the stall, 5 ancient relics, including the Arceus stone carving and the dagger, were all connected to Deimos, a well-known historical figure of the Sinnoh region. Aside from the Arceus stone carving, which was not for sale, the short and skinny vendor seemed indifferent to the rest of his items. However, compared to the previous vendor, this one was noticeably shrewder. Sato ended up spending 30 million Poke dollars to acquire the ancient dagger, a wooden ring, and a gold and silver necklace. The wooden ring and necklace also belonged to Deimos, having been buried with him as funerary objects. Due to various circumstances, they had now fallen into Sato's hands. Sato estimated that if he were to auction these 3 ancient relics, their value could multiply several times, perhaps even tenfold. As time passed, with only an hour remaining before the auction began, Sato used his invitation to enter the makeshift auction house hastily built by Team Rocket. He was now seated in a lavish private room, having a conversation with an elderly appraiser with white hair and a beard. Unfortunately, after purchasing Deimos' funerary artifacts, Sato had planned to return for the ancient beast leather book, the last remaining high-value relic he had his eyes on. However, upon retracing his steps to the previous stall, he discovered that it had already disappeared. Relying on his system's identification function, Sato continued scouring the ancient artifact market and managed to acquire 3 more relics. Now, he was preparing to complete the pre-auction appraisal process for his newly acquired treasures. In fact, the auction invitation not only granted entry into the venue but also allowed the holder to submit items for auction. Of course, even in a low-tier auction house, only items of significant value were eligible for bidding. Mr. Sato truly has a keen eye. To think you would present so many valuable ancient artifacts at once. Especially this spoon, it qualifies for the high-tier auction, and I believe it will drive the bidders into a frenzy. The elderly appraiser, wearing white gloves, admired the mystical spoon in his hands with great fondness. His face was flushed with excitement as he praised the artifact while grinning at Sato. Is that so? That's excellent news. This is just a small token of appreciation. I'll be counting on you to ensure these items make it to auction. And after the bidding ends, I'll certainly express my gratitude with another generous gift. Hearing this, Sato smiled slightly beneath his mask. He took out a gold coin engraved with an unfamiliar pattern, placed it gently on the table, and slid it toward the appraiser. This was a highly valuable ancient coin, worth at least 2 to 3 million poke dollars on the market. To ensure his relics made it into the auction, Sato had long planned to bribe the appraiser. However, appraisers were not particularly interested in raw money, they valued ancient relics far more. So, Sato had prepared accordingly, spending a significant sum in the free trade zone to acquire a few rare ancient coins. My goodness! This is a gold coin from an ancient Sinnoh kingdom? That kingdom perished over 1,000 years ago in the Sinnoh region. Look at these engravings, don't they resemble Garchomp's head? Garchomp was once the guardian Pokémon of that kingdom. Sure enough, upon seeing the coin, the elderly appraiser's cloudy eyes lit up instantly. He eagerly picked up the coin and examined it under a magnifying glass, exclaiming repeatedly in astonishment. Over the next half hour, Sato left the room in high spirits. When he stepped out, he had an invitation to the high-tier auction in hand. After accepting Sato's ancient coin, the appraiser became extremely accommodating, not only guaranteeing that all 6 of Sato's relics would make it to auction but even granting him a high-tier auction invitation. In truth, Sato was already entitled to this invitation, as his mystical spoon had been selected as one of the high-tier auction items. It was even likely to be one of the event's grand finales. As the owner of the spoon, he naturally had the right to attend the high-tier auction. Standing at the entrance of the low-tier auction house, Sato gazed ahead at the magnificent palace-like high-tier auction venue. After contemplating briefly, he ultimately decided against using his invitation to enter the high-tier auction. Instead, he turned and walked toward the mid-tier auction house with the high-tier auction invitation still in hand. Though he now had 6 ancient relics officially entered into the auction, giving him more confidence, he still felt unqualified to financially compete with the elites of major factions in the high-tier auction. Is that a Yako? Just as Sato stepped through the entrance of the mid-tier auction house, a woman wearing a red and white kimono and an Oni mask brushed past him. He immediately turned to look at her retreating figure, his gaze landing on the familiar-looking jade waist ornament at her hip. Under his watchful eyes, the black-haired woman he suspected to be a Yako disappeared into the palace-like high-tier auction house. Sato held the invitation to the high-end auction house in his hand. Naturally, gaining access to the mid-tier auction house was effortless for him. Moreover, because of his high-end invitation, he received the highest level of treatment within the mid-tier auction house. Led by a young, beautiful woman dressed in a stunning evening gown, Sato entered a lavishly decorated private room. He settled onto a plush sofa, facing a one-way transparent glass wall. Through the glass, Sato had a clear view of the auction stage and the seating area below. Sir, please enjoy your tea. You may rest here for now, the auction will begin shortly. I will be waiting at the door should you need anything, the beautiful attendant said as she gracefully placed a steaming cup of tea on the table before Sato. Her dazzling smile was paired with a teasing glint in her obsidian-like eyes. Understood. You may leave now, Sato replied. His gaze lingered momentarily on the 2 prominent, creamy white spheres in front of him, and the faint, alluring fragrance in the air stirred an inexplicable heat within him. However, he quickly suppressed the feeling and gave a curt nod. Though the attendant maintained her charming smile, the disappointment in her eyes was unmistakable. After a polite bow, she tactfully exited the room. All right, come on out. Everyone behave yourselves. If anyone causes trouble, I'll put them back into their pokeball. Now, let's have a late-night snack. As soon as the attendant left, Sato released all his Pokémon from their pokeballs. Then, he took out a large assortment of canned delicacies. With a bit of fire from Growlithe, the food was warmed up, and the room was soon filled with an irresistible aroma. His Pokémon got along well, but there was still an established order, one based on strength. As the undisputed leader of the team, Swampert was always the first to eat. Once he took the first bite, the others followed suit. Currently, Meowth held the lowest rank in the group. However, having spent considerable time navigating Saffron City, Meowth was well versed in social hierarchies. Not only was he the last to take his share, but he also busied himself serving drinks and attending to the other Pokémon, playing the perfect role of the new recruit. Thus, Sato and his Pokémon enjoyed their hearty meal while waiting for the auction to begin. As the auction drew closer, more people began filling the hall. However, unlike regular auctions, there was no lively chatter. Attendees were unwilling to reveal their identities, and the atmosphere was heavy with tension and anticipation. At precisely 11 p.m., a stunning woman in a crimson evening gown, accompanied by Zato, appeared in midair above the auction hall. Enveloped in a blue aura of psychic energy, she gracefully descended from the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Mina, and I will be your auctioneer for this evening. I know you're all eager to begin, so let's not waste time. Let's bring out our first item. As Mina landed, the first auction item appeared on stage in a flash teleported by Zato. It was a massive, cloth-covered object. Under the eager gazes of the audience, Mina dramatically pulled away the black cloth, revealing a large cage made of specially reinforced glass. Whoa! Impressive? They're starting strong. Looks like this auction is worth attending after all. A chorus of gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience. Quite the bold move, going all in right from the start, Sato muttered, rising from his seat and stepping closer to the glass wall. He locked his gaze on the 3 so-called shiny Pokémon inside the cage. The trio consisted of a Scyther, a Pidgeotto, and a Vulpix. However, something was off. Their coloration was entirely pink. Every inch of their bodies, from head to tail, was an unusual shade of pink. The Pokémon were separated within the glass cage, completely isolated from the outside world. Due to the special properties of the glass, they could neither hear nor see beyond their enclosures. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these are 3 exceptionally rare shiny Pokémon. And look at their color, aren't they stunning? Completely pink from head to toe? Imagine bringing them to a contest, they would absolutely steal the show. Mina's seductive smile gleamed as she spoke into the microphone, her voice laced with a cunning charm. Most of her words were just showmanship, but the mention of Pokémon contests caught the attention of the audience. In recent years, trainers who specialized in Pokémon contests had risen in prominence. Pokémon contests were rapidly gaining popularity and had become the second most watched competitive event after standard Pokémon battles. Top coordinators were household names, rivaling celebrities in fame and wealth. With lucrative opportunities emerging from contests, more and more organizations had started investing in them. Pokémon with striking, unique appearances such as these pink Pokémon could prove to be invaluable assets. Alright, since everyone's so enthusiastic, let's get started. Per the seller's request, the starting bid for each pink shiny Pokémon is 20 million Poké-dollars, with a minimum increment of 1 million Poké-dollars. First up, we have the pink Scyther. The auction begins now. 30 million Poké-dollars. The moment Mina announced the start, a bidder immediately raised their paddle. 40 million Poké-dollars. Before Mina could even acknowledge the bid, another bidder quickly followed up. Within minutes, the price of the pink Scyther soared to 80 million Poké-dollars, and the bidding war showed no signs of slowing down. Ha, talk about ignorance. These Pokémon aren't shinies at all. Whoever buys them is getting scammed, Sato mused, reclining lazily on the sofa as he watched the heated bidding. He shook his head, a strange expression on his face. If Sato remembered correctly, these pink Pokémon were originally just ordinary ones. They only turned pink after consuming the fruit of a unique tree found on a certain island in the Orange Islands. That fruit was called the Pinkenberry. Once a Pokémon ate this fruit, its body would change color to pink. If it only ate a small amount, the effect would wear off after some time. However, if a Pokémon consumed the fruit regularly or in large quantities, the change became irreversible. Worse yet, the Pokémon would become addicted, refusing to eat anything else. This berry was like a drug. Pokémon needed to consume it at regular intervals. If they couldn't get it, they would grow extremely weak, and prolonged deprivation could even lead to death. These 3 pink Pokémon had most likely been poached from that special island in the Orange Islands, Pinken Island. Because the location was so remote and under the League's special protection, very few people knew about it. That was why most bidders here were being deceived. Of course, Sato wasn't the only one who knew the truth about these pink Pokémon. However, the few others who were aware remained silent. Those individuals likely felt the same way Sato did. They were happy to see the clueless bidders wasting their resources on these Pokémon. This way, when more valuable items came up for auction, they would have an advantage and spend less money unnecessarily. Before long, the pink Scyther was sold for the astonishing price of 93 million Poké-dollars. Next up was the pink Pidgeotto. Unlike the flashy pink Scyther, the pink Pidgeotto was actually more popular among the bidders. The reason was simple. Pidgeotto had the potential to become an excellent flying mount. Once it evolved into a pink Pidgeot, flying through the skies on its back would be far more stylish than driving a luxury car. As soon as bidding for the pink Pidgeotto began, the competition turned fierce. The starting bid was already a staggering 50 million Poké-dollars, and the price kept climbing until it stabilized at 120 million. In the end, a woman wearing a fox mask won the pink Pidgeotto for a sky-high 140 million Poké-dollars. Among the 3 pink Pokémon, the one that drew the most attention wasn't the pink Scyther or the pink Pidgeotto, it was the pink Vulpix. Already an adorably charming species, Vulpix became even more breathtaking when its fur turned pink. If any Pokémon was perfect for a Pokémon contest, it was undoubtedly the pink Vulpix. Moreover, since Vulpix could evolve into the even more stunning Ninetales with a simple fire stone, its value increased even further. Just imagining how beautiful a pink Ninetales would be and the overwhelming impact it would have in a Pokémon contest only fueled the bidders' enthusiasm. The price for the pink Vulpix skyrocketed to 120 million Poké-dollars as soon as bidding began. These people sure have money to burn. And this is just a mid-tier auction. If this were a high-tier auction, wouldn't the prices be out of this world? Good thing I know my limits. If I went to a high-tier auction with the money I have, I'd just be a spectator. Listening to the absurd numbers being called out, Sato couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. At the same time, he considered something. Since these bidders were all wealthy, the pink Pokémon they bought likely wouldn't die from lack of food. Thinking that, the slight concern he had for the pink Pokémon faded away. In the end, the irresistibly charming pink Vulpix was sold for an astronomical 430 million Poké-dollars to a mysterious woman wearing a black veil. Whether or not she had exhausted her funds was unclear, but after winning the bid, she quickly left the auction hall. With that, the first item in the mid-tier auction came to an end. Thanks to the pink Vulpix's record-breaking price, the atmosphere in the auction hall became even more electrified. The bidders, now fired up, eagerly awaited the next auction item. It seems our guests were very pleased with the first item. Let's keep the momentum going. Next up, the second auction item is from the Sinnoh region. The beautiful auctioneer, Mina, was clearly satisfied with the results of the first auction. Her radiant smile became even more dazzling. Seizing the current hype, she quickly signaled her Sato to bring in the next batch of items, less valuable ones this time. The second through fifth items, while not ordinary, paled in comparison to the first auction item. Still, thanks to the excitement generated earlier, they managed to sell at inflated prices. However, after a string of less impressive items, the fiery auction atmosphere cooled down again. By the time the fifth item was up for bidding, only a handful of participants were still making offers. Seeing this, Mina knew that the momentum from the first auction had almost completely dissipated. It was time to unveil something big. She mentally signaled Sato, which had been hovering above the auction stage. In an instant, Sato's eyes flashed blue, and it vanished. Seconds later, it reappeared, this time carrying an object covered in red cloth. Alright, next up is the sixth auction item. I guarantee this one will reignite your excitement. Let's take a look, shall we? Mina smiled with satisfaction. Raising the microphone to her lips, she spoke loudly. The moment the red cloth was lifted, a blinding crimson light flooded the entire auction hall. On the stage lay a sword, a magnificent blade adorned with red and blue hues. The intense red glow emanated from its surface. Embedded in the sword's body was a blood-red gemstone, from which a fiery red energy flowed. The energy encircled the blade before merging back into the gemstone. The hilt, in stark contrast, was an icy blue, with a similarly colored gemstone set at its tip. A piercing cold radiated from it, causing the crimson patterns along the blade to shimmer with an icy blue tint. As the sword's red light bathed the hall, an eerie phenomenon occurred. The moment the light touched the audience, many of them experienced a vision. In their minds, a towering warrior clad in battle armor stood atop a raging Salamence, facing an endless army of Pokémon. The warrior seemed to sense their presence and turned his head slightly. Instantly, a bone-chilling aura surged forward. Then, with a soul-shaking roar, the vision shattered like broken glass. Ha, who was that? When Sato snapped back to reality, he found himself drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding violently. The memory of the vision left him deeply unsettled. His condition was relatively mild. Many of the other bidders had outright fainted. Only a handful managed to stay conscious. As for the auctioneer Mina, she had clearly anticipated this. She now wore dark sunglasses to block the blade's light, though her face had turned noticeably pale. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all seen it for yourselves. The vision you just witnessed was real. Anyone illuminated by this blade's red light will experience the same phenomenon. I believe there's no need for further explanation. Its value speaks for itself. However, as per the request of the item's owner, anyone who fainted just now is disqualified from bidding. Only those who remained conscious are eligible to participate. The starting bid is 500 million Poke Dollars. Each increment must be no less than 10 million Poke Dollars. As soon as the blade had been revealed for about 5 or 6 seconds, Mina swiftly covered it with the red cloth once more, cutting off the crimson glow. Holding the microphone firmly, her expression turned grave as she made the announcement. Starting price, 500 million. The moment Sato heard Mina announce the price, his heart skipped a beat. He slumped onto the couch, feeling deflated. He only had a little over 200 million left in his assets. Unless his auction items sold for a high price, there was no way he could bid for this treasure. But Sato was unwilling to give up. Using the system's appraisal function, he discovered that this blade was practically priceless. The reason? It contained the primal power of not one, but 2 legendary Pokémon. Note, before anyone gets annoyed that this is turning into some cultivation BS, I assure you, it's not. This is just introduced into the story as an energy source for the system to absorb. It plays no further significant role. Blade information. Item, Argus Warblade. Effects. Blessing of the land. As long as the wielder's feet touch the ground, they receive Groudon's blessing, granting them immunity to all ground-type moves. Blessing of the sea. As long as the wielder is in the ocean, they receive Quiver's blessing, granting them immunity to all water-type moves. Embedded items. Groudon's Power Gem, a ruby that accidentally absorbed a trace of Groudon's primal energy, allowing the user to hear the pulse of the earth. Quiver's Power Gem, a sapphire that accidentally absorbed a trace of Quiver's primal energy, allowing the user to feel the breath of the sea. Description: originally an ordinary warblade, this weapon was transformed into a legendary artifact through the craftsmanship of its creator and the power of 2 legendary gems. With this blade, the legendary warrior, Argus, tamed a fierce Salamence and single-handedly cut down 138 elite-level Pokémon, forging his legend with iron and blood. From the information alone, there was no doubt this warblade was indeed a legendary weapon, one that had bathed in the blood of countless elite-level Pokémon. Whoever wielded it could potentially gain the ability to fight Pokémon one-on-one. In truth, even without reading the description, everyone present understood the blade's immense value. The greatest appeal of Argus Warblade was its ability to enhance a person's combat strength. Even an ordinary person could likely go toe-to-toe with an elite-level Pokémon while wielding it. However, times had changed. The era when humans had to fight Pokémon in direct combat was long past. Because of this, the blade's practical value had diminished considerably. To modern people, this once feared warblade was nothing more than a historically significant artifact, primarily serving as a collector's item. The blade remained as sharp as ever, but the world had moved on. Among the clear-minded bidders present, none were confident in wielding it, let alone daring to claim ownership. After all, just looking at the blade had nearly caused them to pass out. If they actually held it, it might very well kill them. The only ones still conscious were seasoned Pokémon trainers. As for the pampered wealthy elites, they had already fainted from the blade's overwhelming aura. To prevent disruption, the auction staff had received no instructions to wake them up. As a result, the majority of the audience remained unconscious in their seats. Spending 500 million on a blade that could only be admired but never used was a terrible deal. Trainers were practical by nature, uninterested in collecting historical artifacts. Besides, this was only the 6th auction item, there were still plenty more to come. Who knew if something even better would appear later? It would be unwise to blow 500 million so early. But the real problem was the seller's special condition. The number of conscious bidders was already low. Add in the fact that none of them dared to wield the weapon, and the atmosphere in the auction hall grew eerie. Dead silence. Even after Mina's announcement, no one placed a bid. Anyone interested? This is a true legendary weapon. With it, you'll have powerful self-defense capabilities even without Pokémon. You won't have to fear enemies. Seeing the lack of response, Mina's expression darkened. She forced a smile and spoke into her microphone, downplaying the drawbacks. Unfortunately, the bidders still standing were all strong-willed. They wouldn't be swayed by a few words from an auctioneer. Thus, the silence persisted, leaving Mina awkwardly stranded on stage. Now that I think about it, the seller must be an idiot. Why impose such a ridiculous condition? The remaining bidders are all cunning as foxes. How is Team Rocket supposed to sell this at a high price? Sweat beaded on Mina's forehead and palms. She kept up her professional smile, but in her mind, she cursed both the seller and the remaining conscious bidders countless times. The moment she heard about the seller's condition, she had sensed something was off. However, after experiencing the blade's power firsthand, she had tossed aside any doubts and convinced herself it would fetch a sky-high price. Yet, the current situation was far beyond her expectations. She racked her brain, trying to salvage the situation, but the more she thought, the more she realized how impractical the blade was. Her heart sank. With no other choice, Mina resorted to a desperate measure. She discreetly signaled to a few prearranged shill bidders who had been unaffected by the blade's aura. Thanks to their efforts, a few hesitant bidders slowly began placing small bids. The tense atmosphere eased slightly, and Mina felt a bit of relief. But when the price reached 630 million Poke dollars, the bidding stalled once more. To Mina's horror, that last bid had come from one of the shill bidders. Does anyone wish to continue bidding? If not, this divine weapon will belong to this esteemed guest. Mina maintained her professional, composed smile as she spoke. But the hand gripping her microphone was slick with sweat, and her back was damp. If no one else placed a bid, this auction lot would go unsold. If that happened, she dreaded to think what punishment she would receive from Team Rocket. She might never be allowed on this stage again. What a dramatic scene. I thought this would go for an astronomical price, but here we are. Then again, no one in Team Rocket is even qualified to wield this blade. Without that qualification, they can't recognize its true worth. Watching the auction unfold from behind the glass wall, Sato chuckled to himself. Yet beneath his mask, his smile was bitter. Even though the blade wasn't selling for an outrageous sum, he still didn't have enough Poke dollars to buy it. If no one bids, I will begin the final countdown. Once I count to 3, this priceless treasure will belong to this guest. The hall remained silent. Knowing she couldn't afford to wait any longer, Mina forced a smile and prepared to bring the auction to a close. Just as she was about to strike the small wooden gavel, the communicator in Sato's hand suddenly vibrated. He quickly checked the message on the screen. His eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. 650 million Poke dollars. A distinguished guest in the VIP section has placed a bid of 650 million Poke dollars. Is there anyone willing to go higher? Just as Mina was about to bring down the gavel, a voice announcing a new bid rang in her ears like heavenly music. Her hand froze midair, the small wooden hammer hovering in place. She instinctively turned toward the source of the voice, and upon seeing who it was, she immediately flashed a charming smile. The unexpected bid filled Mina with joy, as the heavy weight in her heart was finally lifted. She cast a grateful glance toward the VIP suite where the bid had come from. Despite maintaining her composure, Mina still held on to a sliver of hope, though slim, that someone would raise the price even further for this precious auction item. However, much to her disappointment, the atmosphere remained utterly still. The remaining clear-headed bidders had no intention of competing further. Many even shot glances of pity at the VIP suite that had placed the latest bid, as if looking at someone foolishly throwing away money. A resounding bang echoed through the auction hall. Seeing no further bids, Mina could only bring down the gavel with a hint of helplessness. She dared not attempt the risky move of having a shill raise the bid again. Although the final price was far below expectations, it was still better than having the item go unsold. Phew, just in time. Otherwise, I would have lost my chance to obtain this precious blade and the incredible opportunity to absorb the primal power of a legendary Pokémon. Watching Mina finally conclude the auction, Sato felt the tension leave his body. Beneath his mask, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Moments earlier, he had received a message on his communicator, confirming that his enchanted spoon had been successfully sold for a staggering price of 1.8 billion Poke dollars. With that sum secured, Sato had confidently placed his final bid and successfully won the invaluable blade. 1.8 billion Poke dollars. My god, I seriously underestimated the value of that ancient spoon. Then again, it makes sense. No ordinary people attend high-level auctions. Someone must have figured out its secret. Hopefully, the buyer isn't someone with ill intentions. If they use it as a terrifying secret weapon, things could get really bad. After securing the blade, Sato's thoughts drifted back to the enchanted spoon. That spoon, which contained a sealed entity of terrifying power, was like a ticking time bomb. While it had brought him an immense fortune, he couldn't shake off a lingering worry. What if that time bomb eventually went off? If that happened, as someone who had knowingly withheld information from the League, he would bear some degree of responsibility. Just as Sato was lost in thought about the potential consequences of selling the enchanted spoon, a knock came at his door. After a brief exchange, he learned that the auction staff had arrived to deliver his prize. A minute later, the very same blade that had rested on the auction stage was now in his room, securely stored inside a luxurious black case. Sato did not immediately attempt to extract the 2 gemstones embedded in the blade, which contained traces of the power of 2 legendary Pokémon. Instead, he simply followed the staff's suggestion, put on a pair of tinted glasses, and verified the authenticity of the blade. Satisfied, he stored both the weapon and its case into his spatial equipment. With that settled, he returned to calmly watching the ongoing auction. Only about a fifth of the items in the mid-tier auction had been sold so far. The event was far from over. Even after spending a substantial sum on the blade, Sato still had around 1.43 billion Poke dollars remaining. He had plenty of capital left to continue bidding. Wanting to liven up the atmosphere, Mina, who had just dodged a disaster, quickly presented another highly anticipated item as soon as the auction of Argus Warblade concluded. The 7th auction item was a thick book, a collection of insights on raising grass-type Pokémon. Titled Fujita's Insights, it was authored by Fujita Hydro, a once-renowned elite 4-level trainer from Kanto. What made Fujita Hydro especially admirable was that he had been born a commoner and never joined any organizations throughout his life. Through sheer effort alone, he had risen to the rank of an elite 4-level trainer. Team Rocket vouched for the book's authenticity, swearing that it had no duplicates or copies. It was a true, complete original. Even though most bidders knew that Team Rocket's so-called credibility guarantee was utterly meaningless, they still displayed great enthusiasm for the book. After all, what is the most valuable thing in the world aside from life itself? The answer, of course, is knowledge. In the Pokémon world, any knowledge related to Pokémon training was considered priceless, worth spending vast sums to acquire. Even Sato found himself deeply interested in the book, his gaze burning with curiosity as he stared at the well-lit auction stage. The previously stagnant atmosphere reignited with excitement as anticipation filled the room. This book represents Fujita Hydro's lifetime of research and insights, so I won't waste time explaining its value. The starting bid is 600 million Poke dollars, with increments no lower than 10 million Poke dollars per bid. Seeing the renewed energy in the auction hall, Mina was elated. She raised the microphone and announced the bidding terms loudly. Before long, an intense bidding war broke out. Eventually, the book penned by the elite 4-level trainer was sold to a mysterious bidder for a whopping 1.6 billion Poke dollars. The buyer was extremely cautious. Immediately after winning the bid, they left the auction venue, accompanied by several masked individuals in black attire. With the 7th item successfully auctioned off, Mina continued to ride the momentum and quickly sold off the next 8 auction items, though they were relatively less precious. Among them, Sato successfully acquired 2 DMS, Taunt and Safeguard, for a total of 130 million Poke dollars. Then, when the auction reached the 16th item, the event reached another peak. I'm sure many of the esteemed trainers here have considered raising a ghost-type Pokémon. However, it's well known that ghost types are difficult to train, and due to various concerns, most of you have given up on the idea. But today, your chance has arrived. A distinguished client recently consigned some incredibly rare treasures to us, items that will make training ghost-type Pokémon significantly easier. Feast your eyes on these 3 extraordinary artifacts, all of which are exceptionally rare life energy collectors. With these, you can nurture your ghost-type Pokémon with peace of mind. Having successfully sold 9 high-priced items in a row, Mina had fully regained her confidence. Smiling brightly, she pulled off the red cloth covering the next auction items and made her grand announcement. The moment the cloth was lifted, 3 jade green artifacts were revealed under the auction stage's bright lights. The items consisted of a jade hairpin, a jade ring, and a jade pendant. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, faint green energy occasionally rippled across the meticulously carved surfaces of the jade pieces, giving them an air of deep mystery. A life energy collector from a spirit master family. So these little jade artifacts are actually life jade? This is my first time seeing one. It really is a life jade. I've seen one at a major auction before, but the quality seems a bit inferior to the ones on display now. After listening to Mina's explanation and seeing the 3 extraordinary jade artifacts on the auction stage, many bidders in the audience immediately perked up, showing great interest in the 3 jade pieces. I believe that all of you esteemed guests have sharp eyes. These 3 jade artifacts are not just ordinary life energy collectors. According to the appraisal of a senior expert from Team Rocket, each of these jade pieces is classified as a mid-tier life jade. Each one can store up to 10 cubic units of life energy, more than enough to sustain 2 ghost-type Pokémon for their daily needs. These 3 mid-tier life jade will be auctioned separately, each with a starting bid of 200 million Poke dollars. The minimum bid increment is 5 million Poke dollars. Now, let's begin with this exquisite jade hairpin. The auction starts now. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Mina was delighted. She waited until the guests gradually quieted down, all eagerly anticipating the bidding, before raising the microphone to her lips and continuing with a charming smile. 230 million. Don't be stingy. 300 million. You think you can outbid me? 450 million. Just as Mina had predicted, many trainers present were highly interested in raising ghost-type Pokémon but had never done so due to a lack of resources. Now that the opportunity had arrived, a large number of trainers eagerly jumped into the bidding. After all, the pursuit of powerful Pokémon was the natural instinct of every trainer. They were all willing to pay a hefty price if it meant enhancing their own strength. With the fierce competition, the price of the jade hairpin skyrocketed. In no time, the bid had reached 630 million Poke dollars, and it showed no signs of stopping. However, when the price hit 700 million, the excitement in the room began to cool down. Only a few wealthy bidders remained, though their bid increments had significantly decreased. Eventually, the exquisite jade hairpin was sold for 730 million Poke dollars. It seems that the general market price for a mid-tier life jade is around 700 million. Anything beyond that is considered an overpay. Sato did not participate in the bidding for the first mid-tier life jade. Instead, he observed the entire process carefully. The jade hairpin was far too feminine for his taste. He was more interested in the jade ring and the jade pendant. Besides, there were 3 mid-tier life jade available, so there was no rush. His goal was to estimate their approximate market price to ensure he could acquire one of the remaining 2 at the lowest possible cost. If I'm not mistaken, the woman I encountered at the entrance of the mid-tier auction hall earlier must have been Ayako. These 3 mid-tier life jade are likely hers. This auction has certainly been rewarding. I've practically hit the jackpot. Sitting comfortably on a sofa with his legs crossed, Sato watched as the bid for the jade ring continued to climb, feeling rather pleased with himself. Thanks to his careful study of the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Sato had gained a significant understanding of ghost-type Pokémon. With the system's support, he was confident that he could raise a ghost-type Pokémon with special abilities. Ghost Pokémon, by nature, were already deceased, lingering in the world of the living for various reasons. As a result, they were inherently different from ordinary Pokémon, possessing many mysterious and unpredictable abilities. For example, Jengar's shadow body not only allowed it to merge into other creatures' shadows to absorb their life energy, but some Jengar could even split their shadows, creating tangible shadow clones. The most terrifying Jengar could even control shadows, indirectly manipulating their owners. In ancient times, a single powerful Jengar could command an entire army of undead. Another example was Banet's curse power. Born from deep resentment, certain Banet could curse a target from over 100 miles away, causing persistent misfortune at best or instant death at worst. The most dangerous Banet could establish a life link through the blood of a living being, harming others by cursing itself. In extreme cases, a Banet could sacrifice itself to deal severe damage or even kill an opponent far stronger than itself. Then there was Mismagius' nightmare ability, allowing it to easily put living beings into a deep slumber and invade their dreams. Inside the dream world, Mismagius could create horrifying nightmares, trapping victims in endless terror while feeding on their fear. If the target couldn't overcome their fears or receive outside help, they could remain trapped in the nightmare until they died of sheer fright. In short, the Grimoire of Dark Spirits had given Sato a wealth of knowledge about ghost Pokémon and how to train their special abilities. At the same time, he was deeply fascinated by these unique powers and eager to harness them for himself. Now, all he needed was to secure one of the remaining mid-tier life jade. With it, he could start searching for a ghost Pokémon with exceptional potential and train it into a truly special and formidable creature. Of the 3 available collectors, Sato naturally preferred the jade pendant due to its superior concealment. Thus, when the jade ring was up for bidding, he still chose not to participate. Unlike the jade hairpin, the jade ring was more versatile, suitable for both men and women, so its price surpassed the hairpins. In the end, the jade ring was sold for 750 million Poke dollars. By the time the final item, the jade pendant, was up for bidding, the competition grew even fiercer. After all, if Sato had recognized its advantage in concealment, others naturally had as well. Everyone understood the wisdom of keeping one's wealth hidden. However, by carefully gauging the price expectations and financial strength of the other bidders, Sato ultimately secured the jade pendant for 770 million Poke dollars. After successfully obtaining the pendant, he also spent 120 million Poke dollars on a rare, abridged book on bug-type Pokémon breeding, which contained valuable insights into raising beautifully. With his business concluded, Sato didn't bother staying for the final headliner auction item and instead left immediately. As soon as he exited the auction hall, he swiftly changed his identity. After successfully shaking off any potential trackers, Sato resumed his disguise as a low-ranking Team Rocket grunt and used Team Rocket's teleportation station to safely leave Saffron City's underground black market. With that, Sato's venture into the Saffron City underground black market came to a perfect conclusion. Around 2:30 a.m., with the help of an Alakazam, Sato successfully returned to the surface of Saffron City. Just like last time, he was teleported to a secluded and empty alley. 3 to 4 seconds later, as he shook off the dizziness from the teleportation, he immediately released Golbat to guard him and scan the surroundings. After confirming the area was safe, Sato swiftly changed into an elite trainer's outfit. With Golbat acting as his biological radar, he navigated through the maze-like streets and alleys, making his way toward the nearest bustling main road. After walking for about 2 to 3 minutes, he finally reached the edge of a busy avenue teeming with vehicles. Hailing a taxi, he instructed the driver to take him to the Saffron City bus terminal. That's right, Sato was preparing to leave Saffron City. He had less than 2 days left before he was due back at Team Rocket's base in Pewter City for his debriefing. Now that the crucial underground black market auction in Saffron City had concluded smoothly, it was time to move on. After over half an hour of travel delayed multiple times by traffic congestion, Sato finally arrived at the Saffron City bus terminal. As a city that never sleeps, Saffron still had buses running to various destinations even at this late hour. With the assistance of a rather irritable female staff member working the night shift, Sato successfully purchased a train ticket for a direct route from Saffron City to Pewter City. The departure time was set for 3:30 a.m. Pewter City was a well-known mining hub in Kanto, producing nearly half of the region's coal supply. To facilitate the faster and more cost-effective transportation of resources from Pewter City, Saffron had built a railway connecting the two cities. Thanks to this railway, Pewter's mineral resources could be transported swiftly to Saffron. Additionally, it provided a convenient travel option for Pewter City's residents, as the line also connected to several other important towns in Kanto. Sitting in the waiting hall, Sato took the opportunity to order some late-night takeout using one of the menus available on the tables. During the auction, he had been so focused that he hadn't even thought about eating, but now hunger was catching up with him. As he waited for his food, he began mentally organizing everything he had gained from this auction. This time, he had acquired quite a number of valuable items. If he could make full use of them, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. The first notable item was the float stone. This peculiar artifact had given Sato the idea of capturing a heavyweight Pokémon. Most bulky Pokémon were natural tanks with incredible endurance. While they were also capable of dishing out damage, their sluggish speed was a major drawback, making them vulnerable to being kited by opponents. However, with the float stone, this weakness could be significantly mitigated. At present, the heavyweight Pokémon that caught Sato's attention the most was Scizor. Before evolving, Scizor was a high-speed assassin with powerful attacks, but upon evolving into Scizor, it transformed into a heavily armored warrior. Although Scizor was considerably faster than the average heavyweight Pokémon, its base speed stat of 65, combined with its weight of at least 118 kilograms, meant that it could no longer be considered a high-speed attacker. For comparison, Scizor had a base speed stat of 105 and weighed only about 56 kilograms. So why did Scizor undergo such a drastic change after evolving into Scizor? The answer lay in the steel armor covering its body. While it sacrificed its speed, its durability saw a tremendous boost. As a bug/steel type, Scizor had excellent resistances. Apart from its glaring 4x weakness to fire-type moves, none of the remaining 17 types were super effective against it. In fact, it could counter 9 of those types itself. With such strong defensive typing, combined with its solid base stats 70 in HP, 100 in defense, and 80 in special defense, Scizor was the very definition of a bulky attacker, a stark contrast to its previous role as a fragile assassin. But what if Scizor were equipped with the float stone? What kind of synergy would that create? The moment Sato obtained the float stone, the first Pokémon that came to his mind was Scizor. He was eager to see the potential chemistry between the two. So why was Sato so interested in Scizor? Because he believed it would be a perfect defensive pivot in a rain team. Rain-based teams typically struggled against grass-type Pokémon, but Scizor could completely neutralize that threat. At the same time, the rain would minimize Scizor's biggest weakness, fire-type attacks. Sato had already planned out his potential rain team lineup. Swampert as the ace, Shiny Pelipper as the rain setter, Scizor as the defensive pivot against grass types, a future Pikachu with the lightning rod ability to counter opposing electric and water types. As for the remaining 2 slots, he was still considering his options. Among the Pokémon that interested him, Poliwrath and Ludicolo were strong candidates. However, after acquiring Kingdra's reverse scale, he had added Kingdra to his list of potential team members. That said, Sato hadn't yet decided whether to use the reverse scale on a future Kingdra. In fact, he was more inclined to use it on Scizor instead. If Scizor could establish a symbiotic connection with the reverse scale, it would gain a fraction of the abilities of an Elite 4-level Kingdra. Scizor could learn Rain Dance, after all. This would allow it to fulfill its role as a rain team pivot even more effectively. Of course, if Sato instead used the reverse scale on an actual Kingdra, it would be able to evolve from Seadra and inherit the full potential of the Elite 4-level Dragon Scale's legacy. The reverse scale is essentially a Dragon Scale on steroids. Both choices had their merits, making it a tough decision. Unable to reach a conclusion for now, Sato set the matter aside and moved on to considering his other gains. Among them were 2 abridged Pokémon breeding manuals. These would give him the knowledge needed to prepare specialized food for his Nidorino and Shiny Beautifully, though he currently lacked the necessary ingredients to proceed. Aside from these valuable items, 2 other important acquisitions stood out, Argus's Warblade and a Jade Pendant, a mid-tier Life Jade. The Battle Blade of Augustin was undoubtedly the most precious item he had obtained from this auction. Embedded in the blade were 2 gemstones containing traces of the primal energy of 2 super legendary Pokémon. These gems might just be the key to unlocking the system shop in Sato's mysterious system. He still vividly remembered that his system had been locked due to insufficient energy. While he had no idea what kind of items the system shop contained or what currency was required for exchanges, he was eager to find out. Finally, there was the Jade Pendant. Sato valued this item highly because it meant he could safely train a Ghost-type Pokémon. At the moment, Gengar was at the top of his list. Through the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, he had learned that Gengar possessed exceptional abilities. Not only did it excel in stealth, but its expertise in hypnosis and Dream Eater also granted it formidable illusionary and dream manipulating capabilities. In short, Gengar embodied nearly all the natural talents of Ghost-type Pokémon in one powerful package. Most importantly, Gengar could undergo Mega Evolution. Sato believed it would be a perfect addition to his roster under his Team Rocket alias, fulfilling the role of a Mega Evolution ace. At 3:30 a.m., the train from Saffron City to Pewter City departed right on schedule. Under the guidance of a beautiful attendant, Sato smoothly entered a private cabin. The entire compartment was decorated luxuriously. If Sato hadn't known he was on a train, he might have mistaken it for a high-end hotel room. Though the space was still limited, it was equipped with the essentials of a 3-room suite. Sato had traveled by train before and was well aware of the usual conditions. Given that he was carrying a considerable sum of money and wanted a good night's sleep, he naturally didn't skimp on comfort. A first-class train ticket costing 50,000 Poke dollars granted him access to the finest services available on board. The spacious, soundproofing and shock absorption in the cabin were excellent, ensuring Sato could have a quiet and pleasant night on the train. You can leave now. If I need anything, I'll ring for you. After inspecting the room and finding nothing amiss, Sato dismissed the attendant. With a soft thud, the door closed behind her. Sato then immediately jumped onto the soft bed, sprawling out without a care, and soon fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until around 9 a.m. that Sato slowly woke up. The first thing he did was ring for the attendant to bring him a hearty breakfast before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. After a hot shower, Sato felt refreshed and rejuvenated. He changed into a sea blue elite trainer outfit and emerged from the bathroom. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. 10 minutes later, Sato had prepared breakfast for all his Pokémon and sat down to eat with them, enjoying a pleasant morning meal together. Once they had finished eating, he pulled out some indoor workout equipment, such as dumbbells, a treadmill, and a running wheel, all suited for training in a confined space. Time was valuable, and even on a train, Sato refused to let his Pokémon slack off on their daily training. He had Swampert, Nidoran, and Growlithe, his land-dwelling Pokémon, use the equipment for stamina training. Meanwhile, Golbat, his shiny Pelipper, and his shiny Beautifly took to the skies. He had them fly outside the train, maintaining pace with the moving cars while staying within his line of sight. As for Sato himself, he supervised their training while flipping through 2 Pokémon breeding books he had bought from Saffron City's underground black market. The distance between Saffron City and Pewter City was roughly equivalent to that between New York and Dallas. If the train tracks were laid in a perfectly straight line, the journey would only take around 6 hours at full speed. However, such an ideal scenario was impossible in reality. The route between Saffron City and Pewter City crossed numerous Pokémon habitats, requiring detours for safety and to accommodate towns along the way. As a result, the trip from Saffron City to Pewter City took at least 10 hours of non-stop travel, longer if there were stops along the way. It had been just over 6 hours since Sato boarded, meaning he still had a long way to go before reaching his destination. After an hour of training, Sato had his Pokémon take a break. He recalled all but Golbat and Swampert into their Pokeballs. Swampert, guard the door. No one enters without my permission. If anyone tries to force their way in, take them down. Sato's expression was serious as he gave his orders. Having been with him for a long time, both Golbat and Swampert understood exactly what he meant. They nodded and got to work. Golbat flew to the ceiling, hanging upside down, and closed its eyes, focusing entirely on emitting ultrasonic waves to monitor the surroundings in detail. Swampert, on the other hand, plopped down in front of the door, its massive body completely blocking the entrance. Like Golbat, it remained vigilant, fully focused on its task. Seeing that both Pokémon were ready, Sato quickly pulled the curtains shut, plunging the room into darkness. He then took out a sleek black briefcase from his belongings. Inside was an exceptionally rare and valuable blade, but Sato's goal wasn't the weapon itself, it was the 2 gemstones embedded in the hilt, which contained the essence of 2 legendary Pokémon. He was preparing to let the system absorb their power. To prevent accidents, Sato instructed his Pokémon to close their eyes, then donned a pair of sunglasses himself. Once everything was set, he slowly opened the briefcase. Instantly, a blinding red light shot out from the crack of the briefcase. Fortunately, Sato was wearing sunglasses, or he would have been blinded by the light and dragged into another illusion. Just like the first time Sato had seen it, the sword was as sharp and menacing as ever, its aura of malice causing Sato's skin to prickle. This blade had been drenched in the blood of countless elite-tier Pokémon. It had become a cursed weapon. Only its original wielder, Argus, had ever truly controlled it. Naturally, Sato wasn't foolish enough to try holding the sword himself. Instead, he pressed his fingers against the 2 gemstones embedded in the blade. Ding! Detecting absorbable energy. Do you wish to proceed? The system is currently low on power. It is recommended to absorb immediately. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Sato's mind. As expected, this is going to work. Absorb. Sato thought excitedly, immediately instructing the system to absorb the energy. Ding! Energy absorption in progress. Absorption complete. System energy restored by 20%. Current system energy, 27%. System store unlocked. Ding! Confirmed, absorbed energy originates from Groudon and Quiver. Sato's heartbeat quickened at the notification, his face breaking into a delighted grin. Finally, the system store is unlocked. The power of legendary Pokémon really is terrifying. Just a tiny trace of their primal power restored 20% of the system's energy. I can't imagine how terrifying the true power of a super legendary Pokémon must be, Sato thought to himself. Meanwhile, the two gemstones on the blade dimmed, their once radiant glow fading away, leaving behind ordinary red and blue jewels. With the primal energies gone, the red light emanating from the blade vanished as well. Though the weapon's murderous aura remained strong, it no longer carried the same mind-numbing, soul-crushing pressure as before. And so, Argus Blade, like the legendary hero himself, becomes part of history. Thank you for your contributions to humanity's rise, but your time has passed. Rest now. Sato closed the briefcase with a solemn expression and stored it away in his storage equipment. Now that he had successfully extracted the energy and unlocked the system store, he dismissed Swampert and Golbat from their guard duties and recalled them into their Pokeballs. He then lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused on exploring the system store to see what treasures it held. To his surprise, the store's inventory was incredibly sparse. Only 5 items were available. Worse, the cost to redeem them was steep, requiring the very system energy he had just worked so hard to obtain. However, each item possessed extraordinary effects. System store items. 1 Mew Gene Enhancement Serum, randomly increases a Pokémon's individual values, IVs, by 1 to 30 points. Cost, 5% system energy. Description, Mew contains the genes of all Pokémon in the world. This serum, created using Mew's genetic cells, can repair a Pokémon's genetic makeup, improving its 4 rating and potential. 2 Multi-Space Pokeball, stores up to 20 Pokémon. Cost, 5% system energy. Description, a special Pokeball utilizing space folding technology, featuring an internal ecosystem suitable for the habitation of various Pokémon. 3 Random Ability Capsule, grants a Pokémon a random additional ability upon use. Cost, 10% system energy. 4 Groudon's Blessing Mark, enhances Ground-type energy perception, reduces Ground-type move damage by 30%, boosts Ground-type move power by 50%, and grants the user the Drought ability. Cost, 30% system energy. Description, a miraculous mark containing a trace of Groudon's primal energy, allowing the user to gain a fraction of the ancient legendary Pokémon's power. 5 Quiver's Blessing Mark, enhances Water-type energy perception, reduces Water-type move damage by 30%, boosts Water-type move power by 50%, and grants the user the Drizzle ability. Cost, 30% system energy. Description, a miraculous mark containing a trace of Quiver's primal energy, allowing the user to gain a fraction of the ancient legendary Pokémon's power. Sato's eyes gleamed with excitement. These 5 items are all incredible treasures. Especially the Mew Gene Enhancement Serum and the Multi-Space Pokeball. They'd be of massive help to me right now, Sato thought after carefully reviewing the items in the system store. From the current selection, Groudon's Blessing Mark and Quiver's Blessing Mark were undoubtedly the most valuable. However, Sato found their exchange conditions to be extremely expensive. Sato was a perfectionist and someone who valued loyalty. He didn't want to abandon any of his Pokémon due to limitations. Currently, he only had 3 Pokémon with Gold tier potential, Bellossom, Shiny Beautifully, and Meowth. Pikuegg not included. Most of his other Pokémon were Purple tier, with Growlithe even being Blue tier. The Mew Gene Enhancement Serum gave him hope that these Pokémon could continue to fight alongside him. Moreover, the exchange condition for the Mew Gene Enhancement Serum wasn't excessively high, and Sato could still afford it. The Multi-Space Pokeball was also a pleasant surprise for Sato. As the number of Pokémon Sato owned increased, the standard Pokeball belt, which could only hold 6 Pokeballs, was no longer sufficient. Currently, he had 9 Pokémon. Including Ditto, which usually didn't stay in a Pokeball, Sato typically carried 8 Pokeballs with him at all times. According to league regulations, a trainer could only carry 6 Pokémon at a time. Any additional Pokémon had to be sent to a designated storage facility. The reason Sato hadn't encountered a situation like Ash, where excess Pokémon were automatically sent away, was that he hadn't registered with any Pokémon storage facility. Once Sato registered with a storage facility, he would only be allowed to carry 6 Pokémon at a time, with any extras being automatically sent to the facility. While 9 Pokémon might not seem like a lot now, if Sato continued to catch more, he would soon be carrying an excessive number of Pokeballs. Note, Pokeballs containing Pokémon cannot be stored in spatial storage devices. As for why Sato didn't choose to store his extra Pokémon elsewhere, the reason was simple: he didn't trust others. He preferred to personally care for every Pokémon he caught. Of course, Sato might eventually catch far more than 20 Pokémon, and it would be impossible for him to care for all of them alone, but by then, Sato believed he would have established his own base, where he could safely store his Pokémon. In fact, the Multi-Space Pokeball was quite exceptional. A single ball could hold up to 20 Pokémon, allowing Sato to seamlessly switch between his identities as a League trainer and a Rocket trainer. It also allowed Sato to play the underdog. Who would expect someone seemingly carrying only one Pokeball to have 20 powerful Pokemon at their disposal? The most outrageous part was that all 20 Pokemon could be incredibly strong. With a single throw of the Pokeball, the situation could instantly turn in Sato's favor, which, given his luck and track record with troublesome situations, would be incredibly helpful.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.